Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If, with another fanfiction. This is the move of, what if Deku was granted the power to fix the world? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya, age 10. Alright, it was official now. The universe was out to screw my life up in as many different ways as it possibly could to try and find my breaking point. Being born quirkless without any great power to call my own in a world of superheroes and supervillains was bad enough. Being treated as less than human constantly for something I could never change or improve was disgusting, and a massive indication of how royally fucked society was to this day. It didn't help my situation when one of the few, if not the only, person I called friend and grew up with almost as a sister turned around and started to abuse me. Just today was the tipping point. The moment I decided that I stopped believing in heroes. First on the list of bullshit was when I got saved from a sludge villain by All Might and told in no uncertain terms that without a quirk I could never become a hero. Then after knocking a knife out of the hands of a villain who was holding a child hostage while heroes did nothing to save them. I got scolded for interfering in their work and how I was an idiot for thinking I could get involved. I decided to say fuck it all for a few minutes and roared in the hero's face in front of the cameras. Oh, what a terrible shame for you that a 10-year-old child had to do something about the situation that trained adults were too cowardly to risk their skins to save a little girl from a lunatic with a knife to her throat. Incompatible quirks my ass. I'm fucking quirkless, and I still managed to do something about it. So what does that say about you jokes that prance around expecting the world to bow to you when you can't even do the one thing you're meant to? Now I'm going to put this as a way so simple even you could understand it. What's the point of heroes that don't save people? What's that? Don't have some smug answer for me to save your precious reputation. I thought as much. Maybe go home and take a look at yourself, chucklefuck. Sprinting off before any of those fakes could catch me, I ran through the back alleys and rooftops I knew all too well from escaping Kazumi's ambushes and attacks on the way home. Getting home, I marched to my bedroom and looked at the merchandise of that despicable fake. For all his inspiring words and motivational quotes, he didn't believe them himself. He didn't believe that anyone could be a hero. Taking down all the posters and figures from my room and boxing them all up in my closet, I take a deep breath and grin maniacally. If I couldn't become a hero and refused to become a villain, what other option was there but to bring some justice of my own? Elsewhere that night, waking up to the bright, shrill sound of the alarm heralding another night of my crusade, I feel a strange sense of anticipation in the air. A sense that things were going to change drastically, and that today would mark the beginning of a new era. A low buzz comes from the cluttered table near my bed as my phone rang. The one reserved for those that sought out the world I spoke of, a world of true heroes. My roses. A single message simply stating, "You might be interested in this master," and a video clip ready to play. Watching the mess that those fakes created and the little girl no more than 10 they risked due to their own cowardice reminded me more than ever of the rot that was taking root in society. Wondering what exactly they thought would capture my interest, a blur dashed out of the alleyway behind the villain and wrapped a small section of chain around the knife's blade before planting both feet of the villain's back and hauling the knife away from the girl's throat. Apparently only deeming it safe for them to intervene, now that a child had taken down the arm wielding the knife. They grab the girl and start to mock and berate the young boy. Taking mental note of those that seem to enjoy this session as targets for taking pleasure in belittling others. The child in the video snaps and roars at the hero for all their inadequacies and mistakes, their cowardice and obsession over reputation. It was glorious, unlike anything I had seen before. This child on the screen spoke with all the passion and bitterness of someone who expected better, who saw these false heroes for what they were. His eyes held a burning conviction that seemed to cause the heroes, the news crews, and the crowd to cease speaking, unwilling to distract anyone from those words of rage and disappointment towards the way things were. His aura matched and even surpassed the one true hero's, an almost visible air of majesty and grandeur that caused my breath to halt for a second. Thrilled by this discovery, I send my word to the one I trust to lead the roses during my absences on my crusade and order in no uncertain terms, find the child. Protect him. Find a way to help him become the true hero that this world needs. He shall show this society all its flaws and act as an embodiment of a true hero. For the first time since I last saw my loyal apprentice face to face, a kind, gentle smile spread across my face. There was hope for this world yet. I would leave the purging of the rot in this world to myself and the roses, so that he may show what a hero should be to the world. Grabbing my knives and the katana my apprentice gifted me before we parted 8 months ago, I donned my garb to continue my crusade, to cleanse the world of its stains. The next morning, Izuku. Calming down as I woke up, I start to work on my plan to train my body into something resembling a decent condition. If I want to bring justice, I'll need the strength necessary to do so. Most villains and many heroes have quirks that could fairly easily be replicated using some good technology, and many are so obsessed with the idea that only quirks can make you powerful that they never bother to consider alternate methods of gaining strength. Guns, exosuits, analysis and countermeasures for various commonly occurring quirks. Martial arts were just a few of the possible ways to gain the strength to fight without a quirk, all completely slipping the minds of people, unless there's something about their quirk that forces them to study them. An excellent example being Eraserhead needing martial arts to fight Quirkless or Snipe, needing a gun to make use of his tracking quirk. A burst of pain explodes in my head as I collapse to the floor and wake up in an empty jet black void of absolute nothingness. Stretching out and seem to stretch out, all the way to infinity, child. That would be because it does, came the voice of a young woman. Her appearance seemed to constantly change and shift as she floated beside me, sometime young and playful, others mature and dignified, always with a sad smile on her lips. Guessing my thoughts yet again, she casually speaks, "No, I can't read your mind. I just took a guess at what you were thinking. You get fairly good at it after a few trillion years with nothing else to do except watch the timeline shift and split," gesturing to a wall of floating squares of light, showing different worlds, the what-ifs and the maybes of the timelines. For a moment I spotted myself in dozens of timelines, some as a hero becoming the next symbol of peace, others as a villain dedicated to tearing down a world that had wronged me too many times for me to care anymore, at the side of a man in a suit and a black skull-like mask, others rushing to replace the images on those screens. The woman muttered in confusion, "You seem to have one of the most unique circumstances in existence. While most people's possible timeline varies massively, few have possible futures as varied as yours. You seem to be an integral part of the upcoming age. I brought you here to make a deal of sorts, a way to enact your own dreams with your own power. Are you interested?" 2 minutes later, or as near as I could tell in this endless void, we reach an agreement. As the void fades away, I hear her whisper, "There will be things left unremembered once you return. Know that you will regain those memories in time, and that I will never bring harm to you. After all, why would I harm you, Mai?" And I return to myself on the floor of my bedroom. Panting slightly at the strange encounter, I get up and change before stuff my breakfast down my throat and sprinting to Dagaba Beach. It would take a lot of work to understand what the hell was going on with this gifted power, and the sooner I started the better. Dagaba Beach. Looking out at the twisted mess of metal and other waste brought a strange sadness to my heart. A once beautiful place destroyed for no other reason than simple apathy to fix something that doesn't affect them. It seemed a lot like the world in a strange way. If it doesn't affect them, why should they bother to change things? It was no wonder that so many people with weak, mutant, villainous, or no quirk at all ended up as villains simply because if they were going to be treated as monsters anyway. What is the point in being a good person and restricting yourself so that the society that hates them can continue on peacefully? I let out a sad sigh at the way things were. I knew I was creepy and too mature for my age. I just felt too out of touch with the boundless enthusiasm others my age had, even more so now that I had lost faith in heroes. I wasn't a boundless optimist anymore. I'd had that hopeful part of me broken alongside my bones by Kazumi. It wasn't fair how she got a quirk that could be used for heroics by dumb luck, and she acted more like a villain than a hero. But the school and everyone never told her where she was going wrong. As much as I hated Kazumi, I hated this society that failed to help her grow up to be the better person I know that she could have been even more. Stewing in my anger and indignation, I noticed something odd in my mid. Something that felt like it was a part of me, yet resided somewhere else. Reaching for it, a small orb of black liquid that seemed to devour the light and heat around it appeared floating over my palm. Yelping in surprise, I lost focus, and it splashed to the floor as a puddle. Curious as to what it could do, I poke it with my finger, and it rushes up my right arm, covering it in a thin layer of the black liquid. Tapping a loose piece of scrap, the liquid flowed off my shoulder and consumed the scrap completely as it grew slightly in size. Realizing that this was a way to make it stronger, I pushed the liquid back into the strange space in my mind, and it twisted in on itself before vanishing completely. As I wander the carcasses of gutted fridges and smashed microwaves, I call the black liquid to only cover the first joint of my right pointer finger to tap on small bits of scrap that won't be missed if they vanish and devour them to improve the liquid. Pausing for a moment to consider what I should call the liquid to sound cooler, I remember that huge void that I met the strange woman in. Chuckling slightly, I mumble, "Guess I'll call you Void Heart," as the orb in that strange space seems to hum in contentment. Pondering for a second as an idea struck me. I think I could control Void Heart with my mind. So can I leave a bit here to devour stuff from Dagaba Beach while I'm at school? Filling me with curiosity. Kneeling and focusing my senses to see if anyone was watching me. A trick I had gotten an unfortunate amount of practice with trying to avoid Kazumi's bullshit. I sensed no one and swiftly left half of Void Heart on the beach, trying to give it clear instructions. No attacking people, avoid being noticed, and devour only half of the scrap that gets washed ashore each night. Think you can do that? Sensing an eager sense of confirmation from Void Heart in response. Unsure of why I was doing it, I knelt down and stoked the half I was leaving at the beach with the parting words of, "I'm trusting you, okay?" Needless to say, I wasn't expecting it to give of a sense of euphoria at being acknowledged. Blinking slightly as I realized that Void Heart was sentient. My power was a separate sentient entity that just wanted to be loved and approved of. Think carefully. I try to transmit a short message. Follow those rules and send the extra you gain back to me. If you get noticed or hurt people, we could be in danger of being captured and experimented on. People might hurt us really badly, so please be careful and do as I say, okay? The fear and anger at the idea of me getting hurt pours from it as it acknowledges those rules. It does, however, point a tendril at a recent picture of Kazumi I had taken to record her slow descent into being a bitch, and make a tiny fist with a middle finger up at it. Chuckling slightly, I comfort it and remind it not to attack anyone, even Kazumi if she is nearby and hurting me. I'd rather get bullied than experimented on. The confusion from the little thing amuses me as I explain. Sometimes there is no best option, only the lesser of two evils, and that girl is unfortunately the lesser of the possible evils I could have to deal with, which seems to mollify its anger if only a little. Heading home, I realize a little oddity about my new power. Why did I ask Void Heart at the beach to transfer extra mass to me? I don't even know if it can do that unless me Quirk is trying to tell me what it can do, but can't communicate properly yet due to the recent acquisition. A confused confirmation that it was possible from Void Heart settled my theory, especially the odd sensation that it thought that it was obvious. After wolfing down dinner and avoiding dealing with Mum, I head to my bedroom to relax as best I could. I don't dislike Mum is the slightest. I get that she's worried I would end up getting hurt as a hero, and she has fallen into the same tired trap. Everyone in the world seemed to be in that Quirks were the only way to have the power necessary to become a hero. Grinning to myself as I lay down to sleep, a thought rings out in my head. Look out, world. I'm going to make a mark you'll never be able to ignore. Sunday morning. Waking up with a light heart, and the reassuring tingle in my mind that reminded me of my connection to Void Heart's internal space and the fragment that is staying at the beach. Noticing hefty increase in Void Heart's total mass, it would seem that the idea on how to increase its capabilities is going well. Pondering lightly on the predicament, I realize that there is a limit to how much I can get from Dagaba Beach alone without raising suspicions too close to home. While over a few years in would get me several tons of material, it would be greatly reduced in volume if I shifted all the iron and gold into something like osmium. It would limit my options way too much to have to start juggling the mass and the volume of Void Heart in order to do anything meaningful in a fight. A light bulb goes off in my head as I sprint over to the computer and open the search engine. Reading through the recent news, there had been a big fuss about the littering and the amount of junk floating out in the ocean damaging the ecosystem. A grin forms as my idea comes together. I'd keep a part of Void Heart on the beach before spreading most of Void Heart out in different directions in the ocean in pieces too small to easily detect, and get them to trawl the oceans for junk that can be devoured to add to Void Heart's total mass. If I take advantage of the fact that mass can be instantly transferred to the storage space, I can keep increasing the little pieces that are trawling the ocean, increasing my collection rate. I clean the oceans and get stronger at the same time. It's a win-win scenario. Cackling slightly to myself, I instruct Void Heart to get started on the idea tonight, making sure to instruct it to steer clear of any oil or electrical lines to avoid accidents. Fortunately, another discovered feature for Void Heart is replicating any object it has devoured previously using its own mass. That means it can store a phone with an altered SIM to check the internet if there's any confusion as to what it should be eating, and a helpful diagram that should stop any major accidents from occurring. I even give instructions to move along the oceanic currents and to only start spreading and devouring junk when reaches the middle of the Pacific Ocean. With a smug sense of satisfaction growing in my chest, I believe there isn't a single person alive that will be able to trace this all the way back to me. Of course, if anyone wanted to suffer trying to put this little puzzle of mine together, they were more than welcome to. I welcome their challenge wholeheartedly. UA Principal's Office, Nezu. One of the few regrets I have ever had about my particular quirk is that it makes having a challenge or any kind of opponent to go against intellectually very rare, and all the more precious for it. So, when the moment came that my spine tingled in a familiar rush, I was ecstatic with joy to say the least. One little detail I never mentioned about my quirk is that it also heightens my instincts, and they were screaming that I would soon face a challenge that I would enjoy like no other. The moment I started cackling and Power Loader looked at me in confusion, I responded with, "I have a feeling that someone, somewhere is directly challenging my intelligence. It seems I'll have a new hobby to sink my teeth into for a while," much to the shock and pity in Power Loader's eyes for whoever just threw down the gauntlet. Noticing I smile, "This isn't going to be an easy one to crack, however. This is going to be a lot more fun," I chuckle as my voice grew more and more gleeful and excitable in celebration. Jumping on the computer, I set up filters to bring to my attention any particularly strange occurrences that may happen in the coming days. This was going to be a nice change of pace. "I shall await your move, my opponent. Izuku." A sudden chill tingles within me, anticipation rising of its own accord in my heart. I now seem to have an opponent that detected my challenge. Let the games begin. Shoveling down my breakfast, I head out to Dagaba Beach again to test what Void Heart is actually capable of. All I know so far is that it has a liquid form. I can telekinetically control it. It can transfer mass between different parts of itself and the storage space, and it can replicate stuff it has devoured. While it is a lot, I still can't help but feel that Void Heart is trying to mention something. An instinctive nudge that I haven't managed to tease out all the different threads to the puzzle of my new companion and source of strength. I start to walk through the piles of junk before screeching to a halt as my brain pikes up on something. Everything gets reduced to the same form in Void Heart. Doesn't that mean that instead of it being stored as amounts of separate materials it has devoured, it's stored as mass to be turned into the materials themselves? With that thought in mind, I take a small piece of Void Heart, and using a molecular diagram focus on rearranging the matter to feel a small, flawless diamond appear in my palm. A material I had never devoured before. Excited by the possibilities for that function alone, I ponder if it isn't just the materials that can be altered, but the form as well, shaping some iron into a crude tanto whose hilt fits snugly in my palm. The only strange thing that would separate it from a normal poorly forged tanto is that the material was jet black without exception. Swiftly turning it back into Void Heart, I return the matter to the small stockpile in the storage space in case of emergencies. I hop up and gleefully bounce back home. At least I did until a scream of, "Get back here, Deku," came from behind me. Turning into the alleyway swiftly, I bounce forwards and move with efficient ease through the alleys, bouncing off the walls on the corners and rolling over short walls in my way. To my utmost displeasure, it seems that Kazumi has gotten better free running since she last chased me down like this. Sensing her rapidly approach, I hit upon a sneaky idea. I don't need to beat her in a fight. I just need her to have enough bad luck for me to get away from her. I pull a small pool of Void Heart into my palm as I use a pole along the top of a chain link fence to pivot over it, allowing Void Heart to weaken the internal structure, then return to the storage space. The plan went perfectly to plan, Kazumi trying to leap over the fence the same way I did, and the pipe collapsing, sending her and her thugs to the ground in a tangled mess as I got away. Panting outside my house, I realized that I finally have a way to give Kazumi a little bit of suffering as interest for the 5 years she's been giving me grief. Silently grinning, I give a small section of Void Heart some very specific instructions, and if it had a face, it would be an expression of someone who is filled with a special joy, only known to those whose jobs are mildly malicious and take a great deal of pleasure from it. Monday morning. Whistling cheerily to myself, I check through the report on Void Heart antics and let a shit-eating grin spread across my face, moving stuff around her desk when she left for a drink, mixing the salt and sugar label on the containers by devouring and restructuring the labels on the containers when she went for a coffee before changing them back, messing with the shower it was always too hot or cold to be comfortable, but never enough to hurt, and never when Aunt Mitsuki or Uncle Masaru checked on it, making her shoes leaky for the puddles outside, altering her uniform to be tight and uncomfortable in all the most awkward places, tinkering with her alarm clock to wake her up at 4 in the morning. If it could drive someone up the wall without having any provable cause, it happened to Kazumi that day. My smug sense of satisfaction became even better when she turned up to school all haggard and ruffled by her little encounter, and she howled, "What did you do, Deku?" before sprinting at me, only to get tripped by a conveniently placed raised brick and kiss the floor. I only regret that I didn't have a video recorder to immortalize that moment when I felt Void Heart tug at my mind to show me a fully functional video recorder, and a projector showing that most glorious of moments, giving Void Heart a mental burst of approval and gratitude and the promise of being pet when I got home. Much to its joy, I focus on trying not to laugh at the whole situation. I managed quite well until someone else Kazumi had been bullying muttered, "Damn, took long enough for some karma," which then set off everyone watching into hysterics as I whistled nonchalantly on my way to class. If I didn't have a shit-eating grin on my face beforehand, the scene of her slamming her hand on my table, only to snap the legs and bring the edge down onto her shins, managed to do it perfectly. After I breezed through the lessons on realizing that I could put together a basic computer in my storage space to act as another brain for memorization and calculation, I simply walk home, feeling lighter than ever as the sounds of Kazumi's continuous misfortune were carried on the wind to my ears. I might be enjoying this a little too much, but I had to deal with her bullshit for 5 years of torment. Sumi. As I got to my room, I opened the online classes I had been running through in my spare time. I didn't want to have to put up with Kazumi's crap any longer than I had to. So graduating from an online school and telling Mum I've already done my middle school education, I would be able to get out of going to Aldera Middle School ever again. As I check in on the fragments of Void Heart being carried to the middle of the Pacific Ocean, I saw them there ready and waiting thanks to their great ability to alter their shape and form minuscule corkscrews for propulsion, combined with a lack of need to worry about energy or wear on them. Thinking back to the strange sensation of an opponent as I pet Void Heart in its strange blob-like form, I send out the command, "Begin Operation Blue Filter." The ball is in your court, adversary. 1 week later, UA Principal's office, Nezu. I knew my opponent would have an interesting challenge, but this was outside of my expectation. In the last week, plastic waste, dumped nuclear waste, harmful chemical, and other contaminants had suddenly ended up disappearing from the oceans, specifically concentrated on the dead center of the Pacific Ocean. Even more strangely was that the research vessel's radios were hacked into and played a message stating, "Find me if you can," starting in fluent English before turning to many other major languages, such as French, German, Russian, Italian, Chinese, and Japanese, among others. This event is certainly shaping up to be an interesting one. This was someone who willingly challenged every intellect on the planet to try and find them. Such a person is either arrogant, a fool, or very confident in their skill, and I'm inclined towards the last one. Someone capable of causing a centuries-old problem to diminish this rapidly over the short period of a week is certainly not an idiot, and to accomplish something this massive and leave so few clues behind is justified in their confidence about their skills. Someone capable of something this massive, yet still remaining hidden, would make for a wonderful opponent. Running by the government to offer my aid in tracking this individual down, I start to trawl through any anomalous data on tidal patterns and oceanic current. This might be even more exciting than I imagined. Izuku. Thinking back on my little declaration of war against all the geniuses on the planet, I internally chuckle at the reports of people attempting to bottle up some of the seawater for testing in labs on land, as I issue the command to retrieve any pieces in seawater that has been collected for analysis to a distant, unobserved fragment to be redeployed. A similar order stands for if they deploy scanners into the sea itself, to retrieve all fragments and deploy elsewhere. A small chuckle escapes my lips, just in time to see Kazumi's foot slip as she sprints round a corner and smacks her head on a stop sign. In the most obviously fake concerned voice I could muster, I say, "Oh dear, are you okay?" Perhaps this is a sign from above to stop being a petulant cow that never grew out of throwing temper tantrums. Or maybe it's saying you should stop beating people up to feel better about yourself. After all, that sounds a lot like a villain to me, and you want to become the #1 hero. So that won't help your case in the slightest now, will it? Then again, with a quirk as destructive as yours, you'd probably make a great villain. Especially when paired with your whole thing of screaming "die this" and "kill that." You know, I'm getting a lot of conflicting messages here, Kazumi. What exactly are you trying to be? Her irritated huff almost broke the little act I was putting on as she grumbled, Yeah, laugh it up, nerd. Now cancel your damn quirk already," which infuriated me no end. What was that? The great Kazumi Bakugo not screaming bloody murder? In case you didn't notice, bomb for brains, I'm fucking quirkless. Something that you took great care to remind me of every single day for 5 long years. That I was less than everyone else, and that I could never compare to you if I tried my whole life to do so. Maybe you should focus less on chasing the idea of me having a quirk and more on being a decent person, before storming off in a rage. For all of about a minute it took to lose her and hide away from her. Then I burst into internal laughter before explaining to Void Heart that I would have to keep pretending to be quirkless to keep us safe. Somewhat angry that we couldn't just make it officially my quirk, I calmed it, murmuring, "I know it sucks. I know that you don't like seeing me get hurt. But if we reveal ourselves now before we're strong enough to not worry about someone hurting us, it could go really badly wrong. If I could figure out a cover story for you, then we could. But I can't think of anything convincing. Trailing off as I remember how we'd convinced Kazumi that I had won by accident. A smile graced my lips as I chuckled. You know, I might just have an idea about that. Before we whisper together to plan our cover. I was always wondering how hard it would be to make a fake quirk that sounds believable. Guess it's time to find out then. Next week. The doctor looked at me strangely before declaring, Miss Midoriya, it would seem that your son had developed a quirk, and a rare one at that. Congratulations. What do you want to name your quirk, kid? Pausing for a moment as I finished my juice bottle and let the black cat in my lap reach out to tap it with its paw before throwing the bottle out a window and into an open bin without looking. A subtle smile appeared as I said, how about karma? 2 years later, Izuku aged 12. Waking up to my bedroom with certificates hanging on the wall, I smile at the thought of no longer needing to go to the hell that was Aldera Middle School. Even if the school started to pull the same stuff for me, as that always had for Kazumi, I wasn't interested, not in the slightest. The day I got to graduate early has a special place in my collection of treasured memories. Quickly checking the storage space, Void Heart had grown massively over the past 2 years, gaining millions of tons worth of total mass, even if much of that mass had been restructured to form a gargantuan bank of processors similar to the Bitcoin farms of the old era on an impossibly large scale. Using this giant bank of processor, I'd managed to simulate and develop tools and weapons that would be necessary in my goal to bring justice to the world. It had hit the point of being questioned as to if I had 2 quirks at one point by Detective Nayamasa from the police. Fortunately, all I had to say that I only 1 quirk, and he filled in the blanks as karma being my only quirk. It's surprisingly easy to cheat a living lie detector, if you know how. For all my knowledge and brute power at my disposal, I knew that trying anything in terms of violence now would welcome unwanted attention, especially since I lacked any practical training in how to use Void Heart properly. Thankfully, it had fully developed its own sentience, even if it turned out to be a she in an awkward realization. That meant I could get the theoretically knowledge from her fairly easily. But there's a difference between knowing the theory of how to fight properly and actually doing so with the threat of death around you. Fortunately, I might just have a way to solve that issue if my gut feeling for the last 6 months was accurate. Stain, Musatafu. This child was a conundrum in of himself, to say the least. After tracking him down 6 months ago and looking into his past, he certainly seemed like someone who wouldn't act without some assurances of success. At least he knew that going in sloppily without a plan would get him into a bad situation. He certainly had been doing something these last few months, but I couldn't work out what it was. Murmuring my doubts and confusion to myself, my thoughts are interrupted by a sudden voice. If you wanted to speak to me so badly, you could have just asked Hero Killer Stain. Whirling around in shock, I see the child stood silently behind me, as if he'd been there all along. How the hell did he do that? Sensing my confusion, he simply chuckles lightly. Now, did you really believe I would trust those false idols who think themselves to be gods with full knowledge of what I can actually do? Deception is part of the art of war, and I fully intend on winning the war to create a better world. Confidence and charm dripping off every word. Looking at me with those emerald eyes blazing with conviction, strong enough almost take on a visible glow, he wondered aloud, so, what is it that you seek me out for, Stain? I doubt you would let a social visit get in the way of your crusade. Collecting my thoughts and clapping lightly, impressive as expected. You wish to see a better world for the innocent to live in, and I wish to rid the world of the false heroes, holding it back from that utopia. Our goals align, and I would like to offer you training and knowledge that cannot be gained from books, only experience. All I ask is that you show the world what it means to be a true hero. As a brief flash of sorrow crossed his face, the boy sat and told his story, his past to me. By the end, my rage was blazing inside my chest. So strong and fierce, I could almost feel my insides burning up in its dreadful flames. The boy takes a steadying breath and talks more to himself than anyone else. So many heroes have become everything they were never supposed to be: selfish, power-hungry, vain, manipulative, and drunk on their status. There exists a bigger problem that is the root, however. Children being told that their worth in this world is solely dependent on their quirk, something that they can never change or improve, that you either win or lose the genetic lottery. And that's what will decide your lot in life for however long you live. People with weak, mutant, villainous, or no quirk are shunned and treated as less than human. Slowing down for a moment, the child ponders something as I try to process his words. As much as I hate to admit it, his words contained a lot of truth. Even as a child, I suffered similarly to what he described. leaving my heart heavy with the knowledge of how deeply ingrained the stains are in society. A thoughtful hum brought my attention back to the child as he said, "You seek to rid the world of false heroes. Yet if people do not know why you chose to target those heroes in particular, the Hero Commission will cover it all up and use them as martyrs to smear the integrity of your crusade. If you wish to cleanse the world of its stains, show the people who have been kept blind all this time the truth about their so-called heroes as you purge the fakes. A society can only cleanse itself of stains if the people are allowed to see them in the first place," bringing an epiphany to my mind. Finally, a missing link. A piece to the puzzle I had sought to find the answer to my crusade had been found. I stand tall and speak in full seriousness. Thank you for pointing out a way to better my crusade and this world. I will avoid harming true heroes, even if it means giving up on purging a false hero. For they are too rare in this twisted world as it is. Are you willing to train with me and create a better world? A wild gleam appears in the boy's eyes as he utters with steel in his voice, "You got yourself a deal, Stain." 1 year later, Izuku aged 13. The training over the last year had been hellish to say the least. Quirkless combat, weapon training, stealth and pain tolerance training, sensory training, and Stain's unique muscle training method. It turned out that the main reason that Stain was so ungodly fast and strong to the point of outpacing many strength and speed quirks was his training that instead of increase the amount of muscle, or increasing muscle density to achieve greater strength and speed, it focused on improving the individual muscle fibers to their maximum limit, and then breaking past those limits repeatedly. The result is remaining light and lean, but with a bizarre amount of strength and speed for such a physique. Having explained my quirk's real capabilities, and the analysis I was running in the storage space for development and improvement, Stain allowed me to devour, and then recreate a spare katana, improving its cutting power, durability and balance to perfectly suit his fighting style. After a few purges using it, he gave it his personal seal of approval for the improvements, and got his knives and costume a similar treatment to upgrade it. From my time training with Stain, I'd also learned how to use Void Heart to repair any injuries I had acquired over the course of training and healed Stain on several occasions from less than stellar encounters, usually with the chunky matchstick Endeavor. The nickname stuck and became Stain's favorite way to infuriate the embodiment of all things wrong with heroes. After learning how to create and use weapons with Void Heart, I spent 3 months to succeed in making secondary bodies to spread my consciousness between and use to control as proxies or appear anywhere Void Heart had left a marker. Over the 3 years that Void Heart and I had worked together, there wasn't a single city on the planet that didn't have several tiny markers smaller than peas hidden around the place, and many towns and villages had at least one somewhere. At this point, I could transfer anywhere on the planet, stop a crime, and be back home in half an hour. A savage smile adorned my lips as I recall a particular group that had infuriated me beyond belief with their cruelty. A certain small-time Yakuza group that had been cutting up a 6-year-old girl to make quirk erasing bullets called the Shy Hasakai. I think I just found my stage to announce my existence to the world, drenched in their blood and broken bodies. Creating a burner phone using Void Heart, I sent a quick message to a certain local adversary of mine. I think he'd like to know of this kind of bullshit. UA Principal's Office, Nezu. This is certainly a riveting challenge to say the least. In spite of spending much of my free time outside of my duties attempting to track them down, I have almost nothing to work with. The only details I could pick up was whatever is devouring the waste from the oceans has some form of intelligence or directive to avoid devouring boats or living creatures, and it seems to have been deliberately released in the middle of the Pacific Ocean to make tracking that much harder. The lack of strange current or displaced water would suggest whatever it is that has become known as Sweeper was carried there by ocean currents, but without a time frame to work with it could be from anywhere on the planet. Rubbing my temples slightly, I try to reason this mystery from the perspective of what kind of person would go to such lengths to do something like this and remain hidden. A certain characteristic that is highly likely is a certain level of care for the environment due to the nature of the event, and an active set of morals considering it specifically avoided devouring any ships or living creatures in the ocean. Since they never revealed themselves publicly and issued a challenge, I could assume a certain reluctance to being well-known, and yet seeking to be found by those willing to find them. Possible signs of a lacking sense of kinship or friendship in life due to trauma or past events, creating deep-seated trust issues in regards to people, and is hoping someone might care about their existence, even if only for the challenge they provide. The picture was a less than pleasant one, only reminding me why I went into education of all places. To try and help the young to not be trapped in that darkness as I once was. My thoughts turning melancholy, I traced the scar over my eye as the faded memories flit through my mind. Suddenly a harsh buzzing from my phone jolted me from my reverie, and I hear an unfamiliar voice over the phone. "Hello there, Nezu. Had any luck finding me yet?" Jolting me to my feet. It was this mysterious individual that the world was searching for. Why would they contact me? A light laughter that was tinged with rage came through as they continued. "Not that it has any bearing on why I'm contacting you. I know you have a lot of pull with heroes, and if you say something needs to be done, it'll happen somehow. There's a group called the Shy Hesiaki that has been using a 6-year-old girl as material to try and make quirk erasing bullets. I'm already on my way to butcher every last one of those monsters myself. I'm just letting you know out of courtesy and the necessity of finding the child a new home. One that won't try to turn her quirk into a tool for them to exploit." A slight gulp makes its way out of my throat as I ask, "What's her quirk?" Before an awkward, crushing silence comes from the phone of a second. Their voice sounding utterly tired of this mess, they utter, "She can rewind organic matter to a previous state in time. Now do you see why I don't want her near those that would exploit her? That goes doubly so for the Hero Commission considering their dirty secrets. You find her a safe home, Nezu, because if I catch wind of the Hero Commission or anyone else snatching her to use as a tool, I will slaughter every single person in their headquarters in the most brutal fashion possible. Am I understood?" With their killing intent suffusing the air in my office with a crushing pressure, I knew that this person wouldn't hesitate in the slightest to butcher people who'd cross that line, and they'd enjoy hearing the wicked scream in agony. A drop of sweat drip off my nose as I respond with, crystal clear, "I don't suppose you're going to turn yourself in afterwards, are you? With your abilities, you would have made a great hero if you hadn't chosen this path." There was a momentary pause that only made their bitter response all the more heartbreaking as they murmur, "That'd be a first to hear." True heroes are becoming harder and harder to find while being more restricted than ever for not being as obedient to the Hero Commission thanks to their morals and code. I wouldn't be able to do nearly as much good as a hero as I can as a vigilante. All I can do is make sure I will never bring harm to an innocent or a true hero, protecting them in my own way. "Please look after the girl for me, Nezu. Give her a proper childhood," before they hung up. The conversation repeating in my mind as I recall the bitter, jaded outlook on a world that had obviously been unkind to them. Hurrying to call in some old contacts and organize a cleanup as soon as possible. I swear to take their existence, not as a challenge to be solved, but a broken and bitter person I would do all I could to save. It sometimes becomes hard to remember in amongst the politics and the paperwork. But this conversation reminded me of something. To be a hero is about one thing, and one thing only at its core. A hero is someone who wishes to save others, no matter who they are or what is harming them. I will save you as soon as I can, so wait for me, my worthy opponent. Izuku. Looking down at the compound below me, I witnessed the scum swarming around on the ground, uncaring to the screams and begging of a child in the tunnels below. Thinking about it sent my mind into a berserk frenzy, wishing for nothing more than to tear them apart piece by piece for their sins. Picking up on my fury, Void Heart pulls any spare mass to the front of the storage space, leaving the computer banks running their analysis and research in the background. Sensing the 200 tons of spare mass I had to command, a malicious aura burst from my body. Even if these monsters could escape and hide from the heroes this day, they cannot escape judgment. Outside the Shy Hesiaki compound, Izuku, using Void Heart's matter manipulation 2 from a stealth suit that warped light around me, shunted any excess heat to the storage space, and drew its air supply from the storage space to minimize the chances of being discovered. I used Stain's stealth training to slip into the underground tunnels beneath the compound behind a thug, bringing a report to their leader. One Kaichisaki, a real piece of work, and someone I would make a point to record his painful demise as a reminder of why I do what I must. Giving Void Heart instructions to scout the compound for the locations of everyone in the facility, she spreads out in microscopic clusters throughout the facility within 5 minutes, forming tiny camera that fed back to a spare processor array designed to mark all hostiles and prevent accidental injury to the child. I saw her in her room, and that bastard reaching out to use his quirk on her to harvest her organic matter. Simultaneously throughout the entire facility, every single thug and member of the 8 bullets were killed by a spike driving through the back of their skulls and into their brains. All except for Chisaki. For him, I simply used Void Heart to sever his pinkies from his hands, rendering his 5-point contact quirk forever unusable and binding him to the wall. Warping outside the door to the girl's cell, I opened the door in sass. "Well, look here, Overhaul. You seem a little bit tied up. Don't suppose this is a new routine of yours, or are you into stuff like that?" Before kneeling in front of the girl and revealing my combat appearance. Using Void Heart to change my size, I appeared to be taller and older, perhaps between 18 and 25. I wore a form-fitting set of jet black high-tech, Exo armor designed to take plastic explosives without a scratch, covered by a tattered black traveling cloak with a hood pulled up over a plain black mask that white lines to mimic the expression of my older face underneath it. Speaking calmly, I ask, "What's your name, kid?" In an attempt to soothe her when Chisaki snarl, "She doesn't need one, she's materia ac." Cutting off when I command Void Heart to gag Chisaki and shut him up. A command she took great pleasure in executing. Theatrically sighing, I chuckle. All right, how about a second try now that somebody can't interrupt? A cheeky grin spreading across my mask, eliciting a slight giggle for the poor child. "I'm Mary," she states shyly, not sure what to make sure of the situation. Patting her head gently as she calms down and rests on my chest, I murmur, There, Eri. It must have been so hard to keep going all alone in here. You don't have to pretend anymore. It's going to be okay now," prompting her to wail her heart out into my armor, which I fortunately softened up so she wouldn't bang her head. After half an hour of comforting the poor girl, I create a small bracelet and smile as best I could around my mounting sorrow at having to part from Iria. I choke out, "Now listen carefully, Eri. I can't look after you because bad people might try and hurt you to bring me into a trap, and I don't want that to happen. I found a friend that will make sure no one like this monster," pausing only to boot Chisaki full force in the crotch, "gets to hurt you again. Wear this bracelet at all times, and if you get in trouble, I'll be there to save you again, okay?" Sniffling, Eri hangs on my arm begging, "Do you have to go? I'll miss you," as tears threaten to return to her eyes. I hold her close and speak my heart as I console her. "I wish I could, but it could get you hurt. If you ever want to talk to me, just think about me appearing in front of you, I'll come to you. Now could you wait outside the door for a second? I need to bring judgment to this sorry excuse for a person." As she left, she ran up to Chisaki and kicked him in the shin, sobbing, "I hate you," before going out the door. The pent-up rage and hatred that had been suppressed the entire time to avoid scaring Eri came back with a vengeance as I snarl, "I wonder, how many times did you take her apart and put her back together again? While I can't give you nearly enough suffering to pay for what you've done, I can certainly take a crack at it. Now then, scream for me, Chisaki." Trailing off into maniacal laughter that left me thanking my foreplaning and soundproofing the chamber. She didn't need to witness this side of me. 1 hour later, UA Principal's office, Nezu. Calling in the relevant parties to explain what had happened took a total of an hour, and explaining, even the absolute basic, the bizarre situation took half an hour more to answer to a satisfactory degree. Their understandable skepticism aside, we had to try and put together a plan to raid their compound and get the child out. I'd only started to get to grips with the basics of the plan when Power Loader interrupted. "Nezu, you said we were going to rescue a child, right? Would that happen to be the child at the front gate, with a sign saying 1 small bean delivered Nezu? Find me if you can," who appeared out of, quite literally, nowhere. Much to everyone's confusion, until he projected the security camera footage. Standing right outside the main UA with a traveling cloak over the rags she was wearing was a 6-year-old child with brilliant crimson eyes, white hair, and a small horns poking out of one side of her forehead. She was also carrying the previously mentioned sign with a small grin on her face. Burying my face in my paws, I groan in defeat and mumble in disbelief. They took down an entire Yakuza group in less than 2 hours by themselves, before delivering the child to our doorstep with a sassy sign. I have a horrible suspicion this is going to be the start of many people getting deliveries with sassy messages. "Nimeri, could you bring the child in without traumatizing them? I'm going to need a lot more tea in the coming days, aren't I?" When the small child came in, she immediately pouted and said, "Awa, nice man was right that you'd let me in. He's going to say told you so next time I see him." Cheeky, somewhat grumpy about a bet of some sort. Perking up slightly, she calls, "Oh, he also said tell Nezu to remember our chat, whatever that means." I just wanted the cookie and the head pats, prompting Midnight to silently turn around, clutching at her chest from the raw cuteness in front of her. Catching a bit about the mystery individual, I ask, "What was the nice man like when you saw him?" Hoping for more information other than them probably being male as long as a shapeshifting quirk isn't in play. Gushing joyously about her savior, the little girl bounced up and down saying, "He was so cool. The bad bird man was about to hurt me, then he ends up tied to the wall. Nice man walks in and teases the bird man for being mean and makes sure I'm safe. He gives really kind hugs. He let me cry in his arms and stroked my hair." As her mood dipped towards the end, sniffling, she managed to splutter, "He told me I couldn't live with him or other bad people might try and hurt me to get him into a trap. He doesn't want me to get hurt, but I miss him," and I, slowly tearing up in sorrow at not being near them. Rubbing her tears dry, she said, "It's okay though. He said if I ever got in trouble, wanted to talk, or needed a hug, He would come to me. I just needed to want him to be here, holding up a small bracelet she kept tight on her little wrist. As gently as possible, I ask, could I talk to him? I won't hurt him, I promise. I just think that he's very sad about how mean people can be and doesn't trust anyone else anymore. He wants to help people, but he is angry that the people who should help others don't. I want to try and help him, prompting a light nod as she closes her eyes. A small drop of black liquid leaps into the air in front of the girl and grows in size, suddenly freezing, then twisting into the shape of a young man between 18 and 25, if his body shape is anything to judge by. Garbed in a strange advanced exo armor beneath a cloak similar to the one the little girl was wearing at the gates. A light chuckle echoes as the man mocks, "Stop trying to erase my Quirk Eraserhead. You'd need to see me in person to do that, and not this projection." "Hello, Eri. Did Nezu want to talk to me? Perhaps you just wanted some head pats and a cuddle, little bean." Putting her in his lap as she snuggles into his projection for all she's worth. A moment that left Nimiri positively shell-shocked by how adorable this scene was to witness. Yes, I'm beyond most intellectual problems. But even I can admit that past a certain point, being adorable could be considered a quirk of its own. Booping Eri's nose, he covers her ears for a moment and speaks in a voice as cold and uncaring as the tundra of the polar ice caps. "You had better make sure she gets to have a proper childhood, Nezu. Remember my warning. If I hear so much as a peep of Eri being hurt or used like a tool, everyone in that organization dies before I come back to turn me into mittens. If there's any doubts as to my ability to follow through on those threats, check the Shai Hasakai compound and the tunnels underneath it. Try not to lose your food." Before taking his hands of her ears, and in a cheery voice, as if he hadn't just been casually speaking about slaughter, tells Eri, "Be a good girl, Eri, and learn well. If you do a good job, I'll bring some candy apples for you next time. I have a feeling you'd love them. Stay safe until I next come see you, okay?" Petting her head before turning into a drop of black liquid and returning to the bracelet on Eri's wrist. A stunned silence pervades the room until Nimiri pants, "My God, am I the only one that thought that was kind of hot?" Before finding a capture scarf gagging her and dragged out of the staff room by a very angry Eraserhead. The resulting conversation on appropriate topics of conversation around children could be heard in the meeting room, along with one of my new favorite descriptions for Nimiri of lust-crazed succubus. In the midst of it all, I wear a small frown on my face. While his quirk seems to be fairly distinctive, it isn't something I've ever heard of in the slightest. Remote control, telekinesis of the black liquid, some method of resizing the liquid, and even more I haven't had a chance to notice yet. While I would be reporting the bizarre range of applications one quirk had and search for him through those channels, I was more interested in the person himself. What drives a man to seek to protect a small child that they aren't related to with that amount of dedication and determination? The only thing I can think of is a certain level of empathy for her situation, based on an aspect of what she went through. Unbidden, the conversation from earlier this night played through my mind, and his response to being told he could have been a great hero. With a heavy heart, I pieced together a small, but important part of this uncertain picture. Who else would hold such a bitter response to what should have been praise other than someone who wished to be a hero with all their heart, and was denied that dream? It seems that the world has lost a great hero before they could even make a mark on history. Anger towards this broken system that keeps sending prideful, arrogant idiots who believe a quirk is all there is to being a hero, and the effort I could dedicate to other things if society stopped being so judgmental and ostracizing people for the most stupid of reasons. A state of affairs that only led to more discontent and bitterness, leading more promising members of society to turn their backs on the society that treated them as less. I'm starting to remember why I despise humans so much at times. I guess we'll have to investigate that compound later tonight and file a report on what we've found out about his quirk. Recalling the fury that burnt in that man's eyes as he spoke of his retribution towards those that would harm the child, I swore to try and get the smug bastards from the commission to avoid a catastrophe. For my sake, if not theirs. The next day, those simple-minded, pencil-pushing imbeciles. They heard about Eri's quirk and were trying every damn trick in the book to take, whether for use as a tool or as leverage against the vigilante, now commonly referred to as judgment, is reference to the phrase painted in Overhaul's blood over his twisted, broken body. None can hide from their sins, nor shall they escape judgment. I already knew parts of their conduct based on the way they used hawks. But if they thought I was about to let them do it a second time to a child someone capable of annihilating an entire Yakuza group without any signs of resistance alone had entrusted me, then they were wrong. Which is how I ended up face to face with two shaved apes in suits, flanking a greasy little man that I find insulting to be compared to a rat. After about 2 hours of telling them in no uncertain terms that they were not getting the child, and I did not care what legal shenanigans they pulled in order to try and get her. I decided to make it simple enough for them to understand. I wasn't letting it happen. No way, no how. For once I got a slightly gleeful sensation from seeing the head of the association calling me when she roared. Nezu will back off the girl. Just call off whichever attack dog you set on us. We've already lost several billion yen worth of offices and equipment in this debacle. So stop before you get saddled with the repair bill. To which I took no small amount of malicious pleasure in cackling. Oh no, you've got it backwards here. I didn't set him on you. You brought down his wrath on you by targeting the girl. I believe that the only reason he's limited his retaliation to property damage and not a body count is the fact that the girl is still unharmed. Upset and mildly traumatized by your actions, but unharmed. If you don't want to be the next overhaul, I suggest you retreat as far as you can from this battle. After all, do you think you can challenge someone that could challenge All Might in terms of combat strength? Bear in mind that this is just using that little I can tell about his quirk at the moment to make that estimate. With a sudden shift back to cold, calm solemnity I utter. If I had to guess, he could very well surpass the level of strength that All Might possessed in his prime at the current moment. Do you wish to gain enmity from someone like that to gain one girl? With a hint of fear creeping in, I utter the terrifying part. After all, he doesn't shy away from slaughter and death in the slightest. That is who you are deciding to start a fight with. Someone with combat potential beyond All Might, and a lack of hesitation to use lethal force. Should he end up coming for you to settle his grudge? Can you hide from your sins? 1 year later, Musutafu Science Convention, age 14. Over the last year of hunting down various criminal groups across the planet, I had consistently ran into the small issue that in spite of all my simulation and designing software I was running on the processor stacks, I had a limit to how subtle or refined I could make my equipment. That's not to say that I couldn't make some really good equipment by myself, but I seemed to favor combat smarts over design smarts in terms of my mental inclinations. The obvious solution was to visit the science convention that was held annually in Musutafu for the main city and the surrounding prefectures to observe and try to copy some of the designs on display for my own use later on. Aside from the major technical companies putting on showcases to show off their prowess, there was also a segment for talented juniors to show off their abilities. A few months spent at Dagaba Beach, while my clones were tearing apart the worst of the criminal underworld, led to the creation of a fully functioning hoverboard that could keep up with minor speed quirks. All built using materials that could be found from Dagaba Beach and a few rare substances I could believably get fairly easily online. Of course, that was all void heart, but I had to try and make the cover story believable. I even went to the trouble of putting together a functional makeshift forging hut in the middle of the scrap heaps at Dagaba Beach to throw off suspicion. A few disguised clones wandering the crowd to search for anything of potential use both here and in other conventions around the world were feeding me some rather interesting blueprints to refine later on, when I got alerted to something ridiculous. Somehow, this pink-haired girl my age had put together a full set of exo armor from scrap. Chances were that she didn't have anything as awesome as Void Heart to help her, so she had to be something else. Petting Void Heart's cat form's head as she purred with satisfaction from atop my shoulder. I rushed across the convention to take a look at this myself. When I reached her stall swarmed by manufacturing companies on my hoverboard, our eyes met, and an insane grin lit up on our faces. She looked down at the hoverboard, and I looked to the exo armor before I landed and said, "Hot damn, they weren't kidding. How'd you manage to make something like this?" Gleefully examining the exo armor. She rushed straight into my personal space, almost drooling as she bounced around like an excitable puppy. I wanted to ask about the hoverboard myself. "Come on, tell me, please, please." With raw enthusiasm that almost took visible form around her. A grin lighting up across my face, I cackle. "You got a good workshop to make use of. It's been a while since I met someone I could just techobabble to, and I want to enjoy it. What do you say?" With a bone-crushing hug, she nods rapidly. "Yes, finally, someone to talk tech with. All right, here's the address, this Sunday. Bring your babies along. The name's Mei Hatsume, by the way. See you then." Before grabbing her stuff and wheeling it all out to a van that seemed to have her parents chuckling with her about her antics. I think I'm going to enjoy this visit a lot. Sunday morning. Walking up to the address Hatsume had given me, I bang on the door for it to swiftly open to a man built like a mountain with hands tough and calloused from constant mechanic work, judging from the mess in the garage. I snap back to reality when he booms. "So you're who Mei was so eager to meet. Now then, are you planning on dating my daughter?" Utterly confused, I reply eloquently as usual with, "Huh. Where'd you get that idea from?" We noticed each other's inventions and wanted to talk more about them since we didn't have anyone to talk with about them. What other reason would I come here with pulling a small trailer of inventions? Gesturing other my shoulder to the aforementioned trailer. His expression warped into bemusement as Mei bounced out the door cheering. Yay, you brought your babies with you. Come on, let's get to the workshop and make stuff. You have no idea how long I've wanted someone to tinker with. Let's go, let's go, let's go. As she practically vibrated on the spot from sheer enthusiasm. Grabbing me in a bone-crushing hug, she darts to the trailer handle and helps me pull into the warehouse behind the mechanic shop. Calling over my shoulder, I yell, "It was nice to meet you, sir. Don't worry about any explosions. It's better to have them malfunction spectacularly in testing than during field use in dangerous situations," causing Mei to gain a fire in her eyes that could melt steel if let loose, cheering. At last, someone that understands the value of workshop explosions. I think we're going to get along well, to a long-time baby-making partnership. Holding out her greasy hand. An insane fire that competed with Mei's, for whose desire to make stuff could burn brighter, burst into life in my eyes as I cackle. You're on to a long-time baby-making partnership. With many explosions to come, as we haul everything into Mei's warehouse workshop, leaving behind her mildly traumatized father. His face falling into his hand. He mumbles in despair for the damage and noise complaints to come. This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them, with no small amount of worry. Perhaps he'd be needing the hair dye sooner than expected. He could already feel his hair starting to gray as it was. Thus began a beautiful friendship, and a drastic increase in explosions. It was okay though. We were having fun. That night, leaving a clone behind in my bed to avoid alerting Mum, I warped to the meeting point and chuckled lightly. Hey, been a while since we last talked, Stain. How are you doing? In the last 2 years, Stain had killed far less frequently, but each and every false hero he purged would be considered by most to be beyond any form of redemption. People cutting deals with crime lords to turn a blind eye to their dealings, abusers, and those that took a sick joy in brutalizing anyone with weak, villainous, or mutant quirks. They also tended to be especially brutal towards Quirkless, a fact that turned my stomach considering I gained Void Heart by sheer luck. In another timeline, I might have been one of those who were left with crippling injuries. The roses that Stain spoke fondly of as fellow crusaders to right the wrongs of the world had welcomed me with open arms, the few times that they saw me as a trusted colleague of Stain, and a fellow crusader seeking the same goal through different methods. I never revealed my face or identity to any of them, a situation they understood and accepted easily enough. After Stain had altered his methods of conduct, many had taken it upon themselves to seek out the evidence of sins and misdemeanors of false heroes to be released to the world on their purging. Stain tried to avoid contacting me, if it was possible to prevent anyone tracing my identity. But I still dropped by occasionally to upgrade some of the equipment used by the Roses and patch up any lethal injuries they couldn't go to a hospital or underground doctor to patch up. Many of the Roses were similar to me in some ways, let down by the people who were supposed to save them, and left to rot by those that didn't care enough to save them. On this night in particular, Stain looked somewhat grim, anger burning in his eyes as he read a message on his phone as he growled, "Damn it all. Judgment, we've got an issue, and it might be something only you can help with. One of our best hackers got tracked, and is now in transit to a rigged court to throw the book at him. The Commission has viewed us as a threat for breaking the illusion that they were holding people under, weakening their control over society, and they'll do anything to give him a sentence that is excessive to try and discourage anyone from ever digging into their dirty secrets. If we have no hackers, we have evidence, and they're trying to maintain their control no matter what. No hackers, no evidence. No evidence, no justification. No justification, and they control the narrative. They got us by the balls here," I summarize in a frozen tone, cursing the shameless bastards to hell and back. Making a snap decision, I ask, "All right, Stain, we get the details on the transport. I get your guy out, and I put together a little something to get around the issue of them tracing your hacks afterwards." Laughing slightly at Stain's shock, I chuckle, "Oh, come on now. Did you really think so little of me that I would abandon one of yours that was trying to help expose the worst of the fakes, and got in trouble for it? I'm wounded, old friend. My heart bleeds," making an overdramatic performance of it, in an attempt to ease the poor guy's worry for his subordinate. Smiling slightly, he jabs back, "Let's be honest here, kid. Even if they weren't one of mine that got caught, you'd still help them escape. Anyone on a mission to expose fakes and make a fool out of the Commission would have the same treatment," causing a small coughing fit in embarrassment at how well he knew my motives. "True, but only your guys get me to handle it personally. I'd probably let a clone handle other cases, but I could hardly let down my teacher's allies," I reply, nostalgic for the days when we would train and discuss the better world that we wished to see one day. From the softening of his eyes beneath his signature red cloth mask, I could tell he too was thinking fondly of those simple days. Snapping back to the present, I hold out a hand saying, "Are we going to get your hacker out, or are we going to just sit here on our asses all night?" A savage grin is the only response I get as Stain grasps my hand and pulls himself up to stand next to me. It was the only one I needed to see. Well then, Hero Commission. Let the games begin. 2 hours later. Sat atop the main arches of the suspension bridge, I hum along to a catchy little song from the pre-Quirk era in order to get into the mood for fighting. Seeing the convoy about to pass underneath me, I grin and start a special track I had been saving for the fight. Your gracious author interrupts this chapter, the state that for maximum enjoyment, you should open a YouTube tab and start playing Elton John's Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting. Personal preference either way. Dropping off the arch, I land on the hood of the first armored SUV and flip it with a landing, tangling it in a burst of heavy wires that lash themselves onto the bridge and cut off their path as more trap them on the bridge. Nodding along to the beat, I slicken the ground beneath my feet as I slide past the agents getting out in the other car at the front, wrapping them in more wires before pausing in glee for the chorus. Skipping as I dance through the convoy to beat of the chorus, I stamp on the ground mid-dance move to meld road up to the agents' necks, trapping them in the road. Thanking myself for muting the speaker in the mask, I spin around singing along joyously to the lyrics as I saunter towards the transport truck. Slapping the door lightly, Void Heart infiltrates into the door before causing the hinges and lock to explode outwards by growing in size within the moving parts of the mechanisms. The shock factor was definitely something considering the look of shock on Death Arm's face as I hop in and yank the hacker from his restraints before he can gather his thoughts. It only got better when I dashed out and he tried to give chase, only to find an anvil colliding directly with his skull and knocking him out. Humming along to the tune, I hoist the hacker onto my shoulder and bail into the forests that they had passed to get to the bridge, running until the song finished, and we'd gone far enough for them to struggle to find us. Quickly checking and finding a minuscule tracker very well hidden in the soles of his shoes that the commission had outfitted him with, I pretend not to notice as I asked how he was doing, and said some vague stuff about owing a favor. Holding up a small piece of writing to explain to keep up the charade, a diabolical grin spread across my face as Void Heart, and I let loose with our penchant for making certain people very miserable. Quickly ordering Void Heart to turn a small part into a bird, and to take it to a attraction site I'd prepared ages ago for such an occasion, while making it seem like we hadn't noticed anything, teleporting itself and the tracker far away before turning around and grinning maliciously. Now that the nosy bastards aren't listening in, Stain asked me to get you. Didn't want you to get the book unfairly thrown at you, and that's where I come in. Let's get you back. We have a small show to watch soon enough. As I warp us both back to an outpost to meet Stain, I call, "Hey Stain, mind gathering everyone to watch something? It's not every day that you get to see the commission make complete fools of themselves," watching the dawning realization on his face as the implications set in. An amused chuckle escapes as he asks, "How badly have you messed with them this time?" My simple response of yes seemed to simultaneously terrified and interested him. Heading back to the main base, Stain yells, "Everyone, we've got a presentation you're not going to want to miss. Move it or fail to see the commission get handed the embarrassment of a lifetime." As one of the new recruits asks how he knows about that, Stain simply gestures to me and the giant shit-eating grin that was projected onto my mask. The veterans cackled and dashed off to grab snacks. The new bloods were informed of the coming shito. Many were betting on if it was worse than the last event with constant weird Al Yankovic tracks playing over the POS system. As for Stain, he was looking forwards to this little prank. Elsewhere, Nezu, watching the heroes move in on the warehouse in an attempt to track down the elusive headquarters of the Roses, I run over the plan again and again. The tracker is undetectable by any scanners until activated. The convoy had enough strength on it to make it a convincing idea. The routes had been deliberately left in a slightly less secure folder to be found by the hackers working with Stain, and even now the tracker and listening device had picked up a level of activity consistent with a small base, or at least an important outpost. There shouldn't be any reason to be concerned about the outcome of this operation. So why were my instincts screaming that this entire operation was off? My suspicions were unfortunately proven right as multiple pros staggered out of the warehouse, covered in what appeared to be treacle and feathers, with the detestable sound of Rick Astley's "Never Gonna Give You Up" playing out of speakers hidden in the structure. It only drove home the point when every single communication device and the commission mainframes were flooded with massive amounts of the most degenerate pornography imaginable. Screaming with frustration into my paws, I hear an instantly recognizable voice cackle, "Oh come on, you'll need to do better than that." Find me if you can, Nezu, completely drunk off the spectacle of these hardened pro dashing around looking like human-sized chickens and being subjected to some seriously questionable erotic material. Calming myself somewhat, I look on the bright side and mumble, at least he didn't target any systems other than the commissions before my ringtone trills, filling me with a sudden sense of all-consuming despair. Answering the call, I hear Power Loader report in a hollow tone, Nezu sir, we've suddenly had the system flooded with porn. The vents releasing a constant stench of rotten eggs, and the toilets are flooding, before there a background noise similar to a thunk that left him even more broken continuing. Now the electrical circuits are tripped. If you don't mind, I need to try and sort this mess out for after the holidays end in a week, hanging up with a resounding thud that brings me back to reality. Groaning, I mumble in despair at the sheer mess this would cause me and my big articulate mouth. Somehow, I have the feeling that someone is enjoying my suffering a little too much right now. 1 year later, Izuku age 15, bedroom. Over the past year, I'd had a lot going on. I'd already completed my high school and college level academic subjects through online schools, the certification putting me on par with high-level experts renowned in their areas of expertise across the fields of chemistry, physics, engineering, material science, electronics, and cybersecurity, to name a few. It's surprising how easy it was to accomplish after creating a supercomputer in the storage space. My visits to talk and baby make with Mei had grown to become a regular constant in my life, going every weekend to tinker and, inevitably, blow something up. I'd made pretty good progress in taking down organized crime by a noticeable chunk on the global scale, my very existence striking terror into the hearts of criminals everywhere. The stories had become faintly ridiculous at this point, to be honest. Some thought judgment was an angel sent down to smite sinners for their transgressions. Others thought I descended from a secret lineage of super-powered ninja. Yet others thought I was an alien seeking a new place to call home after the destruction of my planet. Those were just the somewhat believable ones as well. I was reminded why I never ventured into the shadier side of the internet that day. Still, at least the little VIP entrance I opened up into the commission's database hadn't been discovered yet, giving the Roses direct access to all their dirty little secrets and cover-ups. A small chip into their main server, and a quantum entanglement transmission system straight to the hub. Untraceable, undetectable access to the system was the gift that kept on giving, one the Roses took full advantage of to keep taking down the false heroes as I focused on criminals. The arrangement between Stain and I was a fairly simple one. He would work with the Roses to purge false heroes, and those that allowed them to run free, primarily corrupt handlers and members of the commission that swept any and all evidence of failures and misdemeanors out of sight, so that they could preserve their precious reputation. I would target the worst of the criminal underworld, those who take joy in the misery and suffering of others, those who feel nothing for what they do to get what they want. I didn't hunt the petty thugs or purse snatchers, those who were left with nowhere to turn and resorted to crime to survive. I hunted the worst of the monsters that prowled the underworld. Falling asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow, I find myself in a familiar black void I hadn't visited since that fateful day. The day that my fate changed and my life took a wildly different path. As a familiar presence appeared beside me, I chuckle lightly. Really now, we have to stop meeting like this. I'd have brought cookies if I knew you were dragging me here tonight. The strange spirit was floating alongside me in the void, looking mildly amused as her face kept changing, grumbling. Well, I couldn't talk with you until now. Had to give you some time alone to make sure of what kind of person you were. No offense, but I don't feel like my power's ending up in the hands of a lunatic bent on harming innocents. I assume you can guess the rest. To say I could guess was an understatement. It was fairly obvious looking back. One of the greatest tests of someone's morality is to give them great power and no oversight to keep them in check. The way someone acts when they are given all the power and freedom that they could ever want says much about who they are as a person. Raising an eyebrow slightly, I mutter, none taken. Guess this means that the trial phase is over now, and this is the part where you see if I'm worthy of keeping your gifted powers. I don't know if pranking the commission will count against me, but I will stand firm and say that I have no regrets in the slightest about doing so, prompting a burst of lilting laughter that made the void seem warmer than usual. Clutching her stomach, while spinning around as she floats around me, she cackles, "Are you kidding me? If anything, it earned you extra points in my book." After all the boredom of being stuck in this insufferable hellhole, seeing pompous idiots getting messed with has been the best entertainment I had in so long. Not to mention you made a point of never going after innocents or the righteous. You even managed to get someone else to stop targeting real heroes as well. You're keeping them, and I'll even give you a hint to the true nature of your powers. The last words instantly caught my attention. Was she seriously saying that matter absorption, integration, mimicry, restructuring, and remote manipulation wasn't the end of my new powers? I thought that it was already insane to begin with, but this just took the cake. My thoughts were evidently quite clear on my face, if her renewed laughter was any indicator. Calming herself down, she swiftly explained, "Your power is linked to mine, the dominion of primal chaos, the stuff from the very beginning of creation. Think of it as the most purified essence of reality, the thing from which all else is created." Before leaning in, whispering softly in my ear, "Who said that your power is limited to inorganic matter?" My mind suddenly exploded. Who said that indeed? It isn't a quirk, it never was and never shall be. Why am I still trying to look at its limitations the same way I would examine a quirk? Mentally clobbering myself for missing something so damn obvious, I face her and bow. "Thank you for your advice. I would like to know the name of the one that has given me a new chance at life, if that's all right with you." A sudden look of bitterness crossed her face as she opens her mouth, and a howl of static and white noise escapes from her lips. Reeling in pain, I clasp my hands over my ears and wait for it to end. After what feels like an eternity, I look up to see something I found hurt my heart, yet couldn't understand fully. She was curled up crying into her knees, on the verge of a breakdown as she sobbed. "I'm sorry and please don't hurt him, fault leave him alone, Mr. Wee. Wee. Why does everyone that shows me kindness get hurt? What did I do wrong? We do others pay the price you he am I cursed." At that moment, she didn't look like the all-powerful, playful spirit I'd seen before. She looked like a lost, grieving child that had been hurt and made to believe it was her fault, just like Harry. The pain in my heart surged again, and I put my finger on what it was. Sorrow, the desire to see her smile again, and a burning rage towards those that had hurt her. The same feeling that I had when I first saw Eri face to face, as she cowered away from Chisaki in her cell. Dusting myself off, I walk up to her, and without a moment's hesitation, and give a gentle hug. Gently stroking her hair, I remember an old pre-Quirk European film I had watched together with Mum and the sperm donor. A simpler, happier time in my life. Remembering a song from the film, I open my mouth and start to sing. Your author would like to inform you that the mentioned lullaby is Hushabye Mountain, and if you want to open a tab and listen to it, I think it would read better. Your choice. As I continued singing, the fear and pain slowly fell away. Her tears stopped falling as she released her knees and gripped my shirt, her head resting on my chest as she seemed a second away from falling asleep. Looking up at me, her face seemed to settle into one similar to my own. Long, curly, vibrant green hair, sparkling emerald eyes, a round face with freckles. She looked exactly like what I always thought my sister would look like if Mum and the donor had a daughter after me, maybe 12 years old in appearance and gazing at me in wonder. When I finished, she dried her eyes and seemed to be working up her courage for something. "Double, why don't you hate me? I hurt you," she mumbles, her voice thick with disgust and hatred aimed at herself for harming me. Stroking her hair, I chuckle. "You never wanted to hurt me. You are no monster. You are a sweet girl that just wanted someone to call you by your name, and it went wrong. I'm not permanently hurt, and you seem to be in more pain than I am." As I recalled my past and searched for the core of my convictions, slight laughter escaped my lips as I thought aloud. I want to be a hero with all my heat, but so many people have forgotten what that means. It means saving people from whatever might be hurting them. Villains, natural disasters, their personal hells and inner darkness are all things that people need help to deal with, need to be saved from, sometimes, and if I can't even save the person that gave me a second chance at life, the one that gave me a better future, I don't deserve to call myself a hero. I will save you. Bringing her forehead up to mine, she smiles a fragile, yet sincere twitch of her lips as she mumbles, "You'd even save someone like him," evidently in disbelief that anyone could possibly care about her. A steely resolve shone in her eyes as she looked in my eyes and spoke firmly. My original name was cursed to never be heard again, to never be able to answer to anything else and trapped all alone in the void. Could Yao give me a new name? One that can give me a new beginning and an escape from all that pain. Remembering an ancient myth, I murmur, "If you wish for a name, then how does Pandora sound?" It sounds really cool, and I can't help but feel that it's a name that was waiting for you to claim for yourself. Her glowing eyes and tight hug telling me all I needed to know about her joy in getting a new name and a new life with it. Lifting her head, she gently planted a light kiss on my forehead, mumbling, "May this knowledge keep you safe, Mai." As everything fades away to my bedroom, strange exercises and fighting techniques stored in my mind. Sorting them out while they remained fresh in my mind, I found two distinct sets of training exercises. one focused on improving my physical capabilities and control to their limits and beyond, similar to Stain's training methodology and approach, yet clearly of far greater quality in terms of effectiveness. The other was focused around the use of different types of close and ranged weapons, even guns in an ever-changing flow of weapons being used. Their names were Fate Breaker and War Dancer, respectively. Fitting names considering their uses. Making my way out to a meeting point with Stain after switching with a projection. I contact him with an offer I think he'd like. 2 hours later, when Stain showed up, he chuckled lightly. It's not often that you're the one calling me. I'm guessing that it's business. But would it be so hard to drop by for a chat with your old teacher sometimes? Such a faithless student, making his version of a teasing joke. It's a side he rarely lets out, only ever showing it to myself and his apprentice Spinner. The manic killing machine is nowhere in sight. Just a proud, grumpy master too stubborn to show his affection towards his students openly. Oh no, I have committed such a terrible sin. Whatever shall I do? Piling on the mock horror as he snorts at my melodramatics. A slight pause and a serious tone managed to bring his attention back instantly. I'm rarely completely serious when not on one of my missions, so when I am it actually means something. Bowing deeply, I formally speak. I never got the chance to say this beforehand, but I owe you a lot for training me, for believing in my quest to change things, for being the only person I could consider a father figure in my life. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I probably never would have gotten this far or grown so much without you. Seeing the swell of parental pride surge behind his mask as he took a moment to process the scene before him. A clanging noise came from the roof access as Spinner stepped around the corner announcing his presence, observing this scene with a gentle smile. A fond rumbling laugh carried across the rooftop as he spoke. It's good to see that you're happy, kid. I know we've had our differences before. I was afraid I would lose the only person I considered a father to a new apprentice, but you never wished to take that. You wanted us both to achieve our dreams. I'm sorry for allowing my pettiness to taint my perception of you. His honesty and willingness to face his own shortcomings had just unknowingly passed him on a test that would allow him to be even better equipped for their crusade. A deep breath calmed myself as I said, actually, I wanted to take to you and Stain. Somewhere we won't be overheard, as I warped us all back to the main base hidden away in the disused storm drain and pipes beneath Hasu. Stain and Spinner picked up their pace as we all dashed into a secured meeting room, checking for any scanners of detection devices. Once it was all clear, I spoke calmly. I managed to gain 2 training methods that would allow you both to drastically increase your purging capabilities. But I need you both to swear by your crusade that you will never harm a true hero if you do learn these methods, and will only allow those who would swear the same as you two have done to ever learn them. There's not enough true heroes as it is, and I don't wish to have a hand in causing them injuries. The sudden tension was almost oppressive. To swear by their crusade was a graver oath to make than to swear on their life. The moment quickly passed as they swore to follow those conditions. Heaving a sigh of relief, I passed them a physical copy of training manuals as Stain catches his breath and hungrily devours the knowledge in the Fatebreaker scroll before swapping with Spinner to repeat the process with the War Dancer scroll. A long silence hung in the air as Stain coughed and chuckled proudly. If you're trusting us with these scrolls, I'm hardly about to betray that trust. We'll look after these scrolls and allow no one to get near to them. Thanks, kid. The silence broke and I laugh and start to warp back to bed smirking, no problem, Dad, with all the feeling that the word should have had with my biological donor. Arriving back in bed, I smile and fall back asleep. A gentle, peaceful smile gracing my face as I wander the sweetest dreams for the last 5 years. I finally found someone to call Dad, and it filled an emptiness I had never been able to sense ever since the sperm donor abandoned us. Today had been a good day. The next morning, Izuku. Waking up late at 10. I stretch my arms feeling the new sensation of energy flowing through my body, constantly reinforcing and empowering me with each passing second. To practice the Fatebreaker, you'd normally need to try and absorb ambient energy in the environment around you, be it light, heat, electricity, or even life energy. Turns out having a compact nuclear fusion core on one of the isolated parts of the storage space for powering my processor arrays allowed me to work around it by just absorbing small amounts from the core at a constant pace. I was basically growing faster, stronger, tougher, more agile, more flexible, and even gain a significant boost to my self-recovery to the point of being comparable to regeneration quirks. It also didn't hurt that it meant my stamina was improving as well. After these few years, I'd always noted that the mental and physical strain of using Void Heart quickly caught up to me. So I'd come to specialize in either stealthy extermination like the Shy Hasakai, what had become known in whispers as Yama's Invitation, or over-the-top slaughters finished as swiftly as possible after an interruption to my tormenting of the head of a slave trafficking ring based out of Venice using mini-stealth subs in the canals for delivery. That particular incident swiftly shut down any assumptions that if I'm seen, I'm helpless. A delusion that had been the one thing keeping several organizations dismissive of me. The idea of being able to reduce the physical strain by itself was glorious, even if I still needed to work on the mental strain. The longer I could last in battle, the more I could purge before I needed to escape. There'd been a rather funny moment when I'd check into the underground, a site frequented by criminals, vigilantes, and underground heroes, and a new page had been added called The Nightmare Trinity of Criminals. Turns out I was now feared by criminals to the point where All Might was the one that put down any villains that emerged into the light. Eraserhead, one of the few heroes I had come to truly respect, was the one that collected information and collected criminals into the tender mercy of the law, where I was the bogeyman, the nightmare that came for the souls of those that went too far and had invoked my ire. Most villains were too afraid of getting on my infamous shit list to even think of heading into several segments of the underworld that had once been huge issues. Sex slave rings, gone. Quirk traffickers, on the brink of extinction. Underground testing of quirked animals had become a death wish to dabble in. After the mess I left in the labs, I discovered still conducting it. Just by existing, I managed to bring down serious global crime by almost 20%, all by myself. Smiling lightly to myself, I leave a clone to fool Mum and warp to Iri as she leaps at me and clings to my neck, giggling, "Papa, you're here," like an adorable koala. It seemed that after saving her, she had taken to viewing me as her father, and I didn't hesitate to agree to let her call me that. I knew too well what growing up without a father was like, and I'd be damned before I let her go through the same. Putting her back on the floor, I chuckle, "All right, small bean, have you been a good girl for Mr. Nezu?" causing her to move faster than I thought possible for an 8-year-old without a speed quirk as she dashed to the counter, leapt to grab a piece of paper, and held it up to me. 100% on a test equivalent to a high school final exam. Patting her head lightly, I grin. "Well now, aren't you an incredibly smart girl? Since you've obviously been studying well, have you been behaving yourself? No excessive pranking I need to worry about," causing her to look a little awkward. Coughing lightly, she mumbles, "I might have aged Mr. Eraserhead's coffee until it was slightly moldy inside. He was being mean, saying you were a pain in the ass, and I didn't like it. You're a nice papa," ending with a stubborn pout as she gave me a determined glare that stated that she regretted nothing in the slightest. Bursting into laughter, I pick her up easily and hug her enthusiastically. "I should have known that you'd pick up my penchant for pranks. It's good to see that you're feeling happy and you don't hate yourself or your quirk anymore. I'm so proud of you for facing your fears and overcoming them," bouncing her up and down as she giggled and climbed onto my shoulders. Dramatically, I address, "Since you've been an incredibly good small bean, I shall grant you a great treasure that you desire daily. A candy apple." Pulling one from storage and handing it to Iri as she enthusiastically got to work on trying to devour it in record time. Turns out that I could alter the relative time inside the storage space, meaning anything stored in the right segment would never go off or lose its perfect temperature. Handy considering that void heart in the form of karma had taken a great liking to drinking mead in copious amounts. Yeah, I brewed my own damn mead and used the ability to alter the relative flow of time to age it 30 years in a week. It's a necessary evil, especially after I took a liking to having a small cup to celebrate after a mission well done. A thud interrupted my thoughts as I heard a cheery voice call, "Nice to meet you again, Judgment. Enjoying some family bonding time together, I see. Would you like to come and have some tea and a chat with me? Don't worry, the commission isn't anywhere nearby, and I have no intention of helping those people anytime soon," pleasing a particular emphasis on people that let me know clearly that he viewed them as anything but people. A shared sentiment. Lifting Iri off my shoulders, I boop her nose and say, "All right, small bean, see you next month. Be good," as she hugs my leg and sniffles a bit, saying, "I'll be good, papa, just stay safe, please." After 5 minutes of promising I'd be careful, she finally relented and let go, leaping up to kiss the forehead of my mask and running off to no doubt prank Eraserhead. Again. Waiting until she has left the room, I sigh. If this is another one of your schemes to try and catch me, or convince me to turn myself and then do us both a favor and stop wasting our time. You know full well I won't stop. Not while there are people who need saving, but have been left to fall through the cracks to suffer without anyone to help them. I won't abandon them, irritation seeping into the edges of my tone. Nezu simply nods and sighs wearily. I have no intention of doing so. I just wish things could have turned out differently. You would have made a truly great hero, Judgment. Probably one of the best from what I can understand of your nature. Another year and soon I'll have to try and find some people worth nurturing into heroes from the mess of self-centered brats. Before you mention the bullshit of the robot exams, I've already made arrangements for the upcoming year's exam. It took far too much effort to get the idea through the thick skulls of the board, his irritation evident in his uncharacteristically grumpy manner. The bane of all good in the world, and the modern torture method of choice. Bureaucracy. Snorting a little at his behavior, jolt to a sudden halt at the sound of a dial tone. An emergency communication device for urgent information I had left with Jurin, an underworld information broker and dealer. One I left very specific instructions not to use without very good cause. Either he's got a death wish and wants to go as painfully as possible, or it's information that can't wait to trickle through to me via stain. Jumping to my feet, I warped to a secluded rooftop and opened the device, hissing, "Jurin, this had better be good," with great displeasure at my trip to see Eri getting interrupted. For the first time in over 3 years of doing business with him in information dealing, he didn't have even a trace of his usual jovial facade in his voice as he snapped, "I'm not so eager to die as to bother you without a reason. You're going to want to see this now." That settles it. This is unusual for Jurin to be this out of it, as to get snappy with a client. Sending a clone back to look after Eri and play with her for the rest of the day, I warped to a point just around the corner and out of sight from Jurin's usual meeting spot, stalking into the back alley bar and making a beeline straight for Jurin. Sitting down at the table, I cool off for a second, tensely stating, "All right, what did you want to show me?" Jurin fiddles with his middle fingers, ring with his thumb, one of his more well-hidden tics and a blaring alarm to those that knew him. He only ever did that before giving news that someone wasn't going to like in the slightest. Letting out a small huff, he nervously states, "Listen, Judgment, you aren't going to like this info, but please don't bring down the bar. The owner isn't someone I wish to tussle with. If it was an alarm previously, it's escalated to a full orchestra of them at this point." Not trusting myself to speak, I nod my head and open the file to read. I thought that Eri's case was one of the lowest ones I'd seen as far as humanity could be concerned. This information, this travesty. It seems that it was a good thing Jurin warned me that it would be pretty awful to read. I'd have probably destroyed a good chunk of the block otherwise by accident. In spite of all my mental preparation, a sudden outburst of pure bloodlust escaped from my grasp, causing everyone in the pub to freeze up and gaze at me in horror. Underground heroes, hardened villains, and veteran vigilantes alike were stuck unmoving like statues as my fury started to echo in my ears with the sounds of crashing waves. While most were used to bloodlust to a certain extent, I trained with Stain, someone who made great use of his honed bloodlust to leave people twitch on the spot in fear even before he uses his quirk. This was something else entirely. Eraserhead. I never did enjoy hanging around these sorts of places, but it's an unfortunate necessity in my line of work. These sorts of places always gave the best info and access to people who were rather useful to be acquainted with. I hadn't expected to Judgment of all people stalk in and start talking to a seriously nervous Jurin. I couldn't catch what was in the folder he handed over, but his reaction made my blood run cold. He was pissed. Whatever was in that folder had managed to send Judgment into an icy fury, like nothing I had ever seen. In that moment, all I felt was the chill of death grasping me by the throat, just from the suppressed bloodlust that had leaked out. Shuddering slightly, I type as quickly as I could, with trembling fingers, an emergency bulletin for Nezu and the underground. A message I knew for certain would leave everyone running to hide, to escape, to be as far from the coming disaster as possible. Judgment is on the warpath. Someone's just ended up on his shit list. I knew full well what sort of nightmare was coming after investigating the dismembered remains of the mafia ring. There would be blood spilt soon enough, and no one could stop it. No one except, perhaps, the blonde ape. As much as I disliked the man, I found myself hoping that he would be near wherever it was that Judgment was about to decimate. For the villain's sake more than anything. Izuku. Reining back my bloodlust, I hand Jurin some information from the commission database and whisper to him, "Great job you've done getting this to me. This is a list of all the commission raids for the next 3 months that might affect you and your suppliers. If you come anything else similar in nature, I'll pay for it with something of equal value. I'm going to go and take care of business. Keep it up, Jurin." Pausing for a moment when Jurin grabs me and passes the data back, he hisses, "I didn't do it for payment, Judgment. I'll sell most things to almost anyone, but even I have limits. Who do you think leaked the details of the Shai Hasakai operation? This crossed them by a large margin. If you want to pay me, make it brutal." Pushing the data back towards him, I whisper, "All the more reason for me to not want you to get screwed over by the commission." Put it to use and let me know if you find anything else like this. Receiving a small nod as acknowledgement, and the slight sensation of him becoming my first underworld friend outside of the roses. Walking out of the bar, I warp to the command center. I keep in the storage space pulling blueprints, nearby hero patrol routes, possible connections, and bribe security to get as much info as I could. These bastards were going to hell if I had to drag them there by their hair. Keeping myself as calm as possible, I call Stain's personal phone using the emergency protocol. When Stain answers, I suppress my rage to a low snarl and growl. Hey, I've got something important and I'm going to need to call in a favor. Can you meet me at our usual meeting point as soon as possible? Clearly picking up on my unstable state of mind, I hear the rushing of wind on Stain's end stating, 5 minutes kid, try to keep it together until I get there. Warping over to our meeting point, I sit and desperately hold myself back from rushing in without a plan. As my anger starts to grow, Void Heart echoes in a chorus of howls and roars, they will pay, in sympathy with my rising bloodlust. Stain. Shit, why can't I go faster? I'm already sprinting, and I still feel like I'm moving at a snail's pace. Izuku's never sounded this angry before, unless someone managed to do something that put them on the shit list. Something that makes him even more infuriated than what happened to little Eri. Launching myself onto the rooftop, I see him clutching his knees trembling as he lets out a constant low-level growl, words getting mangled and lost within. I dash over to his side and start to panic at the state he was in. Even if he muttered up a storm while planning, it was ordered, organized muttering, not this broken imitation of it. His expression on the mask was constantly twitching as his lips were set in an almost feral snarl. A thought in the back of my mind idly wonders if this is what being a parent feels like, worrying and trying to do everything you can for your kids. Patting his head, I soothe as best I could. Hey kiddo, you want to get back to HQ first before we talk? I can dig out some hot chocolate for you if that would help. Damn it all, kid. Are you going to be okay to talk? Coming back to himself somewhat, he looks up and silently nods, before warping us both back to the private meeting room only he, Spinner, and I had access to. Gesturing for him to take his helmet off, he relents and his eyes were truly haunted. He didn't struggle with his first kill or any of his subsequent slaughters, secure in the fact that his investigations showed their sins and how removing them before they hurt others would better everyone. What exactly could break him like this? As if reading my mind, he slides a folder across the table to me, digging his fingers into the solid marble top he created a month ago, causing hairline fractures to radiate from beneath his hands. Opening the folder, I feel sick at what I see. No wonder the kid was shell-shocked. This is messed up even by my standards. A family lauded as pillars of society was their own daughter as a tool for her quirk, shackled in a basement with titanium-reinforced bolts through her limbs connecting her to the walls furthest away from the door. No contact with the outside world. No chance to be a child since her quirk came into existence. The last part really got to me. Slamming down me fist into the marble, not caring for the jolt of pain up my arm, I roar. What sort of false parent tries to clone their daughter to improve material output for fuck's sake? Looking at the kid and recognizing that burning hatred, that blaze of righteous fury that hides away in the eyes of Spinner, him and myself. The eyes of those who will live and die by their code without regrets or hesitation, no matter what. Grabbing secure communications device in the corner, I send out the highest level alert I had protocols for. Attention all 5 blood and higher roses. Prepare for an emergency briefing in the next hour. I repeat, I am issuing a Vermilion Garden assembly order for all 5 blood or higher roses in an hour. Panting with emotion, I look at the kid, his helmet back on and his rage almost visible around him. Let's stain the roses red. He growls, a maniacal grimace forming on his mask. I return the gesture and cackle in rage. Let's stain the roses red indeed, me son. Izuku. The 5 blood roses gathered in the high-security briefing room I'd reinforced with several feet worth of titanium 6 months ago, and looked to Stain and I expectantly. They seemed to be picking up on our repressed fury, eager to know who has managed to get both Stain and I after their head. Sealing the door, Stain takes center stage, and in a frigid tone that seemed to lower the temperature of the room dramatically spat out. It's come to my attention through some information our good friend Judgment acquired that it's not just the heroes that need some purging. If you have any questions, save them until you've seen all the information we have, thumping the projector button to display the nightmare scenario. After the 2-hour briefing covering all the basics of what we currently knew, everyone was enraged. Spinner in particular moved to the reinforced wall and punched it with all his might, leaving a faint imprint on the metal as he stood there panting with pent-up frustration. As I made my way to Spinner and fixed his hand, Stain called out, "As you can see, the stain on this society is much more deeply entrenched than I had ever imagined. The time for only heroes fearing our retribution is gone. From now on, we shall purge every stain we find, wherever they may be. The oppressive, the cruel, the arrogant, all shall come to fear our wrath as we turn our gazes ever higher. We all came here to purge the unworthy. Now that extends to all who do not deserve their ill-gotten fortune, their power, their status. 3 days from now, we shall gather all our strength, all our knowledge and skill, to purge the world of this filth. In 3 days, we stain the roses red," came his iconic phrase, echoed by everyone present howling it out in support of the purge to come. I stood and called out in a low, haunting tone, "They shall not escape their sins. Not as long as I still live," causing the roses to look at me in a mixture of shock, awe, and what might be excitement. Mad laughter echoed as I cackle, "Know this, when you go to slaughter these monsters, judgment fights with you." 3 days later. Arriving at the staging point for the raid, I swiftly go over what extra information I've collected over the past 3 days, and the measures I've prepared to deal with their alarms and automated security. A whisper from Void Heart softly calls, "Shall we fight together at last, my chosen?" As a warm sensation fills my heart with determination and confidence. Looking to the 20 roses, Stain and Spinner by my side as we glare at the mansion in disgust, I respond directly to the source of my power for the first time. Together, we shall be more than we are apart. Let's bring down judgment upon them, Pandora, causing an ecstatic glee to emanate from our connection. With that glee came a rush of new understanding, of new sensations, and the feeling of becoming one with the immense pool of matter that was Void Heart. Lips set in a snarl, I growl, "I guess I'll start the opening act," reaching out to command Void Heart to find it already reacting to my will, feeling like an extension of myself. A tidal wave of jet black surged into the air before crashing into the mansion, burrowing through every window and door, every nook and cranny that it could squeeze through to access to the inside. Once inside, the communication already cut off by the signal jammer I'd formed beside me and the tampered signal boxes disabling wired and wireless communication, she got to work. Pandora took a great pleasure in restraining each and every person in the entire estate in tight chains that left them in embarrassing and painful positions. The parents were hauled out to the main hall and suspended upside down for us to deal with after we got the poor girl out. Signaling that all was handled, I warped everyone directly to the main hall before the roses spread out to find any more incriminating evidence. They couldn't have gotten away with something this big so easily without some aid in the background, and we were going to make sure that they paid their dues as well. Leaving Spinner to organize the search, I grabbed Stain's shoulder and warp us outside the door to her prison. Grasping the door with both hands, Pandora forms a pair of black feathered wings to dig into the frame and pull it straight out of the wall before throwing it aside. Announcing my presence with loud footfalls, I reach the bottom of the stairs and thank every deity in existence that I hadn't butchered the parents yet. What I had planned didn't begin to cover what they deserved. A pale, skinny girl so thin, she could almost be mistaken for a sack of sticks in her current condition. The wounds on her forearms and calves were festering, clearly infected, yet only given enough treatment to ensure her survival and not fully recover. Her body was covered in tattered rags that barely preserved her modesty, yet allowed me to see her sunken stomach and her skin pulled tight over her ribs. Spotting the wires and the Roman IV drip in her arm, it was obvious they only feed her enough to make what they needed her to and sustain her body. Her face was sunken and gaunt, almost unresponsive save for a tiny flicker of hope that sparked to life in her obsidian eyes at my appearance. Her long, matted hair came down to her hips in a tangled mess, partly being used as a blanket to try and warm herself. Feeling tears spilling down my face inside my mask, I reach her and delicately stroke her face, whimpering slightly, "Sorry I couldn't hear sooner, girl. It's going to be okay. They won't hurt you anymore, not ever again. I won't let them," and the effect was almost immediate. She let out a faint, dry and raspy laugh, breathing lightly, "Even me dreams mock Menno." Just let tightened, choking slightly on her despair and sorrow. Grasping the spikes embedded into her limbs, Pandora starts to devour the spike and free her from this hell as I comfort. "This is real. I won't leave you here in this hell. You're going to get a life away from those monsters that did this to you. You're going to have a chance for the happiness you should have always had," getting worked up in my grief for her state. The tiny flame of hope burned brighter as she asked, Why save him? Even Heroes didn't care. If they got their girthy didn't care, that is afraid and Thishel, leading me to tell her something she probably had wished to hear ever since she was imprisoned like this. Smiling lightly, I soothe. "That's simple. They were fakes that disgraced the name of hero and left you here. I swore that I would be someone that saved those who slipped through the crack. The ones that no one else either cares to save or knows of their despair. No matter what they told you, you are your own person. You deserve a better life. My next words framed in perfect timing by the clatter of the chains that once held her falling to the floor as the spikes are devoured. And you deserve to be saved, I finish, bringing the fire of hope in her eyes to a fever pitch as she gazes at her arms, now missing spikes driven through them. At Pandora fixing her up as best as possible, before weakly clinging to me and weeping hysterically into my chest, afraid that I'd disappear if she didn't keep holding on to me. Momo. All my life I'd been considered a tool in one way or another. Before it had been to become a trophy wife to establish a connection between companies and improve our family's standing. After my quirk was discovered, it was as a machine to pump out materials and support gear for sale. They installed a large screen in the wall opposite me, constantly showing everyone praising them. Heroes using items I'd made knowing full well where it came from being admired and worshipped. A world that didn't know of or care about my existence. A world that had no one that would save me from this hell. I grew to hate the world, to bitterly curse and wish for everything to come crashing down, to see the world that left me to rot brought crashing down. I thought that this was how I would spend the rest of my miserable life, a tool in my parents' plans and schemes. I thought all hope was lost. Then I heard the sounds of something rampaging through the mansion above. The screams of the staff and my genetic donors sounding like sweet ecstasy to my ears. Finally, they were paying for what they'd done. I'd lived long enough to see them punished. I was content. At least, I believed I was in that I was perfectly happy to die and hope for a better outcome in my next life. When heard something gripping the reinforced titanium doors with a dull clang, and the screeching protest of the door being torn off and thrown aside. Barely able to raise my head, I saw him, the one that had come down for me. A strange set of exo armor covered their entire body, flowing with a smoothness of motion that hypnotized me for a moment with how it could be so well crafted. Seeing me, he hurried to my side as apologized for not being here sooner, and that they'd saved me. All my hopes came crashing down in that moment. I was a tool, something that people used to fulfill their own purposes. No one would care about me. No one would bother to save me. Crushed by despair, I mumbled my thoughts, uncaring of the hallucination listening to me. I begged for it to all be over, for it all to just stop. Shocked by my words, he, if his voice was any indicator, gently stroked my head and continued to speak, telling me that I would be okay. Telling me that I would be able to escape and have a happy life. That he would save me. Seeking an answer to the mystery in front of me, I asked why he would save me, a tool, an object that others would just use to further their own interests. Why did he care, when so many others looked away from my suffering? He spoke to me of a promise, of false heroes, and his goal of being there for those who are ignored and abandoned. Of being someone to reach out to those that no one else would. Of finding and rescuing those like me. The last of his words rung in my head, echoing past the point he spoke. The words I had dreamed of hearing for so long were finally given to me. To save not just my body, but my heart and soul alongside it as well. No matter what they told you, you are your own person. You deserve a better life. He declared, the sounds of chains hitting the floor sounding like thunder as I gazed in awe at my limbs. My free, unbound limbs. My limbs slowly being fixed by a black fluid as he finishes his words and grants me purpose. And you deserve to be saved. As his voice fills my mind and grants me something I lost long ago. I had hope and a cause to give me purpose. I had found something I could dedicate my everything to. Weakly gripping his chest, I weep hysterically on feeling his chest plate on my cheek, my arms free to move and hold him. Proof that I was finally free from this hell. Proof that I got a second chance at life. Still bawling into his body, I make a promise with all my heart and soul. I would dedicate my everything to this man that gave me a new chance at life. I would see him live a life with all the joy and happiness he deserved. I would see his dreams of a better world made into reality, no matter what it took to do so. Izuku. Gently lifting her up, I carry her up the stairs and onwards to the main hall. Calming her as best I could, I focus part of my attention on patting her head, the same way I would when Uri woke up from her nightmares and needed comfort. Instantly, she starts to weakly push her head into my palm, probably desperate for any show of affection after all she'd been through, which only further hardened my resolve to make her parents pay dearly. Crafting a soft beanbag for sit her on, I carefully set her down while trying to avoid jolting and worsening her injuries. Pandora starts to fix the parts of her body that had been left almost ruined, starting with the rancid mess of the infection in her wounds. taking pity on her pain. A small part of Void Heart forms a puppy that sits by her side and offers silent companionship. As she tickles it under the chin, it lets out a quiet yip and snuggles into her hand, eager to try and help comfort her. Looking at all the people strung up in various positions around the main hall, I turn to the girl and gently ask, "What's your name?" Gazing up at me shyly, her throat now somewhat healed thanks to Pandora's attentive ministration, and hoarsely spoke, "Momo." "My name's Momo," flinching slightly, as if she was expecting to get punished for using her own name. Suppressing the rage as best I could, I reassure her, "No one here is going to hurt you. I wanted to ask you, who here was aware of your suffering and took part in it? Who was working here with no idea of what was going on? I do not wish to involve the innocent in this judgment." Noticing her eyes widening in shock and a hesitant joy that someone would go to any effort to help her. Her voice sounding ever clearer thanks to Pandora's efforts. She spoke as best she could with her long unused voice. None of the cooking staff knew as far I can tell. Only the head butler and maid knew aside from my parents that I was down there to my knowledge. I don't think anyone else knew about it. Her words choking slightly on her grief. To think that someone could do something like this to their own children. No wonder she's an emotional mess. The very people who should have raised her, loved her, and taught her were the ones to do this to her. Looking up, I announce, "Since none of you knew about the vile actions of the Yaoyorozu couple, and their accomplices the head maid and head butler, you will not be harmed for your unwitting association with monsters. I apologize for any pain or discomfort caused by this event. However, you will not be contacting anyone or leaving the premise until we've found any evidence of the ones collaborating with them to allow this to happen. We must see to it that these pathetic excuses for humans are all dealt with mercilessly, no matter where they may hide. Now then, in you go," before shutting them all in the dining hall and blockading the windows and doors shut with titanium shutters integrated with signal blockers to make sure of our remaining secrecy. Turning back to Momo, I solemnly inform her, "The choice is now yours, Momo. No matter what punishment you choose, I'll help you see it happen. They'll never know that you made the choice. Whatever happens here will not reflect on you as far as the public is concerned in the slightest. This might be the first choice that they have ever let you have in your life. It'll all yours to decide from now on. No one shall chain you down again." Momo. Looking at the four who were responsible for all my pain, all the misery and despair of the last 11 years of my life, a small humorless smile spread across my face. Finally, a chance for some vengeance has come. With a dark chuckle, I request, "Please, death is too good for them. Leave them in a mess that all the healers on the planet and all the technology of Island couldn't piece back together. Let them spend the rest of their natural lifespans helpless and forever, unable to hold the power and control that they always chased. Let them know what it's like to suffer and have no way to escape. Let them experience a living nightmare for the rest of their days, coughing with a hacking rasp at the end from overexerting my unused voice after so long in that basement." Looking up, I see his mask projecting a somewhat amused expression and a knowing nod. A dark cackle emerged from his mask as he snickered. "Did you hear that? It was the sound of you getting thrown to the wolves, although in this exact situation. The sudden sound of the others that had been searching for information about the people who helped these bastards do this to me, all pulling out a few tools of torture with grins that spoke a lot about how much they were about to enjoy themselves, punctuated his words. Looking to them with a soft laugh, he continues, "Well, it'd be better termed as you just got dumped in the rose garden. Don't you people know? Roses have thorns. Izuku." As the roses let loose their pent-up rage on the bastards, I make the beanbag float up and off to a side room, so she doesn't have to see or hear the process of what's about to happen. Even if they made her life miserable, I wouldn't want her to have to witness a torture session as I have. You don't come out of a long stint of slaughters and torture the same as when you went into it. I don't want her to have to carry a similar burden to mine. Setting down the beanbag, I suddenly realize we're alone. In a side room, I soundproofed to block out the sounds of torture. While Momo's clothing situation was less than modest. Turning into a bumbling mess, I panic slightly, yelping, "Oh shit. I'm sorry, I didn't think to give you something to cover yourself with better before now. I have no dishonorable intentions whatsoever. I just didn't want you to see a torture session, even if they made your life miserable. Hang on a moment, bloody hell." Mumbling at breakneck speed as Pandora swiftly creates a copy of my traveling cloak that I wear over my armor. Looking away in embarrassment, I drape the cloak over her while trying not to notice her obvious blush. After she's snuggled into the oversized cloak, she mumbles, "It's okay, you wouldn't mind if you wanted to," her face turning crimson, and her expression somehow shy and inviting all at once. Ignoring Pandora's bout of uncontrollable laughter from the storage space, I try to divert my thoughts from the sudden invasion of perverse thoughts with little success. Calming myself to the point I won't have a mumbling episode halfway through the next part. I take a deep breath and prepare myself. I understand that part of you wants this. But can you say for certain that it's not just because I'm the first person you've ever met that showed you kindness? Are you sure that it's something you wouldn't regret later on? I don't want to take advantage of you being alone and scared like that, because I'd end up becoming like the very people I swore to destroy. A manipulator, a heartbreaker, Avalon, I explain slowly, her softly nodding as she takes it all in. She seems calmer, yet somehow more eager than ever to stay with me. Internally, I'm screaming at this situation. I have a girl that I can't deny would be a bombshell once she cleaned up and was back to full health, throwing herself at me. Yet I needed to try and get her to back down longer enough to make sure it's something she won't regret. I haven't even sorted out my messy feelings for Mei yet, and this was happening to me. As a bolt of inspiration hit me, I chuckle and lean in close to Momo, whispering, "How about this then? I'll let you in on a little secret. The name everyone calls me by outside is Judgment, and most think I'm at least 25. Even most of the people out there think so aside from Stain and Spinner. The truth is I'm the same age as you, knowing that it was a bombshell and a half to drop on her." Noticing the shocked look in her eyes, I laugh lightly, continuing, "I kind of figured that would be your reaction. So here's the deal. There's a little girl at UA that I ended up rescuing from some people that were using her in a similar way your parents were. I ended up becoming her unofficial papa, and want to make sure I'm nearby in case anyone decides to try and take her to use as a tool again. That's why I'm taking the UA entrance exam next year. The Hero Course 1 specifically. I was planning on leaving you in the care of the person I entrusted my daughter to. He wouldn't try and use you for your quirk, so you'll most likely be living on the same campus as I will at that point. If you still feel the same way you do now at that time, we can talk again about where to go with this." Not missing the surprise and joy that blazed in her eyes when she heard those details. Pandora creates a small bracelet similar to the one I made for Eri and hand it to her, stating, "When that time comes, if you wish to talk, write your message on a piece of paper and tap it to the small black orb at the bottom. I'll get your message and talk as best I can. Oh yeah, and if you manage to guess which of the hero students I am before I tell you, I'll answer any one question you have about me. Sound like a deal?" Momo. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Why did I say that? Now he's going to think I'm some kind of cheap girl that'll just throw herself at people out of nowhere. Internally bracing myself for the berating that was sure to come, I look up and see his expression change rapidly through shock, confusion, understanding, and comforting. He wasn't angry. I just sprung that on him, and it doesn't upset him at all. Instead of being angry or outright rejecting me, he slowly and calmly explains why he isn't taking me up on my offer. He doesn't want to take advantage of me. He doesn't want to manipulate me. He doesn't want to be Avalon. In the middle of his explanation, my heart begins to ache for him. He saved me from hell, done more to make things better for people than most of the heroes that I'd ever had the misfortune to come into contact with. Yet he's so utterly terrified of falling to temptation and becoming a villain. I know he isn't trying to push me away, that he just wants to make sure I can be happy further down the line without regrets. Yet each moment near him seems to fill my heart and soul with ever more love for him. For the first time in my life, I know what it's like to be treated as my own person, to be cared for who I am, and not what I can allow him to gain. To meet someone who embodies everything that those heroes were supposed to, without lie or deceit. To see what kindness looks like. Someone so warm, gentle, and caring to someone like me. Someone that everyone was willing to turn their backs on. Someone that came down the stairs like an angel from on high and took me away from the clutches of my personal hell. Someone that held such righteous fury and discontent for the sake of the lost and the abandoned. How could someone like him ever possibly become a villain as he feared? I could feel his gaze focusing on me as he weighs up something in his mind. He smiles gently through the mask and reveals knowledge that proceeds to demolish any kind of common sense I had established. He was the infamous vigilante Judgment that I saw occasionally mentioned on the screen, notorious for slaughtering the worst of the monsters that inhabited the underworld across the entire planet. An infamous figure the same age as me. Hearing him say that only 2 people knew this apart from me, people that had fought alongside him, and he considered close friends, brought me to a euphoric high. He trusted me with this sort of information. Information that could hurt him, get him caught if anyone else found out. Still somewhat shell-shocked by the revelation, he then proceeded to shatter my worldview a second, and then a third time in so many minutes. He had an adoptive daughter he had saved from similar circumstances to mine being looked after by the faculty at UA. He planned to take the Hero Course entrance exam. All this secret knowledge freely granted to me as a show of trust, of faith in me, only drew me closer to him, made me want to be capable of standing beside him more. Calming me down, he begrudgingly spoke of leaving me in the care of the same person that looks after his own adoptive daughter. I felt a burst of joy on hearing that knowledge. Anyone he would entrust the girl he wholeheartedly considers his daughter to is some I could bring myself to have some hope for their moral compass. At that moment my brain caught up and fully understood the implications, even before he laid it out clearly for me. I would be on the same campus as him 1 year from now. I would be able to find out who he was and dedicate myself to him, both as judgment and the savior behind the mask. I could be together with him, always. The moment he handed me the bracelet, a way to contact and speak privately with him at any time along with his challenge, brought me joy that equaled getting free from those chains. Escaping those chains brought an end to the misery and pain that was my old life. Putting on that bracelet and accepting his challenge gave me a direction to take my new life. A new world outside the mansion to cleanse and improve according to his dream. Smiling in sweet bliss, I fall asleep with my arms wrapped around his neck and a fading thought of how hard it would be to wait a year to search for him. I'd manage to do it somehow. It'd all be worth it if it meant that I got to hold him close like this again. Izuku. Looking down at her content peaceful smile, I knew that she had fallen hard for me. After so long without any love or even anything remotely considered affection, she probably would have felt the same about anyone who came to save her and showed her the slightest bit of kindness. Hopefully a year at UA would allow her to understand what kindness, concern, and love were like, so she would have a different perspective to work with when we next met face to face. Turning the beanbag into a sling that hung across my neck, I lifted her up and carried her back into the main hall to inspect the gruesome aftermath of the Rose's torture session. I have to say, they really weren't messing around with those baleful glares. They were shooting the bastards when I carried Momo up. It was some of their most brutal work yet. The father had his cock and balls removed, minced and shoved down his throat. His ribs fused back together to remain permanently sticking out of his chest. His leg bones splintered into enough pieces to resemble a multi-thousand-piece 3D puzzle, and his arm bones removed, and the flesh tied up in a bow tie behind his back. His ears were melted into the side of his head. His lips stitched shut, and his vocal cords had been torn out, and someone's quirk had fused a piece of surgical piping into the gap, so he would live never able to order anyone else around again. A certain sense of irony considering how much he enjoyed power and authority. The mother had received a similar treatment with her reproductive organs removed. A bowling ball shoved into the resulting cavity being the main difference between her and the father. Crafting a knife, I cackle with malicious intent. Anyone want to sign their work? It should make a clear statement about what happens to those that cross the line. Needless to say, the decision was unanimous and swiftly agreed upon. They even left Stain and I a large gap and spot of honor at the center of their backs. Drawing a knife of his own, Stain grins savagely as he makes his way towards them, whereas I control mine from a distance to avoid waking the still slumbering Momo that was clinging to me with she had. That didn't mean I wasn't sporting a chilling grin of my own the entire time. I was leaving my signature behind. Thanking Pandora for being smart enough to record everything that had happened since reaching the main hall, as I had forgotten to turn on the camera to gather evidence to release to the world about their appalling treatment in my haste to get Momo out of here and confirmed to be in stable condition. Seems I have a bad habit of getting a bit too worked up at times. As we all gathered up, my instincts suddenly started blaring in alarm as I threw up a thick shield of reinforced titanium over the front wall of the mansion, and another around us just in time for something to put a colossal hole in wall, scattering chunks of titanium and wall towards us that were deflected off my second shield as a booming laughter echoes around the hall. "You shall not escape, villains, for I am here," came the echoing call of the one who I had revered as a god, only to see him as the pathetic two-faced imitator he was. The one that pushed me into starting my own crusade. Standing smugly in front of the ruins of the front of the mansion was none other than All Might. A savage snarl escapes my mouth as I growl, "Stain, take the girl with the others and get them out of here. I'll stall the blonde pretender myself, then warp out to meet you all," before noticing his hesitation at who I would have to fight. Cackling slightly with pure rage fueling my will, I speak, "Don't worry about me. This is the best way for everyone to get out of this mess, and I need to settle something with this bastard while I'm here. If you want to help me, get everyone out of here as quickly as possible, and we can warp away sooner," readying myself to fight with everything I have. Signaling everyone to escape as he cradles the terrified Momo, he sighs, "All right. But you better get out of here in one piece of me, son." Worry clearly visible in his eyes as turns to follow them. That jolly, mocking voice announces, "Where do you think you're running to, villains? hurling a blast of air pressure at the retreating roses and the still weak Momo looking on helplessly from Stain's chest as the blast hurtles towards them at high speed. A thicker, more concentrated wall shaped into a cone with a flared base springs into existence between them and the blast, taking advantage of the having a known vector for the air blast to create the most effective barrier possible. After the air blast was dispersed by the barrier, I look at All Might condescendingly wagging a finger tutting. Now all lies. Shouldn't you be checking where the rest of the staff are before you try and target the rest of us? Not that I should expect much better for someone who only pretends for the cameras. You're not even half the hero many of those ranked below you are. You're just better at playing with public perception than them. My disappointment and disgust making him pause for a moment to consider my words. Where are they, villain? He bellows, still as self-righteous and arrogant as ever. Howling with laughter, I splutter. Oh, I'm the villain. Well, isn't that rich to hear from someone like you? Here in this mansion of lies of all places especially. Do you have any idea what these upstanding pillars of the community were doing? That they were doing actions sickening enough that an information broker who is willing to sell almost anything to anyone approached me and offered the information for free to try and stop. That those 4 corpses over there did worse things, while being protected by heroes who are supposed to save people than most villain ever could over their entire careers. Causing his smile to start to drop slightly as I rounded on him and revealed the bombshell that I knew would hurt him the most at this moment. They were using their own fucking daughter as a machine to make support gear, with the full knowledge of several pro heroes that make use of them. They were keeping her locked in a basement with titanium spikes through her limbs chained to the wall. I'm going to guess you came here to save the poor, unfortunate saints that were getting attacked by the big, scary villains, you blonde ape. Well, guess what, Chuckles? Life is so much more an endless shading of gray than you like to think it is. Perhaps the reason you're so stuck in that childish mindset is that it helps you sleep at night if you never have to consider how the real monsters are. Maybe it's just so you can have a nice, simple life where everything is black and white, that you blind yourself to the monsters that do worse things inside the system that most villains ever have the opportunity to. My chest heaving as I took a grim sense of satisfaction at the look of dismay that spread across his face. The signature grin that was always in place was gone, something no amount of pain or wounds had ever managed before. I'd made the symbol of peace lose the smile he constantly wore like a mask to hide the hypocrite behind the mask. A slightly devious idea came to mind as I smirked, taunting. Well, if you want to call me a villain, go ahead. At least I don't lie and dance in front of the cameras. Starting to shake with rage at the look of confusion on his face. Deciding to torment him even further, I mock. Oh, I should have guessed. The great, important symbol of peace wouldn't remember such an event. After all, it was just 5 minutes to you. But to that child, it was what brought his world crashing down around him. I believe the question was, can I be hero, even without a quirk? He asked the person who had spoken about how anyone could be a hero if he ever had a chance, and you said no. He worshipped you, All Might, looked up to you like a god, and you shattered his hopes and dreams. So, after he saved the child held hostage by a villain that the heroes weren't willing to risk their necks for, I decided to do what you refused to. Because you were so caught up in yourself, you couldn't see past his quirklessness. I gave him hope and a chance to become a hero, taking a moment to indulge in gleeful joy at his horror. He always had the heart of a true hero inside him. All I did was just gave him the tools to reach his potential. I awakened his dormant power. I also happened to have transferred the knowledge of some rather potent training methods into his head recently. Training methods that would allow him to surpass you and be the hero you were too blind to see, enjoying his despair. Gaining the signal that they were far enough away, I mock. Oh, by the way, the staff are in the dining hall. They had no part in this travesty as far as we could tell, so we weren't about to get them involved for being unaware of their employer's sins. Have fun and remember this. Fake. Void heart wrapping around me and the others in the distance, leaving my voice ringing in the air. He shall be a greater hero than you could ever hope to be. Izuku. As we land back on our feet back at our meetup point, I sigh in relief that everyone was able to escape back with us. Dashing over to Dad, I gently take Momo from him as she clutches me, trembling in fear of what just happened. He may be an idiot and a two-faced bastard, but seeing him hurl one of those air blasts at you would traumatize most hardened villains, let alone a girl that seemed to already be halfway into her grave less than 3 hours ago. Standing up with my fury almost taking visible form, I announce coldly, it seems I need to have a little chat with an old acquaintance of mine about a certain muscle-brained blonde ape almost pasted the person we went in to rescue, seemingly lowering the temperature of the clearing by several degrees with my mere presence. Making sure to control my aura so that it didn't interact with Momo and scare her any more than she already had been tonight, I warp into Nezu's office, itching to clobber someone. As luck would have it, a certain blonde ape was in the office as well. Upon seeing me, he wound up his fist to strike me before spotting Momo spitting, using a hostage. Villain. How typical, answering my question on if I should further ridicule him quite nicely before I heard Momo snarl in abject fury. Shut up. You do not get to talk to the man that saved me from that hellhole like that, especially after you almost killed me less than 10 minutes ago. If he hadn't put up that barrier when you'd attacked the retreating group, I'd probably be dead right now, because apparently you're so over-muscled that they're starting to cover your eyes. Here's something for you to consider. Half an hour before that attack you sent at me, I was chained to a wall with spikes through my goddamn limbs and attached to chains on the wall, having spent the last 10 fucking years being used as a machine by my own parents. Her blazing glare and venom dripping off her words causing him to shrink almost as much as the horror of what he'd nearly done. Not content in the slightest with how uncomfortable he was already, she decided to twist the knife a bit further and moves as close to me as she could, asking, "Did you get a recording of everything that happened?" I think it might be enlightening for the blonde buffoon to understand exactly what he was doing, as I silently crafted a projector and let them see exactly what sort of hell it was that she had been left to rot in. By the end, I took no small amount of pleasure in seeing All Might wallowing in his guilt. Our little moment interrupted by the sound of mad cackling from the desk. Nezu's paw that was holding his teacup was shaking like leaf in a hurricane, as his usual fixed smile gave way to a much more malicious grin, oozing with a vindictive wrath that caused All Might to shudder slightly and slowly sneak towards the door. Nezu seemed to be in a rather foul mood. That means that someone else is about to be in an even worse one, very soon and very suddenly. Momo. Looking towards the creature at the desk, shaking with fury. I understand why Judgment trusts him to look after his adopted daughter. All his anger was directed precisely towards those responsible for my predicament, and those that were involved in hiding it. As much money as the Yaoyorozu support group held, it shouldn't have been able to acquire so many blueprints, so much medical equipment and supplies, such swift alterations to official records, and fake my death so neatly. Someone, be it an individual or a group, was involved behind this, and they had plenty of power to erase my very existence like that. Someone that wanted to use me as a tool. Someone that would come after me again. Sinking into a mental breakdown at the prospect of going back to being used as a tool for someone else yet again, I clutch me knees and weep, cursing this world that had hurt me so much, yet seemed intent on continuing to do so, again and again and again. Cool steel arms wrap around my spindly waist as he comforts me. It'll be okay. They won't be able to get you again, not ever again. So, please calm down and breathe. Match your breathing to mine. In out and out, pulling me back to reality, and the comforting sensation of leaning back against him made me almost melt into him, only holding back due to the company and not wanting to leave any possible clues that might lead them to trail me to find him when he comes here. Calming myself as best I can, I just about pull myself together to hear Judgment let out a cackle of his own. Say, Nezu, I don't suppose you could look after Momo for me. I just remembered that I need to take a look into whoever was playing puppet master in the background. It'd be so very inconsiderate to not properly acquaint myself with them after demolishing this shit show of theirs, wouldn't it? Care to give them something worth having nightmares about, Nezu? Answered only by Nezu's cackle growing louder and shriller in malevolent glee. Something tells me that someone, somewhere is about to have an absolutely horrible day tomorrow. Izuku, the next day. Looking at the press conference taking place on the front lawn of UA, I chuckle with a humongous shit-eating grin stretching across my face at the upcoming clusterfuck I had planned with Nezu. Getting to expose the ones responsible is the main goal, but it never hurt to embarrass the Hero Commission a bit more. Well, it never hurt me anyway. Starting up the camera and the transmission systems, I hijacked the projector that Nezu had set up to show the evidence of what had happened to Momo. It had really been set up for this exact purpose, but they didn't need to know that. Already dressed up in my full combat attire, I decided to open up in the way I was most familiar with, sassing the Hero Commission to the brink of insanity. Hello everyone. Couldn't help but notice that paperwork gremlins in monkey suits were trying to claim custody of the poor girl. Here I thought you scum usually went after them younger than this. It's what you did with the KFC selection bucket and the emotionally scarred toddler that Nezu has been looking after. Well, you tried to do so anyway. How's the repair work going? Managed to purge the databases of all that degenerate smut I put in them yet? Your kind are a good part of the reason I choose to work as a vigilante. Means I can't get strong-armed into aiding you fucks with some bureaucratic madness. Well, I don't suppose that'd interest any media or those watching, so I'm here to make a little announcement. The people who knowingly accepted bribes of support equipment from the Yaoyorozu will die tonight. All the guilty parties and the evidence to prove it has already been sent to every media outlet, posted to every file-sharing site, and sent to every mailing list and video upload site in the country. I intend to make sure that they all pay for their sins with their pathetic excuses for lives. I am Judgment, and I'm declaring an open bounty on every last one of the people on the list. Bring me the head of one of those on the list with video evidence of your involvement to the nearest alley, and call my name 3 times. In exchange for your aid, I shall grant you any one favor in my power to perform, so long as it doesn't harm an innocent or true hero. This is to the heroes, the villains, the vigilantes, to every person in Japan. This favor could be anything you desire. The extermination of a rival gang, the acquisition of evidence of corrupt officials, the elimination of an class villain. All this and more can be gained by calling in one of these favors. To those who are tainted by sin for their direct involvement in this tragedy, judgment comes for you. Let the games begin on this coming night of blood, before punching the camera and cutting off the feed. Grinning manically, I wait to see if anyone can get to the bastards before I do. A certain bar. Heroes, what a joke. People that prance around in colorful costumes like clowns, that blind everyone to the pains of those who don't fit in, who are rejected by this idolizing society that doesn't care for those who don't act the part of the perfect happy citizen. This mess of a press conference didn't improve my opinion either, the press acting like vultures swarming a girl that has just escaped a nightmare for a story, while the hero commission tried to snatch her up to use as a tool. At least the rat principal had a backbone, someone that told them to not cross the line. Then, he appeared on the projected screen. The only person I have ever looked up to aside from Sensei. The man I could understand and respect enough to heed his advice. Judgment, the angel of retribution, as I and some others had taken to calling him. Mocking the hero commission was always a plus in my book, and the subtle revelations of their practices behind closed doors only made it better. The next part surprised and excited me in equal measure. Judgment had declared an open bounty on the heads of everyone who accepted the bribes. He probably knew what actions the commission would take in the background, if they were to be allowed to go about things rigging the system to suit their needs. He wanted to see them pay for their sins, and no one was going to save them from their fates. To be able to meet the myth himself, the hero of the lost and the abandoned in person, and the method being to take the head of a monster hiding behind the mask of a hero. To get a favor I could call in from him as well made it seem like Christmas has just come early for me. Heading out to the bar and yelling for Kirigiri. I carefully take off the artist gloves that covered my ring and little fingers as a smile hides beneath my shaggy blue hair. This was going to be fun. Eraserhead. As much as I find the man to be a colossal pain in the ass, that somehow managed to surpass All Might for just how much he irritated the living daylights out of me, I had to give him a grudging measure of respect. Sassing the hero commission, declaring an open bounty, and doing it all on live television with most of Japan watching is something else. Calmly walking off to the side after the press conference is halted by the hero commission in a panic. I wander past Hizashi looking at me with concern. Pausing slightly, and for the first time ever I heard him whisper, "I know it reminded you of Hitoshi's situation, Shoto. I won't stop you, but come back in one piece and make it hurt." Eyes snapping up to look at him, I spot blood dripping out of his palms from where his nail have dug holes into his hands. His eyes, usually so jovial and carefree, were consumed by rage and hatred. I knew it would hit him hard seeing this. He always had been the more emotional one of the two of us, but never thought it would be this bad. Holding him close, I mumble, "I'm not about to die that easily. Not to mention, I was going to make it hurt even if you hadn't asked," trying my best to comfort him. I may not be the best with emotions or people, but I wasn't about to let that stop me from comforting my boyfriend when he's in such a state. Making sure his hand is bandaged, and he's on the way to recovery girl, I prepare myself for some hunting. A favor from Judgment, huh? Seems like a good backup plan in the event of the brats getting themselves involved in something stupid. For the 3rd time this semester. These problem children will be the death of me, I mutter to myself, unaware of the gentle smile peeking out from my scarf or midnight, recording the entire thing from nearby. Guess I'm out of it today. Still, it's about time I have a little chat with these bastards. A short, painful one at that. Let the hunt begin. Izuku, 3 hours later. Chasing after the 8th bastard so far. The tiny clusters of void heart picked up someone calling for me from an alley. Leaving a clone to handle this bastard, I warp out the wall and appear in front of them to see the corpse and the dusty stump of Seeker. A small-time pro-hero that moonlighted as an enforcer and eliminator of possible leaks that might reveal the hidden clusterfuck in the Yaoyorozu mansion. Scum that cared for no one except themselves. a specific variant that brought back foul memories of Kazumi and her assorted bullshit, causing me to grit my teeth tightly for a moment. After I could trust myself to speak calmly, I turned to the one that did him in. Tall and lanky, in his early 20s, if I had to take a guess, with marks running over his neck and lips in a twisted cobweb of scar tissue. Short, shaggy light blue hair verging on white covered most of his face, though not enough to hide his evident excitement at seeing me. In his eyes was a despairing emptiness and hatred, something I saw on a depressingly regular basis with my work. They were the cold, dead eyes of someone trampled and crushed underneath the weight of an uncaring world that went on apathetically, never hearing their screams or desperate pleas for help. The eyes I swore I would fill with light, that I would see have hope blaze within once more. He babbled to me giddily, almost like a child first thing on Christmas Day. I can't believe it's you. I actually get to meet you. I. Trailing off slightly to compose himself somewhat. In spite of him being older than me and his rather dismal state, I felt a strange pride in being able to give someone so clearly rejected by society someone to look up to be inspired by. Breathing deeply, he bowed slightly, and with a completely different demeanor, one fit for a leader and a visionary, he introduces himself. My name is Tamura Shigaraki. It's an honor to finally meet the one that inspired my cause, my ideal. I already know that you aren't about to join me. You're too careful to join without knowing my reasons. Could I take a moment to explain, catching my interest? I hadn't expected someone to be so inspired by my actions that I'd influenced their core ideals. Briefly wondering what he took away from my actions, I nod and listen intently to the first person I'd met to have been so enthralled by my mission. With a hint of eagerness and pride, he begins, "This society is built to only allow certain people that fit into a neat little mold to thrive and prosper. If you don't fit and refuse to have to break yourself enough to fit in, you're considered a freak, worthless, or a monster." Pausing slightly as a flash of sorrow, perhaps a repressed memory coming back to mind, flits across his face. Shaking it off, he continues passionately, "There are many who are considered unfit for society with no rhyme or reason other than circumstance of birth. Those with weak or mutant quirks. Those labeled as villains not for their actions, but their natural-born gifts. The quirkless considered and treated by many as less than human, as a waste of life and a burden to all." The pain in his voice resonated with the memories of the years of torment. How I was only treated as a human once I got a quirk. How people just turned their back on me. How the teachers were supposed to stop this, to bring some semblance of impartiality and fairness joined in the fun of tormenting me. It seemed that he has gotten a good part of my code understood, all of which I'd heard so far, I could agree with. The next part should be interesting though, considering how I hear him start. The Dagaba Beach Park and the surrounding area is a sadly accurate parallel for this society. If it doesn't affect them, and they don't have to see the consequences for their actions follow them, why should they care about sorting out the mess? Why shouldn't they add more to it? It'll be barely noticeable. People only care when something starts to affect them directly. Hearing about bullying, ostracization, and discrimination pushing people to villainy doesn't quite get the full picture across. It doesn't mention the number of lynching situations that still happen quietly across the country. The despair and utter disregard for those less fortunate. The pain of shattered bones and dreams as everything seeks to crush you. So how do you force them to care? To change things so it doesn't ever happen again? As a small twisted grin took over his face. All you need to do is force them to see what happens when you push people too far. Force them to experience the consequences themselves. That is why I founded my group, the Outcasts, to create a band of like-minded people that would force the world to change things, to create a better future for the lost and abandoned, or see it torn down and rebuilt from the ashes to make it right. As glee overtook his voice, rejoicing in his vision, his utopia for those who have suffered. Looking me dead in the eyes, he swore, "I have already stated to my teacher that I will only ever target the false heroes, and those who work with them to prevent and progress towards a better tomorrow. I wish for a better world for all, one where children visiting the doctors at 4 to receive the details of their quirk, or lack thereof, won't instantly decide everything they will ever be in the future. A world where justice means more than maintaining the status quo. Thank you for hearing me out, Judgment. What do you think?" Nerves starting to eat away at him as he asked me. Remembering the pain All Might had put me when he, my idol, had rejected my dreams as a childish fantasy, without a second though, I looked at the young man in front of me and gave my verdict. So long as you stand by those ideals without faltering or giving in to doing things the easy way by breaking them whenever is convenient, I think I can say I'm proud to have inspired you. Go forth and let everyone be forced to face the reality of their actions, the possible outcome of all their casual hate and torment. Go forth and seek to create that brighter world. Go forth and be a symbol for those purposeless and bitter at the world to follow, to look up to be inspired by. I praise, knowing that even if others called him a villain, as long as he sticks to his ideals, he will be another like me, seeking a better world outside the broken, rotting system. A sudden thought crosses my mind as I idly mention. If I'm the symbol of judgment hunting down the worst of the monsters that hurt the innocent and Stain is the symbol of retribution tearing down the false and the corrupt, I guess you'll end up being the symbol of defiance that brings people together to overturn the system that has let innocents slip through the cracks and force them to be fixed by hook or crook, leading to a blinding, joyous smile as Tamir laughs, his mirth echoing through the alley as he has an epiphany. Thank you, Judgment, for helping me see what I must do all these years, for giving me someone other than my sensei to look up to and idolize, and for giving me my new name in the underworld. Please, call Defiance, he declares, putting out a gloved hand to shake and the head of a monster in the other. Izuku. Smiling broadly at his declaration, I grasp his gloved hand, a state formally, good luck going forwards from here, Defiance. This medallion will act as physical proof of the favor I owe you. When you wish to call it in, snap the medallion, and I'll appear before you to repay what I owe. Although he wouldn't be opposed to meeting you some other time before then. It's rare to see people that hold such a powerful will and determination these days. I'd hardly be opposed to being on speaking terms with someone of conviction like you, offering a small smile and my heartfelt praise of his goals. Anyone that would try to save the lost and abandoned in their own way is all right in my books. A satisfied smirk inches across his face as he chortles wickedly. I look forward to seeing you on another day then, if I don't get another one of these bastards before you do tonight anyway. Looking at his raised eyebrow and smug face, I let out a true laugh for the first time since I heard of what was happening to Momo from Jurin and reply, all right, if that's how you want to make this, I'm game, with a flare of pride in my ability to take down these bastards. Time to get back to work, I think, as I warp back to the clone that had just finished taking out yet another one of the people on the list. Guess I really need to up my game. 2 hours later. Mildly irritated, I warp out to see who else managed to beat me to the punch, only to come face to face with Eraserhead himself. One of the few heroes I could say without a doubt I respect for their efforts to protect the innocent, without any of the glory or rewards granted to those that stand in the spotlight. Fortunately, I had practiced suppressing my inner fanboy whenever I went to visit Eri at UA. Otherwise, I'd be a squealing mess asking for his autograph. Something I needed to address when I got to UA, surpassed in importance only by looking after Eri and Momo, trying to sort out my messy emotions when Mei and Momo attend UA, and trying to see how quickly I can duly enter the hero and support course to give power loader nightmares alongside Mei. A list that is surprisingly long already, and I haven't even taken the entrance test yet. Looking at the head with the spine still attached, and the bloodstains on his capture weapon, it would seem that he just ripped their head clean off with some good leverage. An uncharacteristically brutal method of execution by his standards. Guess he took the news about what happened to Momo a little bit personally. Maybe some repressed trauma for himself or a loved one. Looking to him with concern, I as nonchalantly as possible remark, sheesh, as much as I find our regular meetups with you trying some stupid trick or another to capture and unmask me for the third time in a month annoying, are you okay? You look like you just got run over by a truck, prompting a snarky retort of, why the hell would you care? If I kick the bucket, you have one less person to stop you and your crusade. No one's as pure or noble as they would like to seem, with frost crackling over his words. Those last words echoed in my ears as I laugh wryly. You're not the only one to have been let down by the filth and misdeeds of those you looked up to. I should understand where you're coming from better than most. Trailing off as I remember the day that All Might shattered my hopes and dreams beneath his feet. Apparently sensing a story of sorts, he dug a little casually saying, who was the one that shattered it for you? Personally, it was finding out a local hero where I grew up sold out to the local gangs to look the other way as they ruined lives and homes. It was one of those attacks that put me into foster care. My parents dead and my sister taken away by some distant relative that didn't want me, revealing a surprising amount about his past in solidarity. Heaving slightly, I looked his dad in the eyes through my mask and growled, All Might. All Might shattered it when I witnessed him tell a 10-year-old child that he couldn't be a hero because he was quirkless. Most heroes outside of the top 100 or so don't exactly have surefire win quirks like All Might, most of which could be replicated with technology or martial arts training to a certain extent. He was so blinded by his own power that he failed to realize most criminals and heroes don't have nearly as much power as him. While reaching his level of strength might be impossible for most, it's still possible to gain a level of combat ability comparable to a pro without using a quirk. It hurt all the more because earlier that exact day he had said anyone could be a hero on live TV. The bastard didn't even believe it himself. He smiles and dances in front of the cameras, wearing that fake smile as he deceives everyone with empty promises and false dreams. I used to look up to him, and yet, trailing off as my emotional outburst petered out, I just spilled a massive secret. Yes, I referred to myself as if I was an outsider. But this might be a bit too much of a clue to look into me. Glancing at him, I was treated to an expression of merciless, baleful chill shining in his eyes as he snarled. I never liked the blonde ape, but this crosses the line. Here's the head of that bastard you wanted. Don't suppose I could get a lift back? I need to have Anis. Long chat with him after hearing about this. A dangerous smirk peeking from out of his scarf. Pretending to think about it, I toss him the medallion and cackle. Here's the proof of the favor I owe you. Snap it in half when you want to cash it in, and I'll send a projection to hear your request. Normally I'm against being a transport service, but since you're asking so nicely, and it's for a good cause. Pausing slightly as I form a doorway on the wall of the alley. With a sudden case of malicious intent, I bow towards the door, wicked grin spreading across my face and state. I'll oblige, but I hope you can get me a recording of this shit show to come. His smirk somehow becoming even more sinister than before he lightly scoffs. Oh, I was intending to record this anyway. It's been a while since I added to my collection of rants. I think I can handle making sure you get a copy, as he stomps through the gate with a face that would scare demons. I almost felt bad for setting him on All Might. Oh, who am I kidding? I was currently cracking up laughing as I leant against the alley walls to keep myself up. Eventually, I moved on to hunt down the rest of the bastards. I didn't feel like owing too many favors if I could help it. All Might. Looking at Nezu sitting on top of the desk in front of me, I end up idly wondering how the hell some that could get little kids to awa and enjoy at his cuteness somehow managed to be so terrifying. If I had to pick a point at which it went wrong, it'd be the moment Aizawa marched through one of Judgment's portals and immediately launched a devastating strike on my groin. He practically radiated cold fury as he looked at me in disgust before turning to Nezu and explaining in full detail his little conversation with Judgment. As he continued, Nezu's smile slowly turned more and more grim, a hint of malice starting to form as his beady eyes glared at me. Hurrying to try and defend myself, I explained, listen, it wasn't malicious. But after the injury I got, I couldn't in good conscience, getting cut off by Aizawa slamming his fist down on the table, glaring at me as his words came out short and sharp. Shut up, All Might. You also face villains that 99% of the heroes in Japan would get pasted against. Using your judgment of power as a guide to the necessary strength required for entering heroics is like asking someone who's in the super heavyweight boxing bracket if a featherweight can become a boxer. While that child might not have been able to compete on your level and fight against the villains you do, he could still be a bloody good hero. I'm ashamed of you, All Might, spitting out my hero name as if it tasted rotten in his mouth. Sensing the judgmental gaze of them both fixed on me, and shrink slightly in embarrassment and shame at their blame-filled eyes. Pulling myself together somewhat, for the first time after leaving Gran Torino's tutelage, I admit in a broken voice, I messed up. Looking back now, I know I messed up. I know I could have done a better job of handling the situation. When I heard his question, all I could remember was when I was bleeding out in that alleyway, feeling death coming for me, and no one there to save me. I didn't want to see him in that situation. So Roman too let my fear talk to him, shuddering slightly at the phantom sensation of the knife that had left me on the verge of death before my master found me. Remembering that Aizawa didn't know of Ofa and was in the room listening, I used the first lie I could think of, mumbling, it's not well known, but my quirk didn't come in until I was nearly 13. Look at the amount of strength I have. Do you think a 4-year-old body could endure such a huge amount of pressure that would come with that kind of power? Leaving his eyes widening in shock. Continuing on, I clutch my chest, losing myself to the memories of how I used to be. I tried to fight villains quirkless. I trained and trained until my hands bled to learn how to fight, how to best counter different quirks, anything and everything I could think of. I was still left with fatal injuries in an alley when Master found me, took me to Recovery Girl, and helped me train my dormant quirk. After that, I guess it left its mark on me. Looking up, I saw Aizawa still fuming, but a little more understanding, and Nezu looking at me with a thoughtful glint in his beady eyes. Taking a deep breath, I squash my pride temporarily and ask humbly, I asked to teach heroics next year, Nezu, but as I am now, I'm afraid I'll only make it difficult for them to learn or instill bad habits born from my admittedly skewed perception that always being the strongest in any situation has given me. Please help me learn how to be a better teacher, so I never make the same mistake I did that day and hurt someone I was supposed to protect, bowing low in full acknowledgement of my faults and shortcomings. Looking up once more, Aizawa's jaw is slack in amazement, and a hint of respect appeared in his eyes, if still vastly outmatched by his anger and disappointment. Nezu looks at me knowingly and pulls out a massive stack of paper with a cover sheet titled, "Trained to be a Teacher in 1 Year." Of course, he had something like this already printed out to hand to me. He wouldn't be Nezu if he didn't. Before I picked up the intimidating stack of paper, I recall my last run-in with Judgment frowning. "Nezu, you remember how I mentioned my encounter with Judgment at the Yaoyorozu Manor?" Gaining a small nod and a tilted head to indicate his attention. After quickly recapping what happened, I coughed slightly and mutter, "Well, Stain ended up referring to Judgment as my son and mentioned some latent power hidden in the boy. I failed along with some strange talk of transferring training methods to the boy. I never did get the boy's name. But it seems that Judgment found a way to grant him power of some sort, and was ranting that he would allow the child to become a better hero than I ever was, glancing at Nezu, knowing full well he got what I was implying." Nezu subtly shook his head and muttered at high speed over his teacup. What little I can tell of Judgment shows that he doesn't like messing around and being too subtle about things. Even in the cases where he mostly used stealth, if the lack of battle marks were any evidence, almost all of them involved the simultaneous execution of everyone in the area. If the autopsy and the coroner's report are anything to judge by, the common theme for those scenarios is usually rescuing or freeing captives that can't fight. So risking a head-on conflict and a hostage situation would put that plan at a major disadvantage. He prefers to make it loud, but understands the necessity of subtlety if absolutely required. Besides, from the way he talked about the boy, he seemed to have no ill will towards him. Rather, he seemed almost proud of the child, rapidly dissecting what little is known about him to try and build a model of how he thinks, how he will act. Pausing slightly as he hums thoughtfully, "You know, this mention of transferable power raises some interesting questions as to how it would work. Is the relevant power related to these training methods completely gone from Judgment's arsenal now? Is it just giving someone he considers worthy a copy of this training method? Are there any particular constraints or conditions that need to be met in order to give it to someone else?" Shrugging casually, he smiles and laughs. "Well, anyone that Judgment would end up choosing is someone that I'm interested in observing. Knowing what Stain is like, if his son inherited anything, it'd most likely be his unbreakable commitment to his ideals at all costs. Meaning in this case that he truly believes from the bottom of his heart that the child has the capabilities to become a true hero. A high recommendation from someone like him." His laughter grinding to a halt, Nezu blinks and groans. "If Stain's the father of Judgment, what kind of bullshit quirk do you think he has to have an offspring with such a powerful and versatile quirk?" His uncharacteristic cursing driving the point home on just how bad this could be. Shuddering slightly at the memory of Judgment's aura of danger that surrounded him, I wonder if this is some kind of sick joke the universe is playing on us. After several minutes of silence listening in, Aizawa mentions curiously, "I wonder what the kid did that got him the approval of someone with standards like Judgment," causing a faint bell to start ringing in the back of my mind. Leaping up, I exclaim, "That's what I was forgetting." He mentioned that the boy had saved a child from a villain that the heroes were unwilling to risk their necks for. If we assume it was on the same day as the sludge incident. Sending Nezu leaping across the desk and into his elevated chair, tapping away furiously on his keyboard and mouse. He turned the screen around to show footage shot unsteadily from a phone of a blonde girl screaming and begging for help, as the villain held a knife to her throat in a mirror of what happened during the sludge incident. Out of nowhere, a blur shot out of the nearby alley and planted its feet on the villain's shoulders to yank the arm. It had just wrapped in a short section of chain away from the girl's throat, jamming a heel into the joint of the arm still holding the girl. Pausing and putting the frame through a piece of image correction software, I saw the boy I'd failed grappling with a villain 3 times his height without a hint of fear on his face. The only expression left was one of primal rage and stubbornness that came from his very soul. Struck mute by the shock of the situation, I nod dumbly to the unspoken question in the air as Nezu starts up the footage once more after putting the entire thing through audio and video correction. The moment he snaps at the surrounding heroes, everything seems to fall away. The intensity, the gleam in his eyes, the sheer force of his will seemed to burst forth and cause all who saw him to stay silent, as if afraid to disturb this strange, yet enchanting event that they bore witness to. The words that poured out of his mouth were passionate, full of fire and indignant rage at a world so cold and unfeeling. His conviction seemed to mesh well with Judgment's own of being the hero of the forgotten and the abandoned, with the most soul-chilling moment being his desolate howl of, "What's the point of heroes that don't save people?" filled with more bitterness and disappointment than could ever be expressed in simple words. A mockery of my hesitation, my cowardice during the sludge villain incident. Gazing at the face of the one bearing all the pain and sorrow for my greatest mistake of my hero career aside from that dreadful mistake in the final battle years before, I made a promise to myself. I would find a way to meet him, to offer all the apologies I had to give, and to not ask for his forgiveness, for I could never deserve it after what I did, but his understanding. Even if it meant having to tell the same lie that I did to Aizawa in order to tell my tale without revealing Ofa, I would. I owe the child that much at least. I needed to make amends. Izuku, 1 month later. On my way to visit Mei for the weekly tinkering session, I chuckle slightly as I recall how dramatically my life has changed from how I imagined it to be. I go from being the outcast freak in a hellhole of a middle school to being one of the most certified individuals my age, and a semi-professional quirk analyst with some pretty interesting clients over the past month. Having a supercomputer linked to my mind through the storage space combined with my own knack for analysis and dissection of quirks meant that in the month after hunting down the bastards on the list, having only missed the 2 takeout by Eraserhead and Defiance, I'd gained something of a reputation. A faceless figure, capable of revealing your every weakness, flaw and vulnerability in your use of your quirk, your personality and other related skills. All the answers and ways to fix them, to bring them to perfection, available for a reasonable price. Moving away from Mum and getting my own house was the best decision I'd ever made. While she never actively hurt me or mocked me, her renewed enthusiasm for my dream of becoming a hero only after I got a quirk sickened me. In the quaint little flat, I paid the rent until the month after the entrance exams in one bulk payment to the owner and moved all my stuff in. All my stuff and some more besides. Having a dedicated study to do my analysis in was a blessing. The soundproofing and air con making it into a small piece of paradise as far as I was concerned. The living room had my plans for more support equipment and designs to use as judgment scattered around the place, all done in a complex code that'd give Nezu a migraine to decipher. The fluffy double bed as soft as clouds was a joy and privilege, one I was thanking the house owner profusely for leaving here. The kitchen was perfect for creating great food for myself, usually with a projection doing the actual cooking after checking the place for any surveillance on walking through the door. Call it paranoia. But I wasn't about to get revealed as judgment because of something as stupid as not checking to make sure that nothing was added while I was out. Bringing myself back to the present, I realized that I'd just arrived at the workshop when I heard an ecstatic screech of "Baby Maker Buddy," and a sudden impact hitting me straight in the chest, almost toppling me before I righted myself. Looking down at the pink hair and the strong arms slowly crushing my ribs, I chuckle. "Hey, nice to see you too, Mei. Don't suppose you let me breathe?" As she looks at my strained expression and releases me to grin like a Cheshire cat. Over the past year, we'd been meeting up regularly. She'd grown up in several different ways. She was taller and more muscled to start with, always leaving me wondering if she doesn't secretly have a hidden strength quirk with how she lifts heavy gear around with ease and nearly crushed my ribs with her hugs on occasion. Her manic grin remained as gleeful as ever, playing into her propensity for explosions and tinkering with a mad scientist persona that most wouldn't be able to see past. She had also developed significantly over time, the soft sensation that came with each hug confirming it and leaving me slightly flustered. Giving her a hug of my own ITs. "So Mei, any interesting stories I should know about? I like pranks as much as the next person. So if you created another mecha pigeon army to carpet bomb the teachers' cars with synthetic bird shit, I'm all ears, knowing full well that she probably has done that and more in the last week." Dropping her act for a moment, I glimpse a rare side of her well-hidden nervous and insecure self. In spite of all her manic energy and acting as if the insults and rumors didn't affect her, they still hurt her deeply. It was part of what drove her to making machines so enthusiastically. They don't judge you. They don't insult you. They don't wish you just disappeared. Holding her hand, I lead her into the workshop and close the door just in time to block out the sounds of her bitter tears. Knowing that it must have been something really bad to make her react like this, I dash over to her and just squeeze her in a hug. Clinging to me with all her strength, she spends 10 minutes crying out her grief on my shoulder as her body is racked violently by her sobs of despair. Sniffling slightly, she mumbles, "I'm sorry you came here to talk and tinker with me, and I am burdening you. Let's just get to making stuff and forget about it." Her voice so tired and empty my heart seems to physically hurt me. I don't know what has happened to her, but I intend to do something about it. Not letting go, I tell her, I'm not about to forget that my friend had an emotional breakdown and needs my help. I know you don't like tell others about your problems out of a desire to avoid burdening them, but I'm worried. Please let me help you, my voice cracking slightly as the end is my helplessness haunts me. What sort of hero would I be if I couldn't make someone that I consider so close to me happy? Taking a deep breath, she mumbles as best she could. Faithy said that I'd always be alone, that no one would want to be near me. The creepy pink-haired girl that hangs around piles of metal and broken electronics. The girl that acts more like a machine than a person. I don't want to be alone, I don't. Tearing up and on the verge of falling back into another emotional breakdown. Disappointed at the casual cruelty of others, I hold her tight to reassure her. As much as I hate All Might, his line was the best option I had right now. I wasn't going to let my hate for him get in the way of saving Mei. It'll be okay, Mei. Why? Because I am here. I'll always be here if you need me, I softly murmur, comforting her as best I could through her pain. The warehouse doors creak open, and I see her parents standing there with tears in their eyes after hearing everything. Walking in quietly, they embrace her too, offering her silent support. When she comes back to reality, she looks up and sees us all holding her, before smiling back at us. A soft, wobbling smile a second away from fading, but a smile nonetheless. Hopefully I could return her genuine smile and laughter to her after everything that happened. Mei. Coming back out of the grips of my breakdown to find myself hugged on all sides, I smile as I remember how lucky I was to have them. My parents smiling and laughing, always encouraging me to follow my dream and seek my path to creating more and more babies. My only friend Izuku, holding me tight and offering me the companionship and joy that I needed so desperately. Even if no one else believed in me or wanted me around, I think I'd be fine from now on. I have them waiting for me, ready to support me whenever I needed them. Looking at Izuku, I moved into him as best I could, remembering how we first met and the joy that I found with him. He came out of the crowd on a hoverboard, looking at me not with the polite interest of the adults looking for a profit, the slight disdain of those looking down on me as a girl, or the mockery of those my age for my weird tendencies. He looked at me and laughed joyously, finding someone else's age to talk about tinkering and designing with. In a fit of wild abandon, I invited him to my workshop that weekend to talk some more over our babies. Packing up, Mum lightly teased me. Is this you picking up a boyfriend, Mei? Mother's so proud of you. A phrase that would occasionally echo in my mind as we worked together and had fun. While things were getting worse at school, I hid it all from him and my parents, afraid I'd drive him away if he saw the broken mess that I really was behind my mask. I kept it up, all the way until today when I broke down in front of him. Instead of being repulsed like I'd expected him to be, he came closer and comforted me. He promised he would be there for me. He didn't care that I liked machines so much or struggled to understand people, or even had trouble putting emotions into words. He cared that I was hurting and wanted to help me. He cared about me. We didn't get to make any babies at the end of the day, crowded together in the living room as Izuku made the best beef katsudon I had ever had the pleasure to taste, and told jokes about the best way to get a little revenge before I convinced them that knowing they believed in me was enough. When Izuku got up to head back home, I lunged at him and choked out, "Thank you, Izuku. Thank you for being the best friend I could ever ask for," as he smiled cheekily and hugged me back. After he booped my nose and made a break for it before I could get him back, I stood in the doorway watching him dash away with his mischievous laughter echoing down the street. Mum looked at me and giggled. "You look like you just fell in love with a boy. Is he going to be our son-in-law in the future?" In her usual light-hearted manner. Her words brought back thoughts and feelings I'd always hidden away for fear of rejection. The glittering stars that seemed to shine in his emerald eyes, his infectious laughter that made sunshine seem dull and pale as it lit up the room, how he seemed to make the shadows shy away from his unrestrained gentleness and light. Roman too think I might be in love with the cinnamon roll. A startled splutter snapped me out of my thoughts as I saw Dad spitting his mouthful of water into the sink and Mum gazing at me with a predatory look that reminded me of her gossiping nature, an almost obsessive need to know all the juicy details of an interesting story. I just said that out loud, didn't I? Gulping slightly, I wonder if it's too late to make a time reversion device as I prepare for the ordeal to come. A light smile graced my face without realizing it, as all my pain and doubts melted away, driven off by the memories of Izuku. Of the boy I found had stolen my heart without realizing it. After the interrogation, I begged them not to mention it to him until after we made it into UA. We both had enough problems to deal with in the run-up to the entrance exams without adding messy feelings to the mix. Relenting, they promised to do so on the condition that I told him within a month of entering UA. As Mum bluntly put it, "Mei, that young boy can steal people's hearts without even realizing what he is doing. I know that you want to try and tell him in the right way. But if you leave it too long, someone else might get there before you. Just picture that happening for a moment. Instantly, my heart felt like it had been ripped from my chest, and my body felt numb. The images of someone else being beside him, as I could only look on, rushed through my mind, driving me to despair. Anger, jealousy, hate, and other unnameable dark emotions gripped my heart. Desperately closing off those thoughts, I felt myself kneeling on the floor with tears running down my face. Shuddering slightly at the intensity of those dark thoughts that came over me, I swear to myself to do it within a week of Yua starting. Enough time for him to settle in, and for my confession to hopefully not make everything too overwhelming for him. It's not like anyone would fall for and confess that quickly to him, right? Izuku. 5 months later. Being honest, I was slightly confused by the recent events. With 6 months left until the entrance exams for UA, Mei had been a lot more affectionate recently. Maybe it was being there for her at her lowest point. But she seemed to light up whenever I came to visit, and her parents would shoot me some weird looks. Not negative at all, more so a look of confusion and amusement. Waiting for Mei to arrive, I decided that I knew her well enough to understand her character, and how well she could keep a secret. Given how she hid her suffering from her parents and me, until it got too much and broke down in front of me, all without giving anything away, it seemed so could do so. I trusted her, after all our talks, tinkering and messing around together. I trusted her as my closest friend. So it was that I was sat in the living room of my apartment, triple-checking for any bugs or surveillance, while nervously tapping away on my laptop, hoping to distract myself with some analysis of someone that recently made his way onto my shit list. A sadistic bastard named Muscular, after his quirk. Unfortunately, he knows that I'll most likely be after him given my method of choosing who to target, taking great care to leave as few tracks as possible. Pausing for a moment, I groan at the realization that even analysis can't take my mind off my impending panic and nerves. I'd taken out entire gangs, sassed the Hero Commission, and All Might on multiple occasions, and slaughtered more monsters in 5 years than the number of villains most heroes will ever hope to catch in their entire career. Yet here I was, going out of my mind with panic about letting my closest friend in on my greatest secret. My closest friend, who just so happens to be a girl. An incredible hot girl at that. Picking up a cushion off the sofa, I scream into it for all I'm worth at the sheer absurdity of my life. Hearing a thudding from the door, I vault over the sofa and reach the door before the cushion lands back on the sofa. Straightening myself out somewhat, I open it to see Mei standing there looking really awkward in a gorgeous black dress that clung to her figure with a purse hung over her shoulder. Looking at her so dressed up and nervous left my face turning a remarkable shade of bright red. She seemed to be kind of flustered as well, appearing incredibly shy and very appreciative while looking me over. Knowing that this was something that should be done at a time like this, I used the internet and Pandora's help to put together a set of formal attire that I couldn't deny suited me perfectly. Pressed black dress trousers, and a white button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up to reveal my muscled arms honed from years of training under stain, my regular life or death battles, and the practice of Fate Breaker. A black waistcoat with a folded crimson handkerchief peeking out the top of a small pocket of the front was offset by a jade green tie that was shaded in between the forest green of my hair and the emerald green of my eyes. Finished up with a pair of dress shoes, I thought I cut a pretty good figure. It would seem that Mei would agree with that assessment. Inviting her inside and pulling over the fresh beef katsudon and side dishes in a feast reminiscent of the meal we had after her mental breakdown all those months ago. As we ate in companionable calm, interrupted only by our jokes and laughter, I found myself wishing that this could last longer. Then I could wait just a little longer to tell her. As the meal finished, I turned to Mei and stated gravely, "Mei, what I'm about to tell you cannot be told to anyone else, not even your parents. If anyone were to find out you knew of this, it'd put you and everyone around you in danger. Please, Mei, promise you won't even mention it unless it's just the two of us alone," startling her with the gravity in my words. She looks at me calmly and nods, looking at me with her golden crosshair eyes filled with trust and companionship. Breathing deeply, I start. "Mei, I wanted to tell you for a while, but didn't know how I was supposed to tell you without putting you or your parents at risk until today. Mei." As I stood up and my formal attire bulged and writhed as it grew to change into my combat attire, the black liquid causing my arms and legs to appear longer and thicker, my chest to become bulkier, and a helmet to surge up to the back of my head, leaving my face exposed. Nerves getting to me, I stutter out the rest. I'm Judgment, waiting for her to scream, to freak out, to look at me with fear and hate in her eyes. I'd killed so many people, caused so much pain to so many that I knew that it wouldn't go well. It couldn't. Even if I did it to save lives and make sure no one else was hurt by them, I still took their lives. Mei's hand gently caressed my face as she smiled sadly. It must have been so hard to carry this all by yourself. I know you're worried I'd hate you, that the blood on your hands would drive me away. I won't abandon you. You saved me from despair. You set free those who had no one coming to save them. You made sure that no one would ever suffer at the hands of the cruelest people in the underworld. I know you would never harm an innocent or a true hero. So even if you'd killed 10, 100 or even 1,000 times more, I would still trust you with all my heart. I believe in you, Izuku, bringing down the defenses I'd put up around my heart as my combat attire returned to my formal wear, and I wept into her shoulder as she held me close. Sniffling slightly and apologizing, she simply grabbed my head and placed it on her lap. Stroking my curly hair as she watched over me, I fell to sleep on her lap, finding my slumber somehow deeper and more peaceful than ever before that night. Izuku, the day before the UA entrance exam. Walking back home with a hefty bag of groceries to whip up some food to prepare for the entrance exams for the hero and support course tomorrow. A sudden burst of concrete exploded out of the wall ahead of me as 2 battered heroes were thrown through with serious injuries. Backing away into a corner, I teleport the bag of groceries back home to the kitchen as Pandora gets to work, crafting a small camera mounted on the corner of the building. I run the heroes' costumes and basic physical attributes to bring up the 2 of them as the hero duo Water Hose, who both specialized in rescue situations. I respected rescue specialists most the time on principle that they did everything they could to save lives with far less glory or reward than combat-focused spotlight heroes. Seeing this situation before me only improved my opinions of the Water Hose duo as they willingly dove into combat to protect others based on their current injuries. Analyzing them, I spotted the similarities to several recent cases I'd been tracking and immediately pulled my combat attire into existence, a snarl fixing itself on my face. Coming through the dust of the shattered wall was Muscular, a right bastard to the core that took an almost obsessive glee in killing and tormenting others, not caring in the slightest about who he tortured as long as they suffered. Young or old, male or female, it didn't matter as long as they suffered, delighting in the power he held over the lives of others. Stepping out of a warp gate on the wall behind him, I cackle sadistically, "Oh hello there, Muscular. I gotta say, you're pretty good in running and hiding for someone that bragged that the strong shall purge the powerless. Do I really scare you that much?" You're hurting my feelings, enjoying the way he shivered as he turned to face me, the blood draining from his face as he witnessed me standing before him, releasing my full bloodlust against him. The crushing sense of overwhelming fear and helplessness rooted him to the spot, unable to even speak. Walking closer without a care in the world, I chuckled darkly. You know, I was just wondering about the feasibility of a new trick I came up with. Now, I couldn't just pick some random person off the street. I don't do harming the innocent, as you're well aware. Lo and behold, in my hour of need, I find someone I don't need to have any guilt about testing it on, no matter how it turns out in the end. What a fortunate coincidence indeed. Yelling in false bravado, he bulked up before swinging his oversized fist directly at my face. Not even bothering to give the command, Pandora sends a surge of void heart at him, encasing his torso and leaving him completely immobile while only leaving his head free. Hissing in his face, I growl, "As much as I want to make you suffer, I have more important things to do for now," as I turn to the Water Hose duo. Walking to their side, in a stark contrast to my demeanor, while interacting with Muscular, I gently inform them, "All right, this is going to hurt quite a bit, but it'll make sure you can stay alive and continue being heroes after this. You might want to bite onto these though. Don't want you to cut off your tongues," holding up 2 metal bars, each wrapped tightly in leather to protect their teeth from harm. After an agonized nod from each of them, I place the bars in their mouth and get to work. Multiple fractured ribs, punctured lungs, partial collapse of one of the heart's major chambers in the woman, shattered vertebrae in the man, and both of their limbs were mangled messes to say the least. Using a sample of DNA from the spilled bone marrow, I get the supercomputer to extrapolate the map of how their body should be before carefully controlling void heart to patch them up, starting with the lethal injuries, before moving on to the more minor ones, and even a bit extra. Standing up, I state cheerfully, "Righty-ho then, you're both physically fine and intact now. You'll be tired for a while and should probably get yourselves checked up with someone that has a license. I'd personally recommend Recovery Girl up at UA if possible. But your bodies are now in one piece. The bones and blood are back where they're supposed to be, and I removed the start of liver cancer from you, big guy. Maybe ease off the drinking before it kills you faster than any villain has a chance to." Looking at their shocked faces at their restored bodies, the woman tears up slightly and bows as best she could while leant against a wall, choking out, thank you for letting me go home to my child, thank you," bringing a small smile to my face as I chuckle. "Do you two know how I am? As the man carefully states, your judgment, aren't you?" Why would you save us? With a light-hearted, sincere laugh, I replied cheerfully, simply put, I respect you both as true heroes. You work in the part of the hero industry that has less glory and rewards, while taking on more risks to life and limb. You both threw yourselves at Muscular in order to slow him down and keep him away from innocence, in spite of lacking combat training compared to the others he has taken down. If I allowed true heroes to perish before me, I'd be letting myself, my father, and my ideals down all at once. It was never an option to let you die. As I spoke to them with all respect, they rightfully deserved for their heroic nature and determination. Standing up suddenly, I walked to Muscular, fuming at the situation. If I hadn't been walking this way, if I hadn't gone out to grab some groceries tonight, if I'd been even a minute earlier or later on my journey, they'd both be dead and their child would be left an orphan. That uncertainty and fear at coming so close to letting good people die manifested in a howling inferno of rage, causing the water hose duo, the news reporters, the arriving heroes to freeze in fear. None wished to attract my attention, my wrath, towards them as they tried to make themselves as small and unnoticeable as possible. Grinning coldly, I monologue. Now then, a quick recap of quirks as it were. All quirks, no matter how bizarre or strange, work from a genetic basis, our DNA. I was recently wondering what would happen if I tore the extra quirk gene from someone's DNA sequence. In a fit of fancy. I can't exactly test this on any random person. Wouldn't be right to harm an innocent like that. Fortunately, here we have the through and through bastard Muscular to participate in this live demonstration. I wonder how many people you killed with that quirk of yours. I may not know the exact number, but it is far too many to consider you capable of redemption. Now pay the price of your sins. As Voidheart squirmed into his cells and devoured a part of his DNA, he let out a short, terrified scream before he was gagged. Within a minute, he was spat out of the mass of Voidheart containing him as he tried to use his quirk to take a hostage. Only nothing happened. He remained the fairly skinny, unimpressive man he was. A howl of despair escaped his lips as I chuckled darkly. For someone like you that hold power as the only thing of worth in this world, to be forced to live without your quirk that you used to torment and prey on other is a worse fate than death. Enjoy your new life, Muscular, placing a heavy sarcastic tone on his villain name as I warped away to the shocked silence of the crowd to the final echoing declaration. Well then, the challenge I left years ago still stands to this day. Find me if you can. Izuku, 2 hours later. Warping back and having a hefty meal after that bullshit. I heard the sudden sound of another portal appearing behind me as Mei stepped through with her smile a little shaken. Sighing, I mutter, guess it's different seeing me like that on live TV compared to hearing about it, huh? Waiting for the inevitable horror to come from her. What I wasn't expecting was for her to sit next to me and snuggle close. That's not the problem, you are so strong and all I can do is sit there and watch as you fight from a distance. Completely helpless to do anything, surprising me slightly. It seemed she knew me well enough to cut in. I know you were expecting me to take it badly, and I don't blame you for being afraid of rejection. I trust you completely, Izuku. I know what that bastard has done to people. Everything you did to him, he deserved to suffer and more. I just wish there was something I could do to help you. Her glum mood was so reminiscent of her emotional breakdown in the workshop 6 months ago, I mentioned. Well, if it's a way to fight on par with me, I might have an idea, instantly getting her attention. I continue casually, quirks are genetic, right? So, what's to say you couldn't use tech to replicate the biological mechanisms of a quirk, to freely alter and improve it for your own use after it's been replicated? After all, it's easier to alter and improve a machine than a living creature. A blazing light burst into flames in her eyes as she cackled with her signature crazed scientist grin back in place. Gleefully looking at me, she giggles. You've already done your submission for the support course. Fancy a little extracurricular tinkering. Pulling a grin out of me. A slightly evil smile on my face, I grin toothfully. Only if you don't mind some more explosions to deal with. Then again, that's part of the fun, isn't it? That night power loader woke up at 2 a.m. in a cold sweat, with an ominous chill creeping down his spine. The next day, UA entrance. Frankly, the support course entrance exams were a joke. My submitted exo wings that mimicked Hawk's quirk in design and function came second, with Mei's submission, which, true to her unpredictable nature, was a miniaturized 8-foot-tall Gundam of all things, taking first quite easily. After extensive questioning to ensure we were the creators, and I flashed the online school certificates for my college-level qualifications for the basic subjects, I head out to wait by the gates to catch some fresh air before the hero course exam. After a brief jog to stretch my legs, I sat in the auditorium next to Kazumi O'Joy's as President Mike explained the basics of the practical test. Humming slightly to myself in peace, My reverie was shattered by a blue-haired boy with a stick up his ass jumping up and making a scene. Sir, there are only 3 robots on the papers, and you with the green hair and the freckles. Cease humming, it's distracting. If you came here as some sort of game, you should leave immediately as you are unfit to be a hero. As people snicker, I looked at him apathetically as I loudly retorted, oh wonderful, another pompous ass to deal with. Perhaps if you resisted the urge to exercise your jaw, Present Mike here would already be explaining that question instead of putting up with your grandstanding. Also, you're halfway across the auditorium. No one else near me had an issue with my humming. Yet you decide to single me out. If you have some other issue with me, say it to my face without hiding behind your flimsy excuses, not to mention. My fury peaking as a sliver of oppressive might came with my voice, sending a shiver down everyone's spine as I harshly clipped of each word to come. What exactly gives you the qualifications to judge my fitness as a hero? Here in Yua of all places. Are you truly that dumb? Or are you just that far up your own ass? If you are so arrogant as to think you can tell someone's qualifications to be a hero while mouthing off in front of a teacher from Yua, I wonder which of us exactly is treating this as a joke, bringing the room to deathly silence. Present Mike picks this time to explain the purpose of the 0-pointer and subtly tell the jackass to sit down. Glancing sideways, I spot Kazumi giving me look of confusion, shock, and a glint of respect. Seems that showing someone exactly what I thought of them was to her liking. After we all end up at our respective zones, I spot a short girl my size with brown bob-cut hair clutching her knees tightly as she tries to steady herself. Heading over to her, I absent-mindedly dodge the smug asshole's grab and sit next to her saying, "You okay there? I did pick up a trick for helping with this kind of thing if you don't mind me trying," waiting for her response. A small, shallow nod, and I explain, "Just keep your eyes on the tip of my finger," slowly moving it back and forth a few times in front of her before tapping her between the eyes. Her eyes refocusing, she gapes, "How'd you do that?" To which I reply with a shit-eating grin, "Little trick I picked up. Great for calming people down. Can't use it on yourself unfortunately, but it's still a handy trick to have." The sound of grinding gears echoes around the small dome as I spring to my feet and offer her a hand up. On our feet as the dome begins to open, I chuckle, "Best of luck out there," before instantly diving through the widening gap, much to the smug boy disapproval. Present Mike's reply was on point. There's no start announcement in a real villain attack. Dashing down the streets, I used the full force of Fatebreaker I could for now, utilizing Liberation to bring me up to a comfortable level of strength that wouldn't put me under any strain. Turns out keeping most of the strength locked away prevented the tragic destruction of many pieces of crockery and doors. A lesson learned from an unfortunate amount of experience. Barreling into a group of bots, I pick up a 3-pointer and swing it around like a flail at the others, crushing them all and getting 8 points instantly. Looking around, I listen closely for clues to find the next group of tin cans that need taking apart. Momo. Looking down at the students taking the test below me, I felt a mild fit of disgust at some of their actions. Some were taking the last hit of a bot to try and boost their own scores, while others would accidentally launch attacks that caused the debris to hinder the other examinees. A cry from Power Loader brought my attention to one of the screens. "Hang on, that kid was at the support course exam. I didn't think he'd try for the hero course as well. What the hell is that quirk of his?" he exclaimed in shock at the short green-haired boy that started to radiate a white glow as his physical abilities went through the roof, swinging the 3-pointer around with ease to demolish a group of robots. A mumble from All Might at the back caught my full attention. "So that's who Judgment's interested in." Those words caught my attention as made a point to watch his feed. If he caught my savior's interest, he must have something special about him to catch Judgment's eye. Nezu cackled slightly with a slightly evil grin, "Time for the main event, if you would be so kind, Power Loader," as he strolls over to a big red button, slamming his fist onto and joking as the large blast door in the center of each zone opened to reveal the towering 0-pointers. "Houston, you've got a problem. Time to see your worthiness. You'd better not betray his high praises of you, or else." Izuku. Looking up at the massive robot in the middle of the training ground, I groan internally, "Seriously, Nezu. That's a bit much for these kids, isn't it?" While despairing at the weak will that these prospective heroes showed in the face of danger. My disappointment turned to fury as I spotted the brown-haired girl from earlier trapped and calling for help, only to be ignored by those too busy saving themselves. Leaping over the crowd, I lay a hand on the huge chunk of concrete and curse under my breath. Too big to move without putting someone else at risk when I push it away from her. Pulling on War Dancer, the light glow around me took on a sharp glint like knives, following my palm strike as it diced the rubble into apple-sized chunks. Moving her back, I stand up and howl at the top of my lungs. What the hell do you all think you're doing, leaving someone who needs help behind? Leaving them in danger? What good is a hero that doesn't save people, you bastards? As I prepare to stop it before it could hurt anyone else. Looking up at the 0-pointer, I raise my hand and call out in a soft voice that seemed to shake the air with its presence as I utilize the strength of War Dancer. I could currently use all things as swords. The loose rubble and debris rose into the air, flakes of discarded material falling as the glow that surrounded me coated the floating rubble. Appearing to be a swarm of celestial blades poised to strike had surrounded the 0-pointer on all sides. With a cold voice, I order, Sky Shroud Sword. Implosion, bringing all of them hurtling towards the robot and dicing it into a swarm of descending scrap. As I issue my second order, Sky Shroud Sword. Fortress Stance. As they covered the air above the candidates and batted the scrap back towards where the robot came from. Staggering slightly, I feel the toll of using Fatebreaker and War Dancer to such an extent for the first time tire me. As a piece of rubble that was sent away collapsed part of the building that was falling towards me. Looking up, I wondered how I could escape being squashed without using Pandora, before it simply stopped in mid-air and moved away from me to collapse onto the rest of the scrap. Sprawled on top of the scrap was the brown-haired girl groggily stating, "Couldn't let you get squished after risking your neck for me," before staggering off the scrap and vomiting heavily on the floor. Probably backlash for overdoing it with her quirk. An alarm goes off and I stagger towards her, offering a hand up and a weak smile, "So see you in the hero course." Before she grabs it and hops on one leg with a small nod, a hand clasped over her mouth, leaving her with recovery girl. I wonder if I overdid it by making such a spectacle of the exam. Still, I wasn't about to let someone die in front of me without doing anything. Guess I'll see what happens from here on. Momo. Keeping an eye on the green-haired boy, I understand what would have attracted his attention to the boy. A strong sense of justice, a desire to protect others who would otherwise be abandoned, and the aura of a commander that clung to him when he called the candidates out for their lacking behavior. Pausing for a moment as I recall the videos that I had hidden away of the memories that night I was saved. Extracted with an experimental device that accessed memories and digitized a copy to a storage device plastered into the wall. The perks of my quirk include, but are not limited to, making the idea of leaving a trail behind from acquiring the materials when doing stuff like this a joke. A few accidents later that broke the experimental device and the plastering equipment to unrecognizable messes during some light quirk training. I did render that trail impossible to follow. His fighting style seemed vaguely familiar, like I'd seen someone else use it before. The only problem with that idea being that I'd never seen anyone fight except for the teachers. My mind grinded to a halt for a moment as I carefully compared footwork, strikes, movement, and shifts of balance during the entrance exam and came to a realization. It was subtle, almost unrecognizable to anyone that wasn't looking for it. But he seemed to be using a similar style to Judgment. Aside from the first group that was artlessly bashed to pieces, he took the other robots apart swiftly and efficiently with rapid strikes to key points, agility, footwork, and evasion being the main hallmarks of his close combat ability. A style I always thought slightly unusual for a person as tall and bulky as Judgment. A physique that would work far better with a more forceful, oppressive style of fighting based on strength, grapples, and hitting center mass of his opponents. Unbidden, the words from a year ago enter my mind. "I'm the same age as you," with completely different implications after today. What if his odd choice of fighting style isn't based around his physique as Judgment, but his normal physique whenever he isn't using his unknown method to make himself look bigger and older? What if the whole situation of being someone Judgment is interested in was a way to cover up any abilities that he used that were shown to the outside world as something picked up from the same training method or school of martial arts? No one would suspect that the person who, from an outside perspective, was granted powers by Judgment to be Judgment himself. In spite of the added scrutiny, it'd make it nigh impossible for others to believe that he's Judgment, as how could he appear and grant powers to himself? Still, I could be misreading the situation massively. He might be using the green-haired boy as cover to attract attention after granting him his favor and enter in the form of a different student. My thoughts started to swirl around in my head, bluffs and double bluffs colliding with half-truths and misdirection, to confuse me more the longer I spent pondering this maddening situation. To create such a complicated web to hide himself in, and cause any trying to unravel it, even with the knowledge that he's in a certain group. Such a headache was simultaneously exhilarating and infuriating in equal measure. Making my mind up, I look at my bracelet and decide to contact him for the first time in a year. I had respected his obvious intentions of giving me a happier life away from him, so I could come back to the conversation with a calmer, more rational understanding of my emotions at the time, and hadn't contacted him. While it had been tempting to say the least, I managed to resist it to follow his plan. Sitting at my desk, I discreetly create a miniaturized bug camera detector between my palm and the surface, a single buzz confirming a lack of observation. Running a swift scan of my phone and laptop for viruses and possible hijacking of the microphones or cameras, they both came up clean. To make certain that nothing happened, however, I took out their batteries and let them wait on the side for 10 minutes in case the residual charge in the circuit was enough to run them. Creating a fresh pen, a sheet of paper, and a small titanium allow board to write on in case of motion sensors in my other pens to work out what I was writing, or picking up traces of my words on my desk from the pen strokes. I readied myself to write my first message to him, to my savior. As much as it may seem like paranoia, I refused to leave any risk of being responsible for the pain and suffering he'd have to go through if the commission knew who was under the mask. After making a fool of them on so many occasions, I doubted that they'd give him a fair trial. Bluntly, I trusted the hero commission as much as I liked the blonde ape that almost pasted me. Not in the slightest, and yes, I still held a grudge over that. Hesitating slightly on how to address him and write to him at this point, I uttered a quick prayer for luck before creating a small, simple letter. An hour later and several copies put through a disintegrator, I stared down at my finished message. Hello, Judgment. It's been a year since we were last able to talk. I know why you wanted me to stay at UA. You wanted me to be able to experience a better, happier life, so I could be surer of what I was feeling and not make a decision I might regret later on. The truth is, even after all the kindness and affection I've received, I still miss you. I still want to be with you. I'm still not sure what this feeling is, but I know that this isn't the sort of emotion I feel when the faculty make terrible dad and mom jokes, or when I talk and joke with some of their kids from their personal lives. It feels like a dull ache at the thought of not seeing you, the warmth that fills and eases my heart at the thought of meeting once more, the comfort that I feel whenever I remember how you held me close after taking me from that hell. Even if I can't fully understand what this feeling is, I know that I want to spend more time alongside you, to create memories and laughter together. I was watching the entrance exams, and I think I spotted you in the mess. You were at exam site B, the boy with fluffy green hair who took down the 0-pointer. I don't know if I got it right, but if I did manage to do so, please let me know. Thank you for everything. Momo. Looking at the letter I'd poured my heart and soul into, I took a deep breath and prepared to send it, only to hesitate at the last moment. I'd only seen him during this entrance exam, so it wasn't enough to be certain it was him. Not to mention he still had to worry about moving into the dorms and readying himself to attend a school filled with people who would cheerfully throw him in Tartaros if they got the chance. Taking a deep breath, I folded up the letter and placed it in a small pendant to hang around my neck. If I found something to prove my theory correct, I'd hand the letter to him later. But until then, I think I'll keep it close to my heart. A reminder of my feelings and my hope for the future. Looking back at notes on my still underwhelming physical capabilities, an unpleasant consequence of the years of malnutrition and muscle atrophy in that hell, I calm myself somewhat and continue my physical therapy exercises. Hopefully I can get some physical ability beyond that of my current fragile state in time for the start of lessons. A thud of the door being flung open and a squeal of "one san" interrupted me as I got tackled by the adorable little bean that lived on campus with me. Picking her off my chest, I chuckle lightly and pat her head, faux scolding. Aren't you supposed to be sleeping, small bean? As much as I love playing and cuddling with you, I don't think we should get into trouble with the teachers if possible, getting a pout so cute that it could soften the cruelest of hearts in return. Unfortunately, Judgment already killed the bastard that hurt her, or I would have had a go at making him scream myself. At this point, she's second only to Judgment in my heart, meaning that anyone who makes her cry will be introduced to what the phrase hell on earth really means. Really, what kind of monster could hurt such a bundle of joy and happiness like her so much? Being pulled back to reality from my mental tangent by Eri swinging off my arm, she bubbled cheerfully. But they were talking about someone really cool. Apparently, he made a set of metal wings and blasted a robot about to hurt someone to pieces. They're still talking about him. Come on. I want to hear more begging while looking up at me with puppy eyes. Wondering if it was possible to have cuteness as a hidden quirk. I relent. All right. But we need to be sneaky. You don't want them to hide your candy apples, do you? Causing her face to set in a determined expression that was hard to take seriously when on the face of the small bean. Nezu. Looking over the footage of the entrance exams, a roaring sense of anticipation builds within me. So many interesting applicants, so many people that have potential, yet so many are going to be disappointed. looking around the table, though it would seem that I needed to address the big issue currently being argued over. The placement of young Izuku Midoriya. Twitching my ears slightly to activate my earplugs, I hit a button under the table to let loose an overpowering wail from the speaker system in the room. Now that I finally had their attention, I chuckle. Now that I have your attention, courtesy of the recording of our own present Mike's first encounter with the Carolina Reaper chili powder, I'm going to arbitrate this mess. All Might, I understand that you want to teach him, and that he has immense potential as a hero. But Power Loader also raises a far point as to the equal potential he holds as an inventor and support item designer. Fortunately, there's already a simple way of dealing with this. Since he has already completed his college-level academic studies through a reputable online college, we can use the dual acceptance policy, earning myself more than a few stares of confusion. Unperturbed by the awkward atmosphere, I continue merrily. It's a rather rare occurrence, something that hasn't happened in the last 50 years in fact. But it means that any applicant with outstanding prowess and potential in both fields could take advantage of the support courses crafting lessons being in the morning, and the heroics lessons being in the afternoon to master both fields, under the provision that they have already gained a level of general education that would be expected upon leaving UA. If the young man is willing to accept this unusual arrangement, then he could learn from both of you. At that moment present, Mike spoke up awkwardly. With little listener may have already guessed you were going to do this, Nezu. He left this note for me to bring up in this situation, waving a small piece of paper. Sliding it over to me, I read its contents and cackle gleefully. Delighting in the chance to freak the faculty out of their minds, I read it out clearly. Dear Nezu, the indeterminate animalistic principle of UA. How you doing? I'm going work on the assumption that present Mike is only showing this after you brought up the dual acceptance policy in my case and wondered about my thoughts on the matter. Seriously, you're not nearly as unpredictable as you make yourself out to be. That aside, I fully accept your idea for dual acceptance and look forward to getting to learn from the best at UA. I already know that the hobo is listening to you read this. You enjoy throwing people for a loop too much not to. I am well aware of the no potential bullshit you've been using to expel people based on a set of physical tests. I really only have one question for you that's of any importance. Were you dropped on your head as a child? It's the only way I could rationalize the man that needed the second-year sports festival to enter the hero course, thanks to the incomprehensible shit show that's the entrance exam would be such a blatant two-faced moron. You expel people with abilities that are perfectly capable of being heroes, several of which currently are pro-heroes in their own rights and damn good ones at that, based on a test that is heavily biased towards anyone with a flashy physical quirk, after you should damn well know that there are plenty of quirks that don't give people any obvious advantage in a fight, but are absurdly effective for heroics. Your erasure quirk is a prime example of quirks like that, and you decide to pull this kind of bullshit. Maybe you should go and take some therapy lessons with Hound Dog. It would seem that you have a bad case of suppressed envy and bitterness toward those that have flashy quirks and a hidden inferiority complex. I can't think of any other reason for you to pull such irrational acts. But what do I know? I'm just a 16-year-old child that's at your mercy when I get put into UA if I'm in your class. Go ahead, Eraserhead. Deny my application right now and admit to everyone that has just listened in on you getting your flaws and hypocritical methods getting torn to shreds that you can't face your own shortcomings. Why should I expect any better from someone that allows their petty grudge to interfere with their ability to teach and do their damn job? Now that Nezu has finished with this little PSA, I look forward to seeing you all at the start of the year. A sudden silence falls over the meeting room as I finish, paying close attention to the well-hidden, but noticeable signs of embarrassment and shame. To think it took a scolding from a student that hasn't even managed to enroll in the school officially yet to get him to notice his own perpetration of what kept him down. A rather amusing incident indeed. Humming cheerily, I clap my paws and declare, well, I guess we already know his answer. Eraserhead, I think I already found the first member of your class. Now then, let's move on to the other candidates, taking a sadistic joy in how he slumped in his seat. Serves you right for generating so much damn paperwork for me, Shoto. This may be petty and vindictive, but I'll enjoy every second of your suffering in that class. Power Loader was just staring at the ceiling lost in thought. A quick jab from Midnight brought him back to his senses before he hesitantly asked, is there no one else that can teach him for support? Do I have to teach the sassy child? This is a sassy child that came in with the most talented, yet explosion-prone candidate in years and was laughing about. And I'll quote it word for word. Do you think we'll be able to break our standing record for workshop explosions in a week? And roasted the shit out of Eraserhead here? I'm kind of within reason to be worried. A dark smile graced my face as I turned to him and chuckled. Oh, there are other support teachers, but he's going into yours. It'd be a waste of his potential otherwise. I'll also be assigning his young friend to you as well, causing him to wilt into his chair mumbling, "Are you still mad about the cheese store? It was 6 months ago." My ever-widening grin and malicious aura gave him all the answers he needed. It looks like this is going to be an interesting year for Yua. Although I might need to schedule Eraserhead and Power Loader for some compulsory therapy sessions with Hound Dog early on. Oh, what fun this is going to be. Izuku, Yua Hero Course 1 dorms. Standing in front of the dorms I was going to be spending the rest of my time at UA, I take a deep breath and casually pick up my luggage in one hand and rest it on my shoulder. Wandering into the lobby, I quickly check the room assignments before heading up to my room. Room 308. My private living space for the next 4 years, or until I'm found out as judgment and have to bail, was a corner room with a sizable bedroom, attached bathroom, and a built-in closet. Transferring all my clothing into the closet and setting up my bed with relative ease, I head back downstairs to the common room to grab something to drink. A blur of motion dashes towards me from behind, and acting an instinct, I snatch them from mid-air and pin them to a wall with an arm lock. Pressed between me and the wall was a pink-skinned girl with fluffy hair, a slightly paler tone than her skin and eyes of pure darkness, save for a blazing ring of gold. Noticing the awkward situation that we were in, I let go, coughing. "I don't suppose you'd mind not trying to jump me like that again? I'm a little twitchy about people trying to pounce on me." She just gazed at me intently, causing my face to start to heat up. Desperately praying that I wasn't blushing, she just grins and yells, "That was awesome. How'd you do that? Are you a ninja clan descendant or something? Do you have any other cool stuff like that? Could you teach me?" Much to my surprise, I guess she accepted my explanation a lot easier than I thought she would. Thankfully, this happened with someone pretty easygoing, suppressing a shudder at the idea of the discount Sonic being involved. In a mock stern voice, I drawl, "In order. Training, no, yes, and I could. But then I'd have to kill you," cracking a small grin and a wink in jest. Doubled over laughing, she looked back up and grinned. "Well, I mean Ashido. What should I call you, Midori?" Making me splutter slightly. "Hang on, is Midori your nickname for me? As in green?" I chuckle as she nods in confusion. On the verge of a laughing fit, I manage to choke out, "Well, my name's Izuku Midoriya," watching her eyes widen as she catches onto the reason that I'd looked fit to collapse on the floor laughing. For a moment we both just hang off the nearby kitchen surface, laughing our asses off at the absurdity of the situation we were in. Recovering somewhat, we both get up and head towards the sofas strewn around the common room as someone staggered through the doors with their arms full of luggage. As the boxes were about to topple over, I simply made a short distance dash and grabbed most of them out of their hands before placing them on the floor next to me. Turning to them, I see a girl with a split hair of red and white, a scar covering her left eye and forehead. At her frosty expression, I chuckle slightly and joke, "Don't suppose you want a hand to get it all up to your room? I would personally guess you'd rather not have anything delicate break." A hesitant nod, and I causally separate the pile into two and carry them on my shoulders. Looking at the room assignments, I call, "Ooh, what's your name?" And her heterochromatic eyes seem to darken as she bitterly spat out, "Shaka Todoroki," with a hidden aura of rage and hate the moment she spoke her name. Making a quick note of her reaction, I find her room and walk towards the stairs, yelling, announcing over my shoulder, "You're in 304, follow me up." Eventually, after finding our way through the tighter doors, we place everything down in her room and take a breath. With a hefty dose of compassion and sympathy coloring my words, I awkwardly mutter, "I guess you've got family issues of your own, huh? It isn't that hard to notice. You struggled to even speak your last name. I won't pry, but if you want to talk about it, I'll listen." No one should have to deal with that sort of pain alone, causing her expressionless mask to crack as her eyes widened in shock. I guess she never had anyone notice or care about her pain before. Noting her hesitation, I sit in a chair and sigh. "I get that you probably don't want to talk about it. It's not exactly pleasant bringing up that kind of grief. If it'd help, I can tell you my own family issues on the condition that you let me help you," causing the cracks in her mask to slowly widen and spread as confusion and desperate longing for anyone to listen to her started to shine through. With a monumental effort, she slowly nodded and sat down to listen to my own pain. Getting myself back under control, I sigh. If I had to point out a moment when it all went wrong, it'd be the day I was declared quirkless. That damn doctor just did the infamous second joint test and waved us out of the room. Over the next 2 weeks, he started to act really jumpy, startling at every loud noise and unusual happening, arguing with Mum, and eventually just vanished into thin air. Mum, for some reason, never seemed to blame or hate him. But he abandoned us. He threw us aside. I still have a part of me to this day torn between trying to find and bring him back or beating the living daylights out of him for making Mum cry like that when she thought I wouldn't notice. Well, I don't know what else I can say about it. That sums it all up, slumping over as the memories I had buried came back full force and my eyes burned. Looking to my side, Shoko looked at me with a sort of understanding and sympathy only someone who has experienced the same kind of hell can have. Awkwardly, she mumbles, "Roman too don't know what to say. I guess we both have shit fathers," as she started to choke on her words from the overwhelming emotion. Humming soulfully, an old lullaby softly floats through the air and calms her as I use the same song I did whenever Eri had nightmares. Pulling herself back together, she starts to tell her own tale of pain and sorrow. One that would leave me shaking with rage and the urge to take a quick trip to castrate her father with a rusty spoon. I suppose you guessed from my family name, but my father is Endeavor, the word father being spat out as if it was some kind of vile poison. He has spent his entire life as the eternal number 2 of the hero Billboard chart, forever unable to beat All Might. Since he could never surpass All Might, he decided to make someone else who could. Do you know what quirk marriages are? A sudden chill ran down my spine as I start to piece together where this was headed. The shock and horror must have seeped through onto my face as she bitterly continues. He isn't the number 2 hero in Japan for nothing. He has money, connections, and influence enough to buy my mother's hand in marriage to be used as a breeder to get his masterpiece to complete his dream for him. At first it was my older brother Taoya who had blue flames that could burn even brighter than Endeavor's. Then I was born. The one with the perfect quirk he was looking for, a fusion of his and my mother's quirk. My brother tried to stop him from going after me with his sick training and was burnt to ashes. We couldn't even find a body to bury, her tears now freely falling down her face as she finally let loose, revealing all of her pain and grief to me as the only person to ever ask if they could help her. Her body started to shake with the intensity of her emotions as she continued. They passed it off as a training accident, an unfortunate mistake that caused his quirk to go out of control. A week after Taoya's funeral, he wanted to ramp up my training even more. Mum had already lost one child and refused to lose another, so she fought him with everything she had. One thing people don't know is that Mum's quirk is actually stronger than Endeavor's by a sizable margin. The only reason she lost that fight was her lack of combat training and having to shield me from the flames. Some shattered ice landed over my eye and caused this ice burn after rapidly cooling my hot skin. That distraction allowed that monster to take her down and fake it being a mental breakdown on her part, leading to her violently lashing out at everyone nearby. For a moment, she looks down at my hand in shock. Looking for myself, I'd driven my nails deep into the palm of my hand and drawn blood that was spilling between my fingers in a small stream. Taking a moment to accelerate my healing with Fate Breaker and showing that I was fine, she continues in a hollow tone. So many people have noticed the minor flaws in the narrative and tried to take him down, but he just ruins them and sweeps it all under the rug. I don't understand. Why is he the second best hero in Japan, while my brother's dead and my mum is still trapped in a mental hospital to this day? I don't get it. Why is life so unfair? Where is the justice? As she collapses and weeps into her hands. For a moment, I see myself before I met Stain, alone and unable to talk to anyone, desperate for someone, anyone to care about me. Fortunately, Stain never took advantage of me. He even made a point of not getting me involved in or mentioning his crusade around me as he trained me, so I could make my own path in life. Reaching out, I pull her into a hug and whisper softly, "It'll be okay." No could get him through the system thanks to his influence and power. But there are those that stand outside it that would love to rip him a new one. Her mismatched eye bored into me, begging for this not to be false hope. I grin and chuckle. What do you think would happen if the hero killer Stain or Judgment were able to find out about this? From what I know of their methods, it wouldn't be pleasant for the walking pile of blazing sewage in the slightest. As my grin became slightly more menacing, grabbing a piece of paper and a pen from her desk, I write out a URL address and state maliciously, "This should be the URL for a forum used on the underworld that is used by people giving information about fuckers that deserve some pain to Judgment. I leave the rest of the decision up to you," before turning and walking to the door, pausing. For what it's worth, I'd cheerfully dump that bastard in the deep end. Still, he's your father, and it's your decision as to what happens from now on. A decision he can't take away from or make for you. And stepping out to leave her with her thoughts. Until she decides to put it on the forum, I'll wait. As much as I hate to do so, I'll wait to see if she believes him irredeemable. The moment she posts it though, I'll forward this information to Dad personally. I think the roses would be tripping over each other to tear him to pieces. They'd have to get in line though. I'm going to be at the front ready to make him know true hellfire. Elsewhere. Stumbling through the alleyway of the Camino ward, I find what I was looking for. A rundown bar with a door closed and a small carving depicting a king being torn down from their throne of skulls. The hideout for the lost and abandoned. The property of the outcasts. Opening the door and walking to the barkeeper shrouded in black mist, I bluntly state, "So I heard you guys are planning something, recruiting fodder and elites for some big plans of yours. I want in with the outcasts, but I got some questions. What do you want to achieve? What is your conviction?" A question that caused their yellow eye to rise higher in the cloud. Mostly like their version of a raised eyebrow. Pausing in his meticulous cleaning of his glasses, he points towards a man clad in full exo armor in an ash-gray coloration, leaving only his last joint on each finger unarmored. Sensing my curious gaze, he simply looks at the table and speaks aloud, as if it were more him vocalizing his thoughts than talking to me. What is it that allows people to keep cheering when desperate people pushed to extremes to survive are beaten half to death? Why do they get a free pass on any and all harm they cause to others, even if they do worse things than most of the people they beat and cripple could ever do in their lifetime? It's this broken idea of heroes and villains that makes it so. When you don't fit in the category of what's considered a hero, you're automatically a villain who is to be shunned, beaten and ground into the ground. No matter if your heart and intentions are the purest under the sun, or the hero is the sort of bastard that even demons wish to see torn to shreds. It's insane how far people will go to justify it all. A slight pause and sense of fondness pervaded his next words as he continued. You know, I met the man I consider one of only two people I could consider a hero without a doubt. Judgment, the dark angel, drawing my attention firmly to this man. Depending on what he said next, I'd either join on the spot or turn him to ash. I spoke of my ideals, of my goal of seeing a world where your quirk wouldn't be the only thing people would ever see you for, where your qualification to be a hero or villain would be based on how you act as a person. He gave me his approval and stated that as long as I stood by my ideals and never harmed an innocent or true hero, he'd be proud to have inspired someone to create a better world. I remember his declaration with pride to this day. He had the approval of Judgment. This man, his goals, his ideals lined up with Judgment well. This made him one of only two known groups that he approved of, the other being the infamous roses that purged the world of the corrupt and sinful. My shock vanished as he continued, revealing something truly awe-inspiring. His words gave me something to work towards, an ideal to live by and aspire to. He declared, without hesitation, without pause, if I'm the symbol of judgment hunting down the worst of the monsters that hurt the innocent and stain is the symbol of retribution tearing down the false and the corrupt, I guess you'll end up being the symbol of defiance that brings people together to overturn the system that has let innocents slip through the cracks and force them to be fixed by hook or crook. Now then I ask you, do you wish to join me in creating that better world? Staggering, I shake his hand and grin as best I could with my still charred flesh. Gladly. I have only one request. I want to turn Endeavor into a scorch mark on the wall, prompting a wicked grin of his own. Oh, we'll get along nicely, I think. Name and any particular reason. Pulling out a picture, I tap on two people in it and snarl, in order. Dabai and he hurt those precious to me. They were innocent, and he made their lives a living hell. Shocked to find my eyes burn with all the pent-up rage and helplessness at this nightmare scenario. A sudden hug broke me out of my funk, and he smiled as his mask followed, soothing, "It'll be all right. I will never allow someone like that to get away with something like this so easily. I'll pass on some information to those who can do something about it for now. You could say that they're experts at it." As a malicious cackle sounded. Doesn't this sound like something Judgment and the Roses would just love to know about? Izuku, the next day. Waking up early in the morning, I head downstairs and get to work on putting together some breakfast for myself and Shoko. Yesterday must have been stressful enough for her as it was. She could do with some sort of comfort and kindness, even if it's something small like this. Taking a moment to pull the memories of my projections that always did the cooking while I worked, I started to put together a quick breakfast of toast, eggs, sausages, and bacon with a mug of green tea steaming besides it. A sudden thump alerted me to their presence, and I called without looking behind me, "Good morning, Ashido." Shoko, leading to a slight squeal echoing across the room. A blur of movement appeared beside me as Ashido giggled. "You're on first name terms already. Why, you are such a lady killer, aren't you?" Making my brain freeze for a moment as I realized the implications. Struggling to avoid stuttering, I managed to squeeze out. She didn't like being called by her family name thanks to things all to her discretion to reveal when she feels so inclined. So I used her first name. Seemed like the most reasonable way of going about it to me. resulting in a confused expression and a doubtful look between Shoko and I on Ishido's part. Fortunately, the rest of the class came into the common area, interrupting the increasingly awkward atmosphere. Handing the ready-made breakfast over to Shoko, I give her a pointed glance and whisper, "I saw the instant noodles in the fridge. I'll help make sure you eat properly and teach you how to make more than some cup noodles. You'll need the nutrition to get through this course," before wandering into the kitchen to grab my own food. There was a moment of surprise when I saw Momo wander downstairs into the common room, though I quickly smothered any reaction to her. Only a second later, however, her eyes fixed on me, and a small knowing grin settled on her face. Did she somehow work it out? How the hell did she manage to do that? How'd I screw up? Shrugging slightly in an act of confusion to try and throw her off, I finish my breakfast and sprint over to the main building. Seeing an open window where it was on the map in the handouts, I gin and leap from piping to window stills to lip of the window before hauling myself into a handstand and spinning on the edge of the open to sit with my legs over the edge. Looking down, I call, "What you all waiting for? Homeroom starts in 15 minutes, before rolling into a backwards handspring onto my feet and into my chair. Was it necessary? No, it wasn't even in the slightest. It sure as hell was fun to see Kazumi's and Robo-Sonic's synchronized expressions of shock though, so I'll count that as a win. I guess I kind of missed being able to just act my age, sometimes with having to be some wise, intimidating paragon as judgment. It's certainly nice to be able to relax a little. As everyone came in and saw me leaning back in my chair casually waving at them, it set off a small explosion of questions. Wincing slightly at the sudden influx of noise, my displeasure only grew when Robo-Sonic decided to introduce themselves as Tenya Ida and make some high-handed remarks about seeing through the hidden test, and, if it hadn't been a test, in his twisted version of an apology. Slamming my hand on the table. "Now listen here, you little shit. I'm calling you Robo-Sonic from now on, because I have no interest in wasting valuable memory on the name of someone that would abandon others in a pinch. There are always excuses to be found if you look for them. But it won't change that when it came down to the wire you ran and left behind some calling help to save your own skin. Someone who was calling for a hero, stressing the word to hammer the point home through his thick skull." A tense silence filled the air, and Ishido, Shoko, and Kazumi all had their jaws drop at the dramatic shift from my joking light-hearted manner before to my current cold, stern aura. At that moment, I released a sliver of oppressive willpower to make my attitude clear on the matter before pulling it back and returning to my normal sunny self. "Let's all calm down and wait for homeroom, all right?" I smiled cheerily, causing everyone to move away from me. Everyone except Ishido, Shoko, and the girl from the entrance exam I saved. Guess everyone else was scared off by my aura. The fact that they came up to me, even after seeing me like that, was quite heartwarming. Looking at their concerned faces and Momo, not so subtly observing our conversation, I answered the unspoken question as best I could around the lump of rage that burnt my chest. Let's just leave it at I have my reasons to hate people that abandon those who are calling for help when they need it the most. Never meet your idols, for they only disappoint you. Trying to ease up the tense atmosphere, the brunette from the exam smiles shakily and chats nervously. "Well, my name's Ochaco Uraraka. I won't pry, but you seem like a nice guy who wants to help people, so I guess I'm trying to say that I believe you have your own reasons that you'll share when you're ready to. Care to be friends?" As she extends her hand. Smiling gently, I shake it, laughing. "Sounds like a great idea. What about you two?" Getting a shy nod from Shoko and an excited squeal from Ishido about how bright my smile was. Mid-conversation, the door starts to silently open, so I nudge them and nod towards the door to see an old acquaintance shuffle through the door like a slug. Fixing my group with a tired glare, he waits for everyone to notice him before standing up and yawning. "All right, it took 38 seconds for you all to notice me and shut up. We're going to need to get you all to appreciate that time is tight here if we want you all ready to become heroes in 3 years. Gym clothes in your size are already in the lockers. Head down to the gym and out to the field for a Quirk Assessment test." Deciding not to waste any more time, I grin at the class and cackle, "Race you there," before diving out the window and hopping down the wall at top speed without fate breaker and sprinting towards the gyms. From the sudden burst of noise and movement, it seems everyone took me up on that offer. Unfortunately for them, I'm faster than many minor speed quirk users without using fate breaker at all, thanks to the muscle training Dad got me to do. It was a one-sided crushing. Changing and waiting on the field for everyone else to catch up, I have the unenviable joy of keeping Eraserhead company. A very angry and grumpy Eraserhead at that. Something is bothering him a lot, and the only reason I can tell is my many encounters with him as judgment. As much as I find him to be a hypocrite at times, It's less actively attempting to crush people's dreams and more not quite putting together what he's actually doing. In short, I would take him over all lies any day of the year. When everyone arrives and the Quirk Assessment test's outline is announced, I'm all of about 5 seconds from strangling him with his own scarf. High school physical exams with the use of quirks. Before my blood pressure gets any higher, he says that there's other tests later on for reconnaissance, stealth, and a few quirkless tests as well too. Make sure the first quirk canceller you run into doesn't mount your heads on the wall, as he so delicately put it. With a heavy groan he calls, Midoriya, you got the highest score in the UA entrance exams. Take this ball and throw it as far as you can, without holding back like you did in the entrance exams. If you do, you're expelled, to which I snarked back with great venom, oh dear, I'm so sorry for trying to avoid pasting people. Last I checked, turning other applicants to a smear on the wall isn't exactly considered a stellar move in an entrance exam. Did UA decide to let that kind of stuff get rewarded while I wasn't looking? As my last bit of patience was slowly fraying away under the bullshit that I'd had on my plate recently. Dealing with muscular, learning how to destroy other people's quirks, the bullshit from Robo-Sonic, altering some weapons in War Dancer's armory, training, and the unending number of sick bastards that keep coming out the woodwork to making things worse for everyone. My patience was moments from shattering, and shatter it did. How do you expect to save people if you're constantly holding back? What happens when your hesitation to use your full strength gets people killed? Someone like you will never become a hero, he spat back. The anger in his eyes told of a story behind his rage, but at this point I didn't care. Echoing through my mind were all the beatings, the mockery, the pain, crushing weight of everything trying to destroy my dreams. If he wanted to see me go all out, whatever happens next is on your head. Everyone, move back and cover your ears. This is going to get wild. Izuku, UA training field. Storming up to the circle with absolutely no fucks left to give about Eraserhead's bitching. I grab a baseball and decide that if he wants to see me serious, then he's getting it. A manic grin spreads across my face as I mutter softly to myself, liberation, to gain access to my normal level of combat strength, swiftly followed by the second stage of Fate Breaker as I declare gleefully, overclock, supercharging my body with more power than it can make use of on its own. The white comforting energy surrounding me billows around me as it seeks to cling to and empower me. Having gotten myself ready, I head on to the second part of the plan. Tossing the baseball 5 meters into the air, I thrust my right hand into the billowing energy and take a huge two-handed war hammer from the space reserved for War Dancer. Gripping it tightly, I step into the swing as the baseball descends towards me, the ground cratering under my foot as I squarely strike the ball with the flat face of the war hammer, and send it flying towards the horizon with the dull, echoing thud of multiple sonic booms, the speed blurring the ball into a white beam of light as the shockwave shatters the glass in the nearby buildings, carves the earth in front of me in a trench, and sends my classmates tumbling to the floor, thankfully not injuring anyone. Turning to glare at Eraserhead, I snarl, does this mess explain why I didn't use everything during the entrance exam, or do I need to spell it out for you? I'll even use small words so you can understand, as my disgust consumed me. Stepping closer to him, I continue. I said it before, you wanted to see what happened if I stopped holding back. Then let the consequences for it be yours to handle. Storming back over to the group, I shove the war hammer back into War Dancer's storage space and slumped down in a corner shivering slightly. I'd taken out criminal syndicates, fought monsters that most pros would run screaming from, and turned myself into a legend throughout the underworld. All that, and I was on the verge of crying in despair over terrifying my classmates, of making them hate me. That they thought I was a monster. Laughing bitterly to myself at how even the many people I'd killed hadn't toughened me up emotionally nearly as much as I expected. A shuffling noise reached my ears. Assuming it was just everyone trying to distance themselves from me, I refused to look up, to see the harsh reality. At least, until a soft, hesitant voice called out, Mei, you okay? Looking up in shock, I see Shoto, Uraraka, and Shoto standing about 2 meters away, unsure if I wanted space or someone to talk to. Momo looked slightly distressed at my situation, her little finger twitching randomly as she looked torn between wanting to comfort me and give me some time to talk to the others. Tears building up slightly, I nod my head lightly, unable to trust myself to not burst into tears if open my mouth. Taking deep breaths for a moment, I get some semblance of control back, giving a wobbly smile. Hey, how are you all? I'm fine, hoping it would get them to leave me alone. If this was someone's sick idea of a joke, I was going to give them something to have nightmares about. The only friend I'd had in years was Mei, a fellow reject and outsider. Why would people who had everything worry about someone like me? Looking at me with glazed eyes for a moment, Ashido spoke haltingly. You never had any outside your family care about your well-being before, as if it was a statement of fact. Surprised by her guess, I tense slightly as she sighs. Yeah, I can tell. I saw that look in the mirror for years when I first met Kirishima. I was the outcast, the freak, the monster. Why would anyone want to be friends with or care about me? Her usual energy dropping away as her memories returned to the surface of her mind from wherever she had buried them to haunt her. Taking a deep breath, I correct her. Almost. I have one true friend. Someone that's there for me when I need her, and I'll willing to be there for her if she needs it. People who are pushed aside stick together, if only because no one else is going to care for them. The outcasts have no one, except for each other, as a slight bitterness taints my words. The memories of the hellhole that was Aldera flared up in my mind, bringing with it a complex and bitter mess of emotions. Thankfully, I was saved by a familiar squeaky voice cackling with quiet fury. Aizawa, you might have graduated, but if you think that will stop me from making you write lines as midnight reads out degenerate filth from the last incident, then you are sorely mistaken. Now are you going to give me an explanation that might save you? Or do I need to start making arrangements for your punishment? The look on his face was priceless. A dawning realization that he'd just managed to fuck up spectacularly, and had no way out of the mess he'd just landed himself in. Petty as it might be, I enjoyed it far too much to care about that right now. Sensing an opportunity to really screw him over, I stood up and complained loudly. I was holding back during the Quirk Assessment to avoid injuring my classmates and damaging the school grounds. Something that Aizawa-sensei here didn't take too kindly to. There was something about me never becoming a hero because I hold back, completely missing the fact that All Might can't go all out in most circumstances to avoid causing more deaths and property damage than the villains he's fighting. Well, I did say that if he wanted to see my full strength, then he can handle the consequences himself. Hope that clears up the situation a little. A tense silence filled the air as Nezu turned his beady gaze to Eraserhead before cackling maniacally. Well, Aizawa. You had a clear warning about it not being safe. Yet you decided to add to my workload by creating a situation that led to major damage of the school grounds. Say. His voice becoming dangerous as a slight rumbling filled the area. Panels opened up and a small swarm of security robots aimed their many restraining and knockout weapons directly at him. The laser pointers, covering his body in red dots. With a tone that promised pain, he finished. Are you ready to pay for all the trouble you just caused me less than a day before the start of lessons? Too bad if you're not. It's happening anyway, clicking his paws and setting them loose. What followed was the best possible demonstration of why you never piss of Nezu and 10 minutes of hell for Eraserhead, before he was tied up and thrown to a rather displeased recovery girl. What followed next was a question I had been dreading trying to come up with a convincing lie for. So Midoriya, what exactly is your quirk? I've been teaching in UA for a decade and studied many strange quirks, but yours is in a league of its own for how unusual it is. Mind explaining? He squeaks with an unsettlingly sharp look in his eye. Calming myself, I decide to keep it as truthful as I can, while not letting anything major slip. With a quiet confidence, I shrug and reply, your guess is as good as mine, honestly. I don't really know all that much about it myself or how it works exactly, just that it does for whatever reason. The best idea I have so far is a stockpiler accumulation type quirk that has conditions attached to accessing or unlocking different uses. I do know that I have 3 right now. The only 2 I would be able to use safely are a physical enhancer called Fate Breaker, and a weapon or tool-oriented utility, an enhancer called Ward Dancer, thanks to some unique drawbacks for the 3rd, reminiscing over the unusual conversation I had the night before with Pandora. The previous night. Falling asleep in anticipation of the first day of UA tomorrow. I feel a gentle hand petting my head as I open my eyes to find myself once more in the endless void. My head was firmly planted on Pandora's lap as she looked over me with a quiet smile. Blushing madly, I sat up with a jerk and a not-so-manly scream, gaining a burst of lilting sing-song laughter that seemed to cause the void to brighten slightly. Finding a sense of joy in seeing her expression change from her usual quietly sorrowful smile was a not-so-unexpected effect. She gave me a chance to fulfill my dreams, gave me strength that I could only dream of before, and was the first person to ever believe in me. In those quiet moments where my loneliness would creep up on me, and my personal demons would try to torment me, I'd hear her ethereal songs and wordless melodies play within the storage space. A reminder that I am not alone, that no matter what happens or how bad things may be, she would always be there. A genuine grin lit up my face as we both calmed down, still chuckling slightly at my reaction. Leaning on my shoulder, she spoke cheerily. I'm glad to have met you, Izuku. I just wish I could see you like this more often. her voice tailing off at the end before I boop her nose and joke. Well, do you have a phone number or something? I certainly wouldn't mind talking to you like this more often either, bringing her mood back up to her previously cheery state. A quick movement of her hands later, and she giggles. I have no idea why I never thought of this, but this pendant should work similarly to the bracelet you made for the adorable little bean. Except it will allow telepathic communication between us and return to being around your neck at will, if you lose it, or it gets stolen when you have to take it off. A solemn air surrounds her as she sighs. A sudden chill runs down my spine. She can be serious at times, but never like this before. Not so serious, worried and desperate all at once. With a shuddering breath, she explains, do you remember what happened when you gave me a name back at the Yaoyorozu mansion? How the powers I granted you grew stronger and more responsive to your will. Giving me a name and my acceptance was a proof of contract that I would willingly follow you. That instead of the usual master-servant dynamic, we would be partners, friends, and look after one another. Instead of forcefully drawing out the power, it's freely given, making your powers far greater than most could hope for. It certainly explained a few things, but it didn't quite explain her panic. Continuing, she paces back and forth. Names have power, Izuku, especially names that hold significant importance to the one who gives it, or the world at large. Your cover quirk was called Karma, and by complete accident, you've managed to form a second contract with a spirit of the same name due to the similarity in her abilities and what you presented by trickery. As it is now, invoking her name will use her powers, and the price for meddling in Karma and the timelines is serious as. Return to the present. The muted babble slowly returned as Nezu looked at me curiously asking, what sort of drawback could be that bad? Most quirks develop to avoid causing harm to their users, so quirks that have serious or potentially lethal backlash are rather unusual. A short moment passes as I sass. Last I checked, I was fairly sure that a reduction in lifespan for using it counts as pretty fucking serious, pinning the animal with a furious glare. As soon as I finish, I regret opening my mouth. Everyone looked at me for a moment with shock, horror, sorrow, and pity in their eyes. Even Kazumi looked shell-shocked, remembering the accidents that kept her from hurting me during her chases, though there seemed to be some other emotions I couldn't identify swirling around in her eyes as well. Standing up, I just bow and utter icily, it seems we won't be continuing these tests by the looks of things. I will return to my dorm room now, before stiffly vanishing into the locker rooms, dressing and making a break for it with Fate Breaker. If they wanted to get on my ass about it, they could do it some other time when I wasn't an emotional mess. For now, I just needed to hope that Mei wasn't busy right now. Kazumi. What the fuck did I just hear? Every time he used his luck to escape me, it was shaving off his lifespan. He was slowly killing himself to try and avoid me. Silently, I could hear cracks start to form on the wall around the locked part of my mind. The memories that were too painful to ever look at again. Moments later, the walls shattered and came tumbling down. A rush of memories of all the times I hurt him, all the pain and fear in his eyes, the broken-hearted darkness from my betrayal. For a moment, I tried to lock it all back up, to forget it ever happened. A small part of me disagreed and kept on pulling out more and more from that locked area, screaming, I deserved this pain, that I could never be forgiven, that I shouldn't be in UA training to be a hero. Despair consumed me as I turned away from everyone and trudged back to my room, refusing to let the extras see my tears. Closing the door tightly, I remember the soundproofing that was installed as standard in the rooms and let out a wordless, broken scream. Unbidden, the first time Izuku had ever stood up to me came to haunt me, forcing me to watch from the sidelines helpless, as the younger Izuku tried to warn me, to save me from my stupidity. A warning I idiotically took as him looking down on me. Kakachan, stop it. Why you're acting like Kiwi villain? Don't why you want to be Ia her hero. The younger me lunges to beat him senseless, phasing through my attempt to grab her, to stop her, to scream and tell her that she'll only come to regret it later on. Dropping to my knees, I find myself in the center of my room curled up into a ball as tears stream down my face and soak the floor. My throat's sore and I can barely make any noise, yet my scream continues, a wispy, frail noise that I can only just hear myself. Pulling myself to sit leant against that bed, I wipe away my tears and chug a large bottle of water. I don't get to cry and feel sorry for myself. Not after everything I've done. Not while I'm a villain. Mei. Another day, another chance to make more wonderful babies. Humming chirpily, I wander around the support department and drool slightly at the sight of all the best equipment I had ever laid eyes on. With these beauties, my babies will be even cuter from now on. A sudden chill ran down my spine as something hidden in the back of my mind that was screaming. A strange ache in my heart setting off alarms that something was terribly wrong. At that moment, my phone goes off, and I see the caller ID is Izuku. Trembling slightly, I answer the phone and chuckle. "Hey Izuku, did you miss me that much already?" The choked laugh from his end made the alarms grow louder as he responded, "Hey Mei, you free to talk for a bit?" The pain and sorrow in his voice clutched at my heart as I panicked and rambled. "Oh God, right Izu. Where are you and where do you want to talk? I made a point of upgrading the soundproofing on my dorm room and my workshop if you want somewhere private to talk." The rest of the conversation blurred out. The only thing I could understand was that he was hurting and he needed me. Sprinting towards where his location was pinged, I cursed my lack of physical training more than ever. Panting, I arrived at a clearing in the woods on the Yua grounds and saw Izu's head poking out of a large hollowed-out area of a tree big enough for a small bedroom. A quick adrenaline-fueled climb later, I was kneeling next to him, holding him tight, offering my silent comfort and support as best I could. I know I'm not the best with people. They're temperamental, inconsistent, and make no sense at all as far as I'm concerned. What I did know was that I would be here for him. An icy wrath grew within me as I felt him weep into my chest, mumbling of scaring people, of not wanting their pity as he shuddered. He's done so much to help protect people, saving so many, giving them hope and new life. Yet for all of that he is so lonely, so tired and jaded by a world that he's been helping again and again with no one in his corner to stand beside him. Pulling him out of my chest, I stare him straight in the eyes and say the only thing that matters right now, Izu, you're not alone anymore. I'm here for you. I'll always be here for you to rely on. So please don't keep trying to bear all this pain by yourself." As tears started to fall at the sight of his shattered eyes. The pain and suffering he hid behind a bright smile, humor and sass. My heart starts to pound as I prepare myself to tell him what I had kept hidden for a year. Leaning forwards, I softly grasp his shoulders and pull him into a soft kiss on the lips. Breaking the kiss, I smile, and with all the admiration, adoration, and respect I held for him filling my voice, I whisper into his ear, "I love you, Izu. I love you so much that it hurt to try and keep it hidden until now. I didn't want to distract you until we got into UA, but I couldn't hide it anymore. Please, let me help you carry your burden." At that moment his eyes flickered with a fragile hope as he pinched himself, giggling. Joy started to shine brighter by the moment as he exclaimed, "It's not a dream, it's not a dream. Mei, you seriously want to be with me of all people?" With confusion coloring his voice. The bewilderment and shock in his voice at the idea of someone loving him made my heart feel like it was being slowly torn apart, piece by piece. Pulling him in for a second gentle kiss, I whisper afterwards in his ear, "There's no one else I would love to be with more," finally convincing him this was real, that he was loved. A dismal air surrounded him as he explained, "Well, I was considered quirkless until I was 10, and even then, I never really considered showing it off or talking about it. I had a few girls' fake confessions before now, and as much as I trust you, some wounds never fully heal." The icy wrath towards, however, had made him cry and come here twisted and warped into a laser-focused bloodlust aimed directly at the cows that played with his sweet heart. What kind of bitch does that to someone as kind as Izu? In the back of my mind, plots to make their lives a living hell were being formed, refined and scrapped at high speed. All that came to a halt when Izu initiated giving me a kiss on my lips of his own, gentle and warm. Looking me in the eye, he spoke seriously. "I know you're angry, but please don't do anything. I finally have someone to love, and I don't want to lose you over getting revenge on some girls I haven't thought or cared about in years. Promise me, Mei." Looking at his emerald eyes blazing with determination and passion, I couldn't argue with him. It wouldn't be worth hurting him to make them pay. Reluctantly I nod, snuggling into his side, cackling. "So, ready to make Power Loader Sensei question his sanity tomorrow?" His gleeful cackle making me feel warm and fuzzy inside as he jokes, "Who do you think I am? I'm always ready to make some awesome babies, and I have just the partner I need right next to me." Blushing slightly, I bury my face in his chest and relax completely as he strokes my hair. I think I could get used to things being like this. Me, snuggled next to him and helping him with all his problems while he pets me. For some reason he tenses out of nowhere before mumbling, "You know, I never did find out where the baseball I launched ended up," with a pensive expression. "I doubt it could end up causing that many problems. Right? Melissa Shield, Island." Halfway through cooking dinner, the sound of a huge impact goes off in Dad's study and flings the food across the room, much to my despair. Marching in, I speak as calmly as I could after the mess that had just happened. "Dad, would it be too much to ask you to keep your tinkering in the workshop and not ruin a perfectly good meal? It was my favorite apple pie too, damn it." Normally I would be more polite, but I draw the line at getting my sweet food involved. Dad's eyes are twitching, glancing between a sizable chunk missing from his ceiling to floor windows and a smoldering crater with walls that a baseball stuck in the middle of the crater. A quick calculation of its trajectory would indicate it came in from an angle that's impossible to achieve from anywhere on Island, too steep, and with too much force for it to be anything normal. That little calculation caused my brain to stutter for a second. Island is currently in the middle of Pacific Ocean, with no onboard propulsion the entirety of its flight here, and the impact is just from the initial launch in the minimum region of 9,000 kilometers away to the nearest coastline. Looking at Dad with shock evident on my face, I chuckle. Well, guess we should try and find out what happened. Dad sighed before groaning. I already have a sinking suspicion as to what's going on here. I wish I was wrong, but it doesn't look like I'll be that lucky, before noting my confusion. He simply points to the baseball, and they're printed on the side. Scorched but still readable was property of Yua. A dial tone sounded before Dad decided to throw politeness out of the window and be blunt. Say, Nezu, I don't suppose you've lost any of your baseballs recently. Funny story about that. One nearly took off my head just now. Are you kidding me? What made him think that was a good idea? If you think the kid is interesting, Nezu, I'm slightly scared now. He does gear too. Makes sense with that as a facet of his quirk. Yes, I'd love some compensation. He has that much for coffee allowance. Guess that works. Talk to you some other time, Nezu. Before putting down the phone shakily. Curiosity winning out, I curiously ask, what's so special about his quirk that it makes him crafting his own gear so obvious? Which got a slight chuckle from Dad as he explained, turns out the kid's quirk has several facets. But the important one here is one that seems to revolve around storing and using weapons or tools from what Nezu could tell. It certainly would help at times if he could make his own gear, especially stuff he wants to keep secret. Humming to myself, I turn around and head downstairs wondering if I should try and extend an invitation to present at the next Expo if his gear was good. He certainly seems like some I could enjoy talking about tinkering with. Izuku. Hopping down from the hollow in the tree, I catch Mei as she leapt down, only to see her looking slightly troubled. With some nervous concern I ask, "Are you okay, Mei? You seem slightly out of it." With an expression of confusion spreading across her face, Mei grumbles, "I'm fine, just had the sudden urge to blow someone up for some reason. Normally it's wanting to test my babies until they blow up, not another person," before shrugging slightly and filing it away to deal with later. Probably after a hot meal, a long sleep, and some strong coffee if I had to guess. Walking back to the dorms together hand in hand, I felt like I had finally let go of something that had weighed down my heart for too long and just savored this moment. I had confessed my feelings to the only person I could call friend, found she felt the same, and pausing for a second, I turned to Mei and shakily mumble, "So are officially a couple now, right? As in I could call you my girlfriend now." Getting interrupted by a bone-crushing hug from Mei and an ecstatic frenzy of nodding that seemed to be a rather enthusiastic yes. Pausing at he split in the path, I remind her we need to be on top form tomorrow to making Power Loader regret his life choices before I planted a soft kiss on her lips. As I bolted off laughing at her flustered expression, a huge grin that would put all lies owned to shame spread across my face. With light steps and the echoes of my joy bouncing among the trees that lined the paths, I start to feel that life is only just starting to pick up for me. Let's see the good times roll. Only I kind of forgot that I had some explaining to do when I got back. Kazumi. Sitting down on a beanbag in the ground floor common room, I stare at the door wondering what the fuck is going on. I knew he had some kind of luck manipulation, the one he used to escape you. The one that slowly kills him because of you, and it wasn't even close to what I heard today. I'll freely admit the nerd is way better at understanding quirks than I am. But even I know that his description is weird to say the least. Most quirks aren't nearly that versatile, not to mention the implication that there were other abilities hidden inside it if he could meet the right requirements. Something was off, and I wasn't the only one who had noticed. Round Face, Alien Bitch, and Peppermint were on the other side of the room, being really bad at hiding their nerves, and High Class was reading close enough to listen in on what would happen without having to make a move herself. A slam from the front door drew my attention back to the nerd, who was damn near waltzing in with a dumb grin on his face. At least until he spotted us all glaring directly at him, with some particularly intense ones from Round Face and Peppermint. A defeated sight, and a mutter of what I could have sworn was, "Ah shit. Here we go again," almost cracked me up on the spot. Was he seriously referring to centuries-old memes now of all times? Plopping himself down on a beanbag near the exit to the stairs, he groans, "Look, If you got any questions, you can ask away. I'm not a mind reader as far as I know, so you'll have to say it out loud, easing the tension in the room slightly. He may be a hopeless nerd, but he does have that strange ability to deal with people. Round Face manages to get to the question we were all wondering. So how does your quirk work? I mean, you don't have to say if you don't want to. I shouldn't pry. Devolving into a self-conscious mumble after that point. A sudden groan from him face palming snaps her out of it when he whimpers, "Oh noise that what I look when I'm on a mumble spree." Any hopes of a serious atmosphere for the day goes up in smoke at that. Only to get the remaining chances erased from existence when I sass, "Nope, you're worse," as we all laugh freely. For a moment I managed to forget what I had done, how much pain I'd caused him, and joined in for a moment. Catching myself, I snapped my mouth shut. I had no right to be laughing alongside him after all my mistakes. After a few moments, Nerd chuckles. Well, long story short, for what I know so far in relative detail, is I have two separate pools of energy for Fatebreaker and War Dancer that I can slowly improve over time. As Fatebreaker improves, the boost that all my physical attributes will receive on use is increased, as well as some relatively minor mental processing boosts to aid in maintaining control at high speeds and the like. As War Dancer improves, I can store more weapons and items in what I've recently taken to calling my armory, and the improvements or adaptations they go through over time, while stored, increase in efficiency. The third aspect is not something I have any intention of ever using outside of life and death scenarios. So don't bother asking questions about it, because you aren't getting any answers. This time, Alien Bitch manages to notice something I hadn't even thought of. A small pout on her face as she points out, "What exactly counts as an improvement or adaptation?" That's a little open-ended, not getting started on how you seem really strong, even without the glowing light show going on. A stunned expression of mock horror on his face. Nerd just turns around and smirks haughtily. "Please, you wish you could put on a display like that. It's like living out an anime fan's closet dream of wanting to go Super Saiyan without the screaming." As for the passive strength, not all of the energy returns to the pool or gets used. Some gets absorbed by my body, and over time, I slowly get an increasingly potent physical boost to my base abilities. Thankfully, it's not ridiculously fast, or I'd have hell trying to constantly adjust to a different level of strength. My doors and dishes are pretty lucky in that regards. Drifting off slightly with a look that screamed of an unfortunate amount of experience with the matter. Shuddering at the memory, he comes back and finishes with, "As far as improvement or adaptation goes, it means that whatever is getting improved does what it normally should better in every regard, or changes to work with the ability better. Blades become sharper and cut more easily than they should really be able to. Blunt weapons become more durable and have enhanced impacts like the Warhammer I used in the assessment, and any guns change to use energy rounds with customizable effects from my energy pool. Fortunately, the energy itself can regenerate over time, thanks to the oddity of the both abilities being that the pool is what grows and improves over time from energy absorption, with the actual contents being generated myself. Pretty neat as far as quirks go." Silence hung in the air as we all processed the level of utter bullshit that was his quirk. I wasn't anywhere near the nerd's uncanny ability to pick apart quirks at a glance, but even I could tell it was absurdly powerful. A sorrowful sigh escapes from round cheeks as she bemoans, "You have an amazing quirk." All I got was making stuff float, which caught his attention. A bright, joyful grin spreads across his face as he cackles, "Seriously? That's still amazing. It instantly makes anyone without options for mid-air movement completely unable to fight. Not to mention the application to rescue or construction work. What's it called? How does it work? I noticed you had to touch things to make it work. So is it tied to your finger beans?" As he practically vibrates at the chance to examine another quirk. Slightly flustered at his enthusiasm, round cheeks splutters. "Oh, it's called 0G. I can make anything I touch with all 5 fingers of one hand lose the effect that gravity has on it, which makes it float. Yes, it's tied to my finger beans. My grandma had a cat quirk, and well." When her rambling trailed off, as I could almost hear the gears in Nerd's head grind to a halt with a screech. It might have been over 5 years since I last properly talked to him, but I remember that look of mild frustration and irritation. In a quiet, chilling tone, he calmly states, "All right. Which blithering idiot was the quirk specialist you saw? There isn't a single law of physics that means negating something's gravity would instantly cancel out its momentum, cause it to go flying sideways, and then fall normally afterwards. If your quirk really was 0G, the best you could have done in the entrance exam would be to stop it accelerating and nudge its trajectory to fall next to me instead of flattening me. I'm going to put in a call to Nezu to get permission to help you find out what your quirk can actually do, and see if he can't have the head of the idiot too lazy to work out exactly what your quirk was." Standing up with the same icy grin on his face, he wandered out of the dorms with a malevolent aura pouring off him. Gulping, I look at round Cheeks in sympathy and announce, "Good luck, Cheeks. You'll need it," getting an odd look from the group and small pout from the alien bitch. Groaning slightly, I clarify quickly to avoid making my upcoming headache any worse. He gets a little touchy when he sees quirks that have had their potential wasted. Just thank any and all gods you can think of that he wants to be a hero. Japan would be fucked beyond repair if he decided to be a villain based off his tactics and ability to help people improve their quirk alone. Never mind his own power, before hightailing it out of there at high speed. I'm not getting caught in the middle of one of those again. Needless to say, my thoughts turned to a possible timeline where the nerd actually did turn into a villain, and my guilt only grew more painful as I understood that no matter how I looked at it, no matter how I tried to run away from it, that I would have been heavily responsible for the pain and suffering that would have pushed him down that path. Wandering up to my room, I sit down and clutch my skull tight, desperate to try and find a way to apologize, to try and make amends. A voice in the back of my head taunted me, mocking me for thinking I could ever deserve forgiveness for making him suffer. The most crushing part was I couldn't even bring myself to argue with that voice. Izuku. Marching up to Nezu's office for the first time as a student, I suppressed the small smirk at the thought of being in the same room as him while he is still in the middle of trying to find out who I am as judgment. Knocking on the door, I get called in to get faced with his usual greeting. Am I a dog? A bear? A mouse? Who knows? What's important is I'm the principal. Bringing a small smile to my face as I reply, well, I can be pretty sure it's none of the three, and they're red herrings to throw people off what animal you are. From an objective standpoint, I'd say a stoat, a ferret, or something rather close, taking a mild amusement in his well-hidden surprise. His usual smile became slightly more pronounced as he chuckles, very well done. Most of the staff still haven't managed to get that right. Although, I certainly understand their reasons for assuming I'm a hybrid. Would you care for a cup of tea? Gesturing to a small set off to the side of the desk. 5 minutes, and a small sip of Nezu's almost divine tea later, he decides to get to the point and ask, "So Midoriya, what can I do today?" Neatly getting to the situation at hand. A faint cackle spilled from my lips as I glowered into the teacup, venting, where to start. How about the fact that one of my classmates had her quirk misidentified? How the quirk specialist completely butchered his analysis to the point I could spot the flaws in it with only a fragment of the entrance exams and her description of it. Let's not even get started on trying to get around the lifelong mental blocks she'll have to get around to reach her full potential. No doubt from being told repeatedly that her quirk is only capable of doing one thing, when it is clearly capable of so much more. This situation is ridiculous, and whichever idiot did this should lose their license, and anyone checked by him should be redone by another specialist that can be trusted to be competent. Nezu frowned slightly and asked mildly, "Exactly what makes you say all that?" Getting a deadpan response of, "When the person with a gravity nullification quirk stopped the momentum of a huge chunk of falling metal, floated it to the side, and then allowed it to fall." A moment of silence fills the room as Nezu takes a deep shuddering breath, and in a cheery tone that promised someone else would be crying soon enough squeezed out, "I see you have permission to aid your classmate Uraraka in her training, as the one to notice the discrepancies in her abilities. If that is all, Midoriya, it would seem I have some people to have a nice long chat with about their licensing and choice in employees." A sadistic grin spread across my face as I gave a greatly exaggerated bow and chuckled, "Oh, that's all from me. I would so hate to get in the way of you having some fun with those idiots. Do enjoy your new plaything," before walking out with a cheery skip in my step, humming an old pre-Quirk disco song. Uraraka will probably be needing some extra work to get to grips with the full capabilities of her quirk. I wonder if she's free after classes tomorrow to get started on trying to find out what she's really capable of. I should probably ask sooner rather than later. The faster she can use her quirk to its full potential, the better. Walking back into the dorms in time for dinner, I casually stroll up to Uraraka and ask, "Hey, you okay to do some quirk training after school tomorrow? Nezu gave me permission to help you try and figure out how to use the entirety of your quirk, considering I noticed the issue." With a slight blush, she said, "Well, I don't have any plans for tomorrow, and if there is more that I can do with my quirk, the sooner I know the better. Right? Yeah, let's do that." With a nod as she finished her little ramble. I can't wait to see how the classes tomorrow go. Meanwhile, the support course dorm, Mei. Looking up from my current baby in progress. A small shudder runs down my spine as I look around me cluttered mini workshop and frown. For some reason, I had a sudden urge to find Izu and kiss him. Remembering my mum's words back, then drained my face of all color. "Mei, That young boy can steal people's hearts without even realizing what he is doing. As I'd been researching romance novels and anything I could find about love in fiction and online, I found several cases where someone might end up gaining the attention of multiple girls. Considering how much of an adorable cinnamon roll he is, it was a very real possibility. Grabbing a small list next to my laptop in a panic, I ran through the possible outcomes or paths to take in this scenario from my research. 1. I make sure that I am too great of a girlfriend for him to even consider the competition. The preferred option. But given my less than womanly personality, hobbies, clothing habits, and more, it might be rather difficult. 2. Try and find a way to get them to back off. Possible if they want to be the only one for him. Might be able to convince them to give up without any issues by informing them I'm his girlfriend. Another preferred option. 3. Get rid of the competition without him know. Tempting, especially considering his general ray of sunshine ambience, kindness, and incredible body. I'd noticed while we were tinkering on occasion will draw women to him like flies to honey. Unfortunately, he wouldn't like people getting hurt over something like that. Not to mention that if he considers them friends, then their disappearance could seriously hurt him. Last resort. Reserved for those holding obvious malicious intention towards him only. Not to be used on his classmates, however tempting it may be. 4. If option 1 and 2 doesn't work and option 3 isn't applicable, try to come to an understanding of why they want to be with him. If they will make him happy and will be good for him to be around, try to come to an understanding. If they have hidden intentions not previously discovered that might put Izu or others he cares about in danger, find a way to get Nezu the info or otherwise get them taken in by the authorities. Looking over the list in satisfaction, I calm down and start to make plans for the future. Izu is the only person outside of my family to ever care about me. There's not a chance in hell I'll let him suffer any more than he already has. Everything is to make him happy, no matter what it may cost. Izuku, first day of classes. UA Class 1 dorms. Waking up to the infuriating sound of my alarm, I glared in the slight hope of setting it ablaze with the sheer hate in my gaze alone. Unfortunately for me, the damn thing stayed distinctly uncooked, forcing me to crawl out of my warm, comfy bed and turn the damn thing off. As much as it made sense to keep the thing out of arm's reach of my bed, and as annoying as humanly possible in order to effectively get me up in the mornings, that didn't mean that I had to enjoy it in the slightest. That goes doubly so when in a fit of self-destructive genius, I decided to set the alarm tone as the pre-Quirk 9 cat. Was it effective? Yes, it was extremely effective. Did it leave me in the mood to tear someone's skull out their ass at times? You bet it did. With a final longing gaze at my bed, I get into the prepared uniform and trudge downstairs, making a mad dash to the coffee machine and making the strongest stuff I could take without instantly collapsing from caffeine overdose. Finally fit to be considered alive, I whip up a swift breakfast of egg over rice, with fried fish as a side. Did I cheat slightly and use War Dancer on the kitchen knives to do so? You could bet you ass that's what I did. Why would anyone with the power to swiftly make themselves a proper breakfast quickly ever not make use that great blessing? Chuckling slightly at the people coming down the stair I call, Shoto, Momo, I cooked up some extra if you want to have some filling breakfast, over my shoulder. A slight chill ran down my spine while I finished off my food alongside the two girls when I noticed Momo giving me a small victorious smirk that sent a slight shiver down my spine. Fortunately, this moment was interrupted by the tailed guy and Discount Sonic piling down the stairs and grabbing their breakfasts for early morning training. Taking advantage of the distraction, I finished my food, and after a light workout headed to the support department for my lessons with Powerloader. Filing in, I spot the pink dreadlocks of Mei, my girlfriend, as she waved to a seat next to her. Humming gleefully at the memory of her confession and our kisses, I flop into the seat next to her and whisper, "How badly do you think we can scar Powerloader in one lesson?" with a sinister grin forming on my face. Her matching crazed grin told me that she was just as ready to get started on this little game as I was. At that moment he walked in and announced as enthusiastically as he could manage at the moment, "All right everyone, I'll be your teacher for the next 3 years here at UA. Just call me Majima-sensei. Try to avoid breaking any of the equipment, and we'll all get along well enough. Midoriya and Hatsume, you two were given permission by Nezu to use the secondary labs off to the side, as you wish, so long as you keep your destruction to the testing area. Don't ruin any of the tools if at all possible, and make sure you don't do anything that would pose a threat to others on campus. I'll be keeping an eye on you too, so don't think I won't notice if you're making anything too crazy." Hearing that, Mei slumped slightly, giving me a heart-clenching pout as she grumbles, "Well, there goes my chances of making the disintegration cannon, just loud enough for everyone in the class to make it out." As everyone else trembled slightly, the pause system crackled and my favorite megalomaniac giggles. Actually, you can Hatsume. As long as you use the provided storage area to keep them secure and away from potential accidents, all will be well. Desperately holding back my cackling fit, I managed to squeeze out the most important question of all. So you mean to say that we can blow stuff up as much as we want and not get in trouble for it? I just want to make sure I'm not getting saddled with surprise repair bills. A malicious aura oozed from the speakers as Nezu giggled like a schoolgirl. Why, of course you can. Just don't damage the tools, lock your projects away securely, and keep your destruction to the designated areas, and you can blow up as much stuff as you want, breaking what little restraint we had left. Cackles filled the air as Mei and I lost our minds at the glorious times ahead. One glance was all it took for us to spring up in sync, bow to the speaker yelling, "Thanks, Principal Nezu," before dashing off as fast as we could to the labs, leaving our laughter echoing ominously behind us. With a rare opportunity like this, it would be considered a sin to waste it. Slamming the lab doors shut, we gaze around at the available tools before I dash off screaming, "I call the forge," as she drools over 3D printer and energy analysis suite. Firing up the forge, I ready myself for my most important creations yet. My first proper collection of weapons to use with War Dancer in the future. Lunch, Principal's office, Nezu. Looking down at Powerloader kneeling before me trembling, I experienced something that only judgment had managed to cause in recent years. I was genuinely surprised. I had expected him to at least hold up for a week before breaking. Either I overestimated his resilience, or those two were far more stressful to deal with than I had calculated. My musing was interrupted by the sound of his groveling getting louder and more unhinged. A twinge of concern shot through me at the state he was in. As much as I wanted some revenge for the cheese store incident, I do have my limits when it comes to messing with my staff. Not that I'd ever tell them that myself. Swiping some green tea from the side, I sigh. Sit down and explain what exactly happened to leave you in this much of a mess. I thought you would be used to the antics of the more enthusiastic support students after all these years, dragging a small haunted laugh from him. My interest peaked even more when he downed his tea in one go and started to detail the madness of what happened in the labs. It was insane, Nezu, he whimpered, twitching slightly on occasion as he spoke. He elaborated, Midoriya had forged a small armory of medieval weaponry and was yeeting them through the walls of the testing area, as he put it. Hatsume was rampaging in a mecha bull with a laser cannon in its mouth because I refused to have a single animal mecha without the option of laser breath. It's universal law, which made a little too much sense considering her mech anime addiction. They then both decided to make the parts for a disintegration cannon together, swapped to aiming for a rail gun halfway through, and ended up creating a fully functioning plasma cannon by accident that blew a crater in the testing grounds. They did something people have been struggling with for decades by accidenti. Don't think my pride could take having them as students. I literally can't teach them anything at this point. Sometimes I'm rather glad that I'm inhuman. It makes hiding my thoughts much easier. It wouldn't be good for the faculty's hearts if they knew what I was going to do. Dismissing him gently and looking over their recordings from the testing grounds, I noticed that they seemed to push each other to ludicrous extremes to make more and more implausible creations that they had no business being able to make at such a young age. It just so happens to be coming up on our regularly scheduled support equipment review and update meeting this weekend. To think I was worrying about where to get my new toys to play with any threats that may decide they have a death wish. Guess that's one more thing off the to-do list. Izuku, lunchtime, cafeteria. After a good session of tinkering, nothing beats an extra large serving of katsudon and a lot of apple juice. Well, at least that I can do right now without getting in trouble. So it was that I was chatting away with Mei when an excited call of Midoriya brought my attention to Uraraka bouncing over with a wide grin on her face. Bouncing in more ways than one. Realizing what had just gone through my mind at that moment, I slam my head into the table and mumble with almost religious devotion. I'm not like Mainta. I'm not like Mainta. I'm not like Mainta. How were they am not like Mainta? The sound of frantic movement and concerned voices snapped me out of my internal meltdown. Looking up, Mei was about 3 seconds from busting out some emergency medical tech, and Uraraka looked like she was about to drag me to Recovery Girl at any moment. After a seriously awkward once-over to make sure I hadn't given myself brain damage, we managed to move on to a very important topic. Uraraka's quirk testing. 10 minutes later, we were at the training gym Nezu had put aside for us to test out her quirk's limits in for our lunch break. A sinking feeling started to creep over me as I came to a blatantly terrifying understanding of what her quirk could actually do. The key to it all was one simple test. I asked her if there was anything she felt like she was taking away from the 5 tons worth of concrete she was floating, and if she could push it into a sizable chunk of solid titanium. The results were a rather spectacular crater in the walls, an incredibly awkward explanation to Cementos, and a sense of dread at the sheer lunacy that was her quirk. Sitting in Nezu's office, I took a deep breath and decided to be blunt as I could about this madness I just ran into. In a level, deadpan tone, I informed them both, "Congratulations, Uraraka. You officially have the most bullshit quirk I have ever had the fortune to hear of. It's not gravity nullification. It's not even gravity manipulation. You're taking forces that are acting on one object, accumulating them as an internal store of pent-up forces, and shifting them to another object you've marked by touching. In simple terms, you have the cheat codes to the world's physics engine. Your gravity negation was partly siphoning off the constant acceleration from gravity, and part using some of the siphoned force to nudge them into floating. That nausea you've been dealing with was a warning mechanism that you're approaching maximum capacity and need to vent some of the accumulated forces. A maximum capacity you've been training up accidentally with your maximum weight training you've mentioned. If I'm judging in terms of pure potential, your quirk is just as or possibly even more powerful than mine. Well, that's if we don't count Pandora in the mix. But I can't exactly bring that up without some very awkward questions. Either way, it is genuinely one of the, if not the, most powerful quirks I can think of to date. Aside from All Might's mystery quirk, the fabled quirk of the supposed quirk merchant, and my own at full force, I can't really think of anything else that comes close to that level of power. Long story short, I'm so very glad she's one of the good guys. Nezu was giving me a blank stare that most would feel nervous under. But I was one of the few people that knew that this stare in particular was him looking at someone as if they just opened a wonderful new opportunity for causing some chaos. I will admit, I did understand that feeling probably a little too well for it to be considered normal. But at least I got to have fun. With a drawn-out sigh that I'd come to recognize as him restraining himself to avoid traumatizing us, he cheerily squeaked, "Why isn't that amazing, Uraraka? You can continue your training sessions with Midoriya using the same gym, if you wish to from now on, in order to get to grips with your new limits." I need to call a staff meeting quickly, filling me with a gleeful sense of satisfaction right up until I noticed the red flag. Nezu was grinning with all his teeth showing. Sensing the imminent danger if we stuck around and came between him and his new plaything, I pat Uraraka on the shoulder stuttering, "All right, let's get going. Don't want to occupy him while he has stuff to do, haha." Before dragging her out at high speed. A few minutes later, and a safe distance between us, I let go of her shoulder and shudder in horror. No way, not a chance I was going near Nezu while he's in the mood, as the staff called it. Panting slightly, I wheeze out, "So, we'll get to live through this. I'm not quite so sure about your quirk specialist though. Most people don't come out the other side intact when Nezu's coming after them, and he's in the mood to make it particularly bad, leading to her face paling." I could already guess what was running through her mind. How could something so cute be that dangerous? Pray you never have to find out, Uraraka. It's be best for your sanity to never know some things, and this is one of them. Apparently deciding that anything capable of scaring me was not something she wanted to deal with, she wisely stayed quiet as we went back to the lunch hall. I guess I hadn't managed to calm myself properly in time as Mei dashed over to me and was panicking over my slightly shell-shocked appearance. Twitching slightly, I managed to ramble. "So, the resident rat god seems like he's about to go on the warpath. I'm currently consider the various merits of moving to Peru and spending the rest of my life as a goat herder. Seems better for my mental health for a start." Trailing off into slightly unhinged laughter. I barely noticed the rest of class was staring at me with a look of pure, unaltered terror in their eyes. Inhaling my food as quickly as I could, I dash off to find a classroom to hide in until my twitching stopped. "Kazumi. What the fuck did I just see?" Nerd just came back with cheeks looking like he just walked out of a war zone, rambling about a rat god, and leaving the country before running off like the devil himself was chasing him. Looking around, I could see everyone else coming to the same nightmarish conclusion I had. There was someone that could terrify the undisputed strongest student in our class, and leave them a shivering mess simply by going after someone in the country. The air seemed to grow heavier and oh so cold as we for a moment shared the exact same thought. Whatever being managed to do this was something we would pray with all our heart and soul to never have to witness ourselves.